Now, you mentioned that you guys hunted together. Are you familiar with the types of guns that Paul had?
I was.
Okay. And did he ever use a 300 Blackout?
He did.
Okay, and what's your understanding of where he got that?
Buster and Paul got 2 for Christmas one year.
Well, what's going on, everybody? Hey, so I know we haven't been covering this trial, but I decided that we should cover this trial today because Alex Murdaugh is taking the stand in his own defense. Now, currently, they have a short witness that's coming up that's talking about the guns and stuff. And then Alex Murdaugh, who's accused of killing his wife and child, hiring a hitman to kill him, and do a bunch of other stuff. He's now going to be taking the stand in his own trial. Okay, I've been following this trial the whole time as I've been working. I haven't live streamed it, but this is going to be the craziest freaking thing, I think. And that's why I decided to live stream it today, even though I haven't really been on the whole trial kick for a while, you know. But this, he just, you know, swore in front of the judge that he intends, contrary to his lawyer's advice, to take the stand and testify on his own behalf. So that's going to be interesting. I'm doing all sorts of work on the back end of everything else. So I'm going to be watching with you. And every now and then I will chime in and remind you guys that our coffee bags are amazing, right? Our coffee bug out bags, and you should buy one. But yeah, let's watch this trial. This is not Alex Murdaugh. He's expected to testify on his own behalf immediately following this witness, which is why I'm live streaming it, because this is freaking insane.
But
I don't care who you are out there.
You know, sometimes left there and then picked up later.
Okay, what about the hanger?
Same.
Now, Maggie. Tell me about Maggie.
She was she's a very sweet woman. She would, you know, do whatever. She treated me like I was one of her own. She was just really, really sweet woman.
And would she go down to the dog kennels?
She would.
And how would she get there?
It just depended, really. She would drive her car sometimes. She would walk sometimes. She would ride her bicycle. She would ride a Ranger, a golf cart. It, you know, however she felt like getting down there.
Okay. Let's go to the day of June 7th.
Okay.
Walk me through that day.
That morning I got up and I talked to Paul either over the weekend or Friday or one of those days when we had talked about CB had sprayed the sunflowers. And so I'd gone out to Moselle that morning and rode by the sunflowers to see if they were actually dead yet or not, and I noticed that they were dead. So then, you know, Paul and I talked, I don't know, around 10 or 11 that morning, and about kind of coming up with a plan about how to get them plowed up under and replanted. So then I went to work and stayed at work all day pretty much. We were supposed to go out that afternoon and start plowing the sunflowers under, and I got stuck at work late and talked to Paul throughout the day, and I wasn't going to make it that night. And then so I went home after work. Then I got the call around 10:30 or so, 11, sometime around there, and came back to Moselle, and you know, everything had happened.
When you talked to Paul that morning, what, if any, understanding did you have as to where he was?
He was in Okatee. He was working for John Marvin at the time.
Okay, and then you guys made plans to meet at Moselle that afternoon?
That's right, yes.
Okay. When you called him on the way home, what, if any, understanding did you have as to where he was?
When I talked to him on the way home, he was driving from Okatee to Moselle when I spoke to him.
Where were you when you got the news about Maggie and Paul?
I was at home.
Okay. And did you go to Moselle?
I did.
Okay. Did you see Alex?
I did.
How would you describe him?
He was pretty distraught. He was, when I got there, he and I saw each other, and we both kind of walked towards each other, and he gave me a hug and just started crying and told me they were gone.
That may be all I have. Beg the court's indulgence. clarification. Your plans to meet up with Paul on June 7th,
Right.
was that plan to address the issue you had seen in the with sunflowers?
That's right.
Okay, no further questions.
By state.
Nolan, good morning. How are you?
Good. How about you?
Doing well. Nolan, we've met a bunch of times, right?
Yes.
Prior to trial, we've
Yes.
met in Colleton, we've met elsewhere. We've had quite a few conversations, is that fair to say?
We have.
And you've had a lot of conversations with law enforcement also.
I
They were
have.
sometimes there at the meetings.
Yes.
You were as close a friend as Paul as there could be. Is that fair to say?
I feel like that. Yes.
And I just want you to say again, he was the kind of guy that if you needed something in the middle of the night, you could call him.
Yes.
Was he going to be there for
He
you?
was gonna come.
Flat tire side of the road, Paul's there for you.
He was there.
You also, I think, and Maggie, I think you referred to her as a second mom to
I
you.
did.
Kind of, they adopted you into the family. You were treated like one of the group. Is that fair to say?
That's right.
And what year did you graduate high school?
2014.
And what year was Paul at Wade Hampton?
He didn't go to Wade Hampton.
Oh, what year was he graduating high school? Sorry.
I want to say 17, maybe 17 or 18.
So you were a little older than Paul.
That's right. He was the same age as my younger brother, Nate.
And your younger brother, I know we already heard, it's Nathan too,
That's right, yes.
And he testified previously in this trial.
That's right.
So your years in high school would actually align with
Buster's.
More Buster's, and Paul was a little younger than you.
That's right.
I think you mentioned that Paul was an avid cell phone user. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
He used it all the time,
Yep.
which may be part of the reason why he was so responsive when you needed something, because he always was there to answer the call or respond to a text. Is that
That's
fair
right.
to say?
Yeah.
Do you consider yourself someone that has a fair amount of knowledge about firearms?
I feel like it. Yes.
Are you an avid hunter?
I am.
And you've had a lot of experience with firearms yourself,
I have.
and a lot of experience with the family's firearms?
Yes, sir.
Gain kind of a knowledge of what people tend to use or favor?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that, well, first, before we go there, let's talk about the 300 blackout. Paul's 300 blackout, I think you just testified to that they received as a Christmas gift.
Right.
Now, Buster's, when they received it, Buster's 300 blackout was what color?
It was black.
And Paul's 300 blackout was what color?
It was like a sand color.
And you hanging out with Paul, and I'm going to talk about somewhere in like 2017, 2018, did you go to a Halloween party with Paul?
We did.
Did you actually ride with him?
From my recollection, yes.
And it wasn't uncommon for Paul to have his kind of favorite guns in the car with him. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And on this occasion, when you went to this party, did Paul have that 300, his tan 300 blackout with him?
He did.
This is back in like 2017, 2018,
It was a while ago. Yes, sir.
before COVID.
That's right.
The new designation, before
That's right.
COVID, after COVID. And tell us what happened. What happened that night?
I mean, we were at a Halloween party, and we had been around Moselle most of the day, and, we left, and then later on, the gun was gone. The gun was missing, whether, whatever happened to it, we no longer had it.
So it was there before you went to the party, and then y'all come back and it's out of the car.
That's right.
Now this was a really nice rifle, right?
It was.
It was a fairly expensive rifle, and the scope on it is a very expensive scope.
That's right.
So it wasn't like it was misplaced. It was. Do you believe it was stolen?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And then going to guns, did Paul have a shotgun that he favored?
He did.
Was it and have you paid attention to any of the trial?
I've watched some, yes.
And is it, without going ahead and rooting through the guns, is it that camo in color Benelli Super Flag Eagle 3 that the state has in evidence?
That's right.
That's Paul's shotgun?
That was his the one he favored the most, yes.
And then did Paul also have a 300 blackout on him at all times?
He did, most
So
times.
what did Paul do after his rifle was stolen? What did he use then?
When his rifle was stolen, he more or less took Buster's as his own, so.
As he started using Buster's. Is that because Buster really didn't use that very much?
Buster was in school, you know, either in Wofford or in Columbia. So Buster came to Moselle a fair amount, but Paul was there more. And so Paul just, you know, used it as his own.
And then Buster had a shotgun he'd favor. I think we'd already heard about it, but is it a Benelli Super Black Eagle Model 2?
That's right.
And do you know the differences between the Super Black Eagle models?
I do.
And I think your brother already testified to that, but there's markings on the shotguns that you can look at and tell if you know what you're looking for.
That's right.
And then I believe Alex favored a Super Black Eagle Model 1.
That's right. He
So-
either shot the 1 or the 2.
So we have 1, 2, and 3 models.
Right.
For the same Benelli Super Black Eagle, but models 1, 2, and 3.
That's right.
And those are all 12 gauges typically that was used
That's
as
right.
a kind of general use. I think you also mentioned that about guns being left down at the kennel area. You said it was occasional. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
They weren't stored down there, right?
That's right.
Permanently. Nothing was stored down there.
No, nothing was stored down there.
And it was usually, if guns were left, would it be mostly in just the hunting seasons?
That's right.
Okay.
It would either be during, you know, the hunting seasons or, you know, if Paul was cleaning out his truck, you know, he would.
And when are the hunting seasons for like deer and duck and turkey? When are those hunting seasons?
Deer season is typically in the fall, sometime August to January. Duck season is, you know, around Thanksgiving to the end of January, and turkey season is March 22nd to May 1st, somewhere around there.
Were you, and you spent a lot of time at Moselle, I think you already
have.
talked about that. Were you around before the, how many entrances and exits are there at Moselle, the
There are
property?
2.
Were you around before, when there was only one entrance and
was.
exit? So when there was only one entrance and exit, the main entrance and exit, where was that one?
That was by the kennels.
Okay. And is that actually where the mailbox is?
That's right.
And I think packages are sent that way.
They would typically go to the shed, to the hangar.
And then at some point in the future, a second exit was created where some brickwork was done, sort of leading from the house.
That's right.
Is that accurate as well?
That is.
And you all spent a lot of time at the kennel area, kind of the hangar kennel area.
We did.
It's kind of a good collection point for whatever y'all were doing, whether it was working on the heavy equipment there or hunting and getting ready for things. Is that
That's correct.
a fair thing to say? It's a good collection point
Yes, sir.
for y'all? And I think out there's also a processing shed for if
There
you
is.
killed anything.
Yes, sir.
And if you all are down there and, you know, say Maggie or Alex were at the house and they, you know, obviously knew you were down there, would they tend to come drop by before they would leave just to see if y'all needed anything?
More often than not, yeah.
All right. And knowing Paul as well as you do, is it, and we've heard a lot about him, is it fair to say that he had a lifestyle that was just fairly unpredictable?
Absolutely.
I mean, he was traveling the state, whether it was Columbia, Charleston, the Low Country, wherever. He was everywhere, right?
That's correct.
And he actually kept clothes in many different places just for that reason, because he was such a traveler.
He did.
So you talk to him almost every day, right?
That's right.
But for those that maybe weren't so close to him, it would be fairly hard to even know where he was going to be on any given day,
That's right.
unless you kept in frequent contact with him, right?
That's fair to say.
He was everywhere. Any given day during the week, who knows where he could be. Fair to
Yes,
say?
sir.
All right, so I'm going to talk to you about June 7th, 2021. And that's the day you lost your best friend.
That's right.
And that's a tough day for you, is that right?
It is.
You talked to Paul that day on the phone
I did.
in the morning and afternoon times. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And I know you just testified to it, but walk me through again, if you wouldn't mind. I believe y'all were talking about the sunflowers. They died.
We were.
And you often helped out on the farm. Is that also fair to say?
I did, yes.
Meaning farm-related stuff, tilling the ground and planting seeds and all that stuff.
That's right.
You were pretty active in the maintaining of the duck ponds and the corn fields for the hunting purposes too, right?
That's right.
So if Paul needed something, he'd typically call on you.
That's right.
He'd call on you to help out.
Yes.
And is that what happened on leading up to and on June 7th?
Yes, it was. He knew that I was riding by because typically when you spray something, it takes a couple days before it actually takes effect. So it happened, CB sprayed them, I want to say Thursday or Friday. So we really couldn't get a good idea of what was actually done, the harm that was actually done until a few days later. And I was going to be riding by Moselle that morning to go to work. So I just swung in there to check on them and see what it was, where we could come up with a game plan on what to do.
And you had pretty free use of the property, meaning you could show up and come and go as you please. That wasn't weird, right?
That's right.
So the fact that you went there that morning to check on stuff, that's actually pretty normal
That's right.
for you? Okay. And so you show up on that morning and check the sunflowers, and they're dying. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So the decision was made that y'all would have to, and why do you need sunflowers? What's the purpose of those?
They attract doves. We plant them, kind of corn, sunflowers in the dove field, to have dove hunts.
So it's important for hunting purposes, it's important to maintain a dove field. You call it the dove field
That's
or
right.
the sunflower field.
Yeah, it's a good attractant.
So the decision made then to till the field and replant the sunflowers.
That's correct.
It wasn't too late in the year, in the season. You could still get some good growth out of it.
That's right.
And this is something you're pretty familiar with and you've done a number of times before with Paul?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what do you relay to Paul then?
I talked to Paul, told him that they were in fact dying and we had to restart. So he and I had talked about coming up with a game plan, meeting up that afternoon at Moselle to go ahead and get the tractor hooked up and begin plowing them under.
And ultimately, you weren't able to make it that day. Is that
That's
true?
correct.
Okay. What did you have going on?
I got hung up at work around the Columbia area.
So the plan then became we're just gonna do it later,
That's
right?
right.
We'll do it sometime later in the week.
Yes.
Now, leading up to these events, you received a Snapchat from Paul around 7 p.m. Is that right?
Sometime around there, yes.
Sometime in the evening time.
That's right.
And tell us what that Snapchat's like a video image that someone can send you.
That's correct, yes.
And tell us about what that Snapchat was.
It was a video of the John Deere Highboy sprayer. One of the cylinders on the back to spread the boom to spray was leaking pretty bad, so he was sending me a video to show me how bad it was leaking.
Okay. And a tiller is a piece of farm equipment. Is that correct?
What is it?
Sorry.
Repeat your question.
You said a tiller? Is that
The Highboy.
Highboy. Is that a piece of farm equipment?
It is.
And is that the thing you would use then to plow the fields?
That's what we would use to spray.
Spray. Sorry. Thank you. Okay. And it was leaking some sort of fluid, meaning it was maybe broken.
That's right.
Now you've in all the times we've met, the number of times, did you have a chance to listen to what we call it, kind of the kennel video?
I did.
And did you, when listening to it, did you identify the voices on that video?
I did.
Having known the family, what voices did you hear on that video when you
Paul,
heard it?
Miss Maggie in it, Mr. Ellett.
All right, down at the kennel area too. If you're down there at nighttime, I assume you've been down there around the nighttime, the hangar kennel area. It's actually fairly well lit. area if the lights are all turned on. Is that
That's
true?
correct.
So not only is there the hangar lights inside the hangar, but then there's lights on the outside of the hangar as well.
That's right.
Is that true?
Yes.
And is it true then also that the kennels have lights, both fan lights and overhead lights?
That's correct.
So if you're down there in the middle of the night, even though there may not be any, street lighting or anything like that, the kennel area and the hangar are all brightly lit with like fluorescent lighting.
Yes, sir.
And would you be able to see the lighting if you were at the Moselle house? Would you be able to look down if it's nighttime? Would you be able to look down and see the well lit area?
You could, yes.
All right, so we're on June 7th. What's the last communication you have with Paul?
That phone call.
And
Phone
you
call
go to
and
bed.
Snapchat.
Sorry, go ahead.
The phone call and the Snapchat.
And you then go to bed that night thinking it's just any other night. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I think you testified to it, but you were woken up at what time?
It was around 10:30, between 10:30 and 11. My mom had called me, and she had heard something had happened at Moselle, so I tried to call Paul and text Paul and didn't get a response, so I got in the truck and rode over there as fast as I could.
And at the time, were you living fairly close by?
I was living closer to Alameda. It was probably a 20 to 25 minute drive to Moselle.
When you arrived at the scene, what entrance did you go to initially?
Initially, I was coming down Moselle Road, and I noticed all the first responders over towards the kennel area, and so I pulled in there, and they wouldn't let me in. So then I backed up and came in through the brick columns and made my way around.
And when you arrived, what did you observe?
Oh, when I got there were a lot of first responders out, and I could see two bodies laying, one by the corner of the shed and one by the feed room door, and they had sheets over them.
And by the time you arrived, law enforcement had already cordoned off the area,
They had.
but you could, where the tractor equipment was housed, you could kind of stand around back there.
That's correct.
And even though it's set further back, you could still see sort of the scene.
Yes.
Who was there with you when you arrived?
When I arrived, it was myself, Alec, Randy, Ronnie Crosby, Mark Ball, and I think that's it at the time. People started coming when I got there. A lot of people started coming, showing up.
And I know you testified to it, and it's obviously understandable, but everyone's pretty upset, right?
Yes.
And when did you have a chance then to interact with Alex?
I did.
And is he here today?
He is.
Is he sitting at council table right there in between his lawyers?
Yes.
And I think you said you hugged, is that right?
We did.
And what thing did he repeat to you twice?
The boat wreck. The boat wreck. The boat wreck.
That's the thing he said to you.
That's right.
And did he also ask you to get in touch with Rogan?
He did.
And you know Rogan Gibson,
I do.
friends with him as well.
Yes, sir.
So the two things he says to you there is, two of the things he says is the boat wreck. I think he said the effing boat wreck, is that right?
He did.
And get in touch with Rogan.
Yeah, it was a little while later, but yes, he asked me to call Rogan.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence.
Thank you.
Redirect.
You mentioned that Paul would clean his cars out down by the kennel area, his
Right.
trucks. Are you aware that he took his truck in to be serviced
I
that
was,
Friday?
yes.
Okay. And he cleaned that out before he went?
Yes.
And if you're at the house in Moselle, can you see in detail at night what's happening at the kennels?
You could just see the lights you could tell that the lights were on and you could see the roof, but that's really about all you
So
could
just
see.
the roof and just the lights?
That's right.
Okay.
You noticed something was down there, but you weren't really able to tell exactly what it was.
Okay, and going back to June 7th, you went out there in the morning for the Dove field?
That's right.
Okay, and did you see the black Ford F-50 up at the house?
I did.
Okay. Thank you, no further questions.
Thank you.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Well, thank you. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for a short break. Please do not discuss the case.
Woo! This is going to be interesting. Alex Murdaugh is supposed to testify next, so that's going to be rather interesting. But I got a feeling the judge is going to say something to them in just a second. But I want to remind you guys, hey, how many of you guys in the chat, I want you to press 1 in the chat. How many of you guys have tried our Wake Up America roast? Our Wake Up America
Everyone be
breakfast
seated.
blend roast. Press 1 in the chat if you did, if you have.
Mr. Harpootlian, do you need any additional time to confer with Mr. Murdaugh?
He indicates he doesn't need to talk to me. It hurts my feelings, but we don't need any break. However, Your Honor, he does need to visit the restroom before we start this process.
All right, we'll take a recess about 10 minutes.
All right, so here's the reason why I asked that. So they're going on a recess for 10 minutes. Alex Murdaugh he's going to be, this is going to be fire. And speaking of fire, our Fiery But Peaceful is now available for individual sale. Previously, the hot candy flavor coffee was only available if you ordered a Patriotic as F bundles. But now you can buy that individually. So the reason I asked about the Wake Up America roast is I have a question for you. If you did buy that roast and you did press 1, if you go over to that roast right now, there's a link in the chat, and then you click on the review and you leave a review, we are going to choose one person for every single one of our flavors today that leaves a review today, a verified, like a review, like you actually buy it, you like it, you get descriptive about it. If you've got a picture of the coffee as well, that'll be amazing. But I'm going to choose one person who reviews our coffee and you're going to get a free bag of it. So I'm going to choose one person today who reviews the Wake Up America coffee blend. You're going to get a free bag of coffee if I choose you. One person who does the Awake Not Woke. One person who does, you see what I'm doing? For every single one, because I need your reviews to get in there. So, and I know we send emails out, but we don't always get them out there. So if you go, and I'll show you real quick how to do it. Basically, for example, if you go over to our roast, and you click up here and you click on review, it'll scroll down and then boom, you could type in your review. If you could do a photo, that would be cool. You could use whatever public name you want. Your email's private, although you will be added to an email list. But, and you could do this for every single roast. That's what I want people to do, is to go to every single roast under a classics tab. Every one that you tried, like someone just said, I'm still on the Italian. Well, have you reviewed the Italian yet? And if not, get your ass in there because you may win another bag of Italian. So for example, we have 10 different flavors now. If you do a review on each 10, you have 10 chances to win a free bag of coffee. You see what I mean? Because I'm going to do 1 free bag of coffee for someone that does a review for Wake Up America, 1 free bag of coffee for someone who does a review for Awake Not Woke, and so forth. Because I just need you guys to do the reviews because it helps more people to see everything. So, with that said, Alex Murdaugh is expected to take the stand in his own murder trial. He's accused of murdering his wife, murdering his son, one of his 2 boys, I believe. And then also, I don't know if he's being charged with it, but also he hired some gunman to shoot himself in the head or something like that, I believe. We've heard a tremendous amount of financial malfeasance during this trial, which is kind of interesting. But it's been pretty crazy. Alba Witch Wiggler said, "Bam, double Italian, just like that." Hell yeah. But our Fiery But Peaceful roast is available. So essentially, all of our coffee is available now. The Wake Up America roast is coming back tomorrow. So it's available for sale right now. So now is your time if you haven't got it. Should I do like a buy 4 bags, get your 5th bag free today? Should I do a special deal for that? Huh? I don't know. Actually, I will. I'll make that deal. I'll do buy 4 bags of coffee. Watch. Buy 1. So we'll call the discount code will be buy 1 or buy 4. Let me just do an automatic discount. That's easier. Buy 4, get 1. And we'll do 4 of specific collections, and we'll do classics is the collection, with the classics, and then we'll do get 1 specific collection, the classics. Boom. So now you don't even need to do anything. All you have to do is just straight up, look, that's already there. Boom. So now if you add 5 bags of coffee to your cart, so you could try all the different roasts, add 5 bags, one of them automatically is going to be free. So how about that? How about them apples? Tell you what, I'm feeling good. So I'm going to do this too, because we got a bunch of t-shirts as well. I'm going to do an automatic discount where you buy 2 t-shirts. Watch this. T-shirts. T-shirts. And then you're going to get 1 t-shirt for free. T-shirt. Boom. That's automatic too. You don't even need to do nothing. It's automatic. Hell yeah. So that's the same thing. Add 3 t-shirts to your cart. One of them's free. Oh, wait. Buy 2 t-shirts. Get 1 free. Free. Matter of fact, I'm feeling hardcore right now. So I'm gonna make another one. And I'm gonna do this one, call it this, and I'm gonna say buy 2 hoodies, get 1 free. I'm going crazy on this, bro. Boys, hoodies. And then you get 1 hoodie. For that one, I may regret that one later, but whatever. I probably will regret that one later. But free. Boom. So all those carts are automatic. How about that? So you could sit there in a free t-shirt, drinking free coffee. Nice one. Hell yeah, you could, bro. Hell yeah, you could. So we are waiting. The trial is on a commercial break right now. So we are waiting for them to come back. Alex Murdaugh is apparently going to take the stand in his own defense. Isn't that crazy? I mean, this dude's guilty as shit. You know what I'm saying? But he wants to prove. Maybe he's gonna like admit to everything. I doubt it. That would be kind of neat, but I doubt it. It would still be kind of neat. Also on YouTube at 3 o'clock, I'm going to have a video that's going to be released that explains why Donald Trump is not responsible for rolling back legislation requiring electronic controllable braking systems on trains that the leftist media are saying, and Pete Buttigieg are saying, was rolled back under the Trump administration. I explain in grave detail why it's actually not Donald Trump's fault because, well, of this pesky little thing called the FAST Act. For anyone that doesn't know what the FAST Act is, well, that's a bill that was signed into law by Obama in 2015, which required risk-benefit analysis on all transportation spending projects. Now, and that's all I'll say. Watch my video at 3 o'clock because I get all that stuff, bruh. I get all that stuff. But yeah, buy 3 hoodies, get 1 free. Buy 3 t-shirts, get 1 free. Buy 4 bags of coffee, get 1 free. Or 5 bags of coffee, get 1 of them free. And then leave a review for our coffee, any flavored coffee that you've tried. And you have a chance to win a free bag of coffee today. And just make sure you actually try the coffee because I will verify first that you've purchased the coffee before. And then we'll go from there. Like Pamela, she's bought the Italian coffee before and she just submitted a review. And what was her review? Shout out to you, Pamela. So far, she has the 100% chance of winning a free bag of Italian roast coffee today. She said, I love this coffee. It's rich and full of flavor. Fuck yeah, Pamela. Fuck yeah, Pamela. Is the store getting busier in the front? Nah. I mean, yesterday we had several people come in, but they all wanted to talk about politics. Word is getting out that I host a political podcast here. So the store next door was telling someone, so some lady came in, she's like, oh, you guys have coffee? Okay. Hey, so they told me you host a conservative podcast. Can you tell me what it is? And I'm like, okay. So the news is getting out there, but news is getting out about that. But we're still on a crazy drive. You guys are going to also see Facebook ads pumping up this thing over there because I want to try to sell out of all of those as soon as I can. Go from there. And then, yep. Are you streaming the trial? Yeah, we are. Today. Only today, because Alex Murdaugh is taking the stand. So we're waiting. Currently, they're on break. See? So they're on break. Alex Murdaugh is expected to take the stand as soon as trial resumes, which is why we're covering it. Because otherwise, I probably wouldn't be covering it. But that's why we're covering it right now. So, you know what I'm saying? Someone said, I hope you're surrounded by businesses that are supportive of what you do. Yes, for the most part, this town is a very conservative town. It's small. It's too small for the coffee shop idea. You know what I mean? But that wasn't really what it is. But, we're doing all sorts of stuff. But the next one, I was looking at commercial property in a town last night. We may be coming to a town near you. But I'm trying to find like a hole in the wall. You know what I mean? If any of you guys have any commercial property that you may want to rent out, small little place, maybe, small store, let me know. Let me know. But, yep. How many of you guys right now? Actually, you know what I'll do today? I got a deal. I got a deal for all you. In addition to all the other deals that I just made, I got a better deal for you. If I sell 5 of these bundles today, I'll do 6 because we are paying for advertising, so that could lessen the odds or increase the odds. If we sell 6 of the coffee bug out bags, which are amazing. Each one it's going to be customized with our logo embroidered on the bag. Hell yeah, getting fancy with it. It's going to have 2 custom camping metal mugs. It's going to have a camping coffee percolator, a water filtration system, a limited edition 12-ounce coffee tin with the with Wake Up America breakfast blend, but it's going to be a limited edition. Like, I'm custom wrapping the whole can with an American flag. It's going to be dope. I'm pretty excited about that. It also has a 250-piece tactical survival pouch. It comes with either 2 t-shirts or a hoodie, and you can get your t-shirts or hoodies immediately because all you have to do is send me your order number and say, hey, Steve, I pre-ordered this thing. Can I get these 2 shirts that you have in your store? And I will send them to you right away, so you don't have to wait for the shirts. But the bags are not going to ship until the 1st of April. And then they come with so much more. But there's even a bigger one. Here's the thing. If you buy one of these, right? You buy one of these, you're automatically going to be put into a drawing. Not a drawing, really. It's essentially, I'm just going to choose one person at random. You're going to get the bag. But in addition to the bag, you're also going to get this iMac computer that I'm using currently right now, because I hate Macintoshes and I'm over it. But this is what I'll do. If I sell 6 of these bundles today, I'll give one away to one of you viewers. One of them. Actually, I won't even do it just for the viewers. I will put a form out online and say I am giving away one of these pre-sales on social media, and all you have to do is, agree to get our emails or something like that. How about them apples? That is some good stuff. That is some good stuff. Ryan Sims said he can't wait to get that. This is the thing. Ryan, he wasn't prepared. He should have bought 4 of them. I've got someone that says tomorrow they're buying 2 of them. We'll see. We'll see, Timmy Charu. But, also, too, by the way, if you order this and you live relatively close to us, so you live somewhere or you want to come to the shop and pick it up, you can pick it up on April 1st here in the store with me. I'll take a picture. I may even give you a hug. But yeah, you can pick it up. I don't have to ship it. So, you actually allow me to make like an extra $25 by not having to ship it to you. So how about them apples? You know what I'm saying? It's a heck of a deal, right? All right, trial's coming back.
All right, come to order. Quiet.
Holy shit, they're loud in there. That was loud in that courtroom. Damn.
Please be seated.
Oh, you do, absolutely. You may bring the jury.
Yeah.
Hey, so I forgot to mention yesterday when I got home, my front yard was completely all dug up. Apparently, Comcast is coming to our town, and they dug 2 trenches all across my front yard and buried their cables and destroyed my front yard. Doesn't that suck? Thought you guys would all care. I don't know what you guys are talking about with the easement stuff. I don't think I had a choice. I just wish they did a better job. They destroyed my yard. Do I read the chats? Yes, I do.
Thank you. Ma'am, you will not be able to sit. You cannot sit there. You cannot sit in the jury box. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, wishes to take the stand.
Watch your step. Yes, ma'am. You'll place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You'll have a seat on the witness stand. Adjust that microphone. And if you don't mind stating your full name again and spelling your last name.
I'm Alec Murdaugh, Murdaugh. Good morning.
Mr. Murdaugh, on June 7th, 2021, did you take this gun or any gun like it and shoot your son Paul in the chest in the feed room at your property off Moselle Road?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take this gun or any gun like it and blow your son's brains out on June 7th or any day or any time?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take a 300 blackout, such as this, and fire it into your wife Maggie's leg, torso, or any part of her body?
No, I did not.
Did you shoot a 300 blackout into her head, causing her death?
Mr. Griffin, I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime. Ever.
Mr. Murdaugh, is that you on the kennel video at 8:44 p.m. on June 7th, the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
It is.
Were you in fact at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. on the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I was.
Did you lie to Sled Agent Owen and Deputy Laura Rutland on the night of June 7th and told them that you stayed at the house after dinner?
I did lie to them.
Did you lie to Agent Owen and Agent Croft on the follow-up interview on June 10th that the last time you saw Maggie and Paul was at dinner?
I did lie to them.
And in the interview of August 11th, did you tell Agent Owen and Agent Croft, did you lie to them by telling them that you were not down at the kennels on that night?
Yes.
Alec, why did you lie to Agent Owen, Agent Croft, and Deputy Rutland about the last time you saw Maggie and Paul?
As my addiction evolved over time, I would get in these situations or circumstances where I would get paranoid thinking. It could be anything that triggered it. It might be a look somebody gave me. It might be a reaction somebody had to something I did. It might be a policeman following me in a car. That night, June 7th, after finding Mags and Paul, don't talk to anybody without Danny with you. All my partners were just repeatedly telling me that. I had a deputy sheriff taking gunshot tests from my hands. I'm sitting in a police car with David Owen asking me about my relationship with my wife and my son. And all those things coupled together after finding them, coupled with my distrust for Sled, caused me to have paranoid thoughts. Normally, when these paranoid thoughts would hit me, I could take a deep breath real quick and just think about it, reason my way through it, and just get past it really quickly. On June the 7th, I wasn't thinking clearly. I don't think I was capable of reason. And I lied about being down there. And I'm so sorry that I did. I'm sorry to my son Buster. I'm sorry to Grandma and Papa T. I'm sorry to both of our families. Most of all, I'm sorry to Mags and Pawpaw. I would never intentionally do anything to hurt either one of them. Ever. Ever.
Did you continue lying after that night? Did you not?
But once I lied, I continued to lie. Yes, sir.
Why?
You know, oh, what a tangled web we weave. But once I told the lie, I told my family, I had to keep lying.
Alex, tell the jury what happened on the evening of June 7th, starting when you met with Paul.
I'd been at work that day, a fairly normal day. You mean start in the morning or?
Sure, start in the morning.
It was just a regular morning. Maggie was leaving to go out of town. She was going to a doctor's appointment, and she had some stuff to do at Edista, where she was having some work done on our house at Edista. But Maggie was there that morning. She went to leave, and she told me she was doing these things. I always asked Maggie to come back home and stay with me. But anyway, Maggie had left. She did her thing. I went to work, did work. I learned from Paul that...
Who's Paul?
That's Paul, my son Paul Murdaugh.
And your name for him was Paul.
Yeah, we called him Paul.
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
And Buster, Maggie, I called him Paul or Paul Terry, but Mags called him Paul, Buster called him Paul. A lot of people called him Paul. But anyway, I learned about I'd known that CB, the guy that worked for us, had sprayed the sunflowers. I knew about that, but I'd been out of town. I didn't know they were dead. Paul let me know they had died. So we had to replant the dove field. That's our dove field, which the dove field is just a big social part of having property. People come, and it's just a social big part of it. So the dove field was a big deal. So when the sunflowers got killed, we knew they were dead. Paul was coming home. And I learned that early Monday morning.
And and we'll catch back up, but at some point in time, did you meet up with Paul?
Yeah, after work, I met Paul at the property.
And we're going to backfill and talk about more of the day, but I just want to focus in on that evening right now.
Okay.
When Paul gets to the property, what do y'all do?
First thing we do is we go to the dove field, and we look at the dove field. And
how'd you get to the dove field?
He had come in my brother's truck we got in my son Buster's black pickup truck. We called it Buster's truck, or the black pickup truck. You've heard it called too, but I call it Buster's truck.
Okay, so you're in Buster's truck and you go to the Dove field. Tell the jury what else.
Well, that's the first thing we do. We go to the Dove field and we look, and it was clearly, it didn't, you could tell they were, I mean, you could tell they'd been sprayed and you could tell they were dead. I mean, they might have still had a tiny bit of life, but they were dead. So we knew that. So we knew we had to replant the whole field. So that didn't take but a second. But after that, Paw, we just rode the property. We spent time together. We rode around and we spent time together on the property.
Did you go to the duck pond?
Oh yeah, we went to several food plots. We went to Single Oak Stand, we called it, which is across the road. I know we went to the Bridge Stand. We went to the duck pond where we stayed for a minute, and
Did you,
I can remember the duck pond specifically because I had helped Paw plant the Dove field and the corn in the Dove field. So sunflowers, corn, and I had helped him plant the corn in the Dove field. Paw had planted the duck pond by himself, and he's making a really big deal to me about how much better the corn was doing in the duck pond than it was in the Dove field. We stayed there for a little while. We were at the cabin for a little while. We rode around the cabin looking at it.
the cabin is what?
That's, it's just a little small, it's truly a cabin. It's a 4-room structure. It's got a little living area, a little kitchen, and it's got 2 little bedrooms and 1 little bathroom. And that's what you've heard talk about, where the kids stayed some summers. And
Is that what the jury's seen from some overhead pictures? It's right there on Moselle Road?
yeah, it's right up on Moselle Road, and it's very close to the driveway that goes to the shop and the kennels.
Did you spend any time at the shop, you think?
Oh, yes. I mean, the shop was, that was sort of the hub. That was the main place. If you weren't at the house, you might be out going to this field or this food plot or this duck pond or this part of the river, but the shop is where the kennels were located. You know, you were always there. Something was always going on there. You're always doing something there. That's where all the tools were. That's where all the equipment was kept. That was the main hub.
Right.
And so we were there that day. There was a point in time where we unloaded a bulldozer that had been on a different part of the property. It was on a trailer. And we unloaded it and sprayed it down real quick. That was just one of the many things we did that day.
One of the things the jury's seen, Alec, is a Snapchat video of you and doing something with a tree. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And so what was happening there?
That's just part of when we were riding. That particular location where that was is at a food plot that we called Sawtooth Oaks, and it was named that because there were some sawtooth oaks that were planted there that you can't see in the picture. But what that tree is, at all these food plots, there's an area where it's not as big as a field, but it's like a field where you plant vegetation for wildlife. Like it might be cowpeas or soybeans, but you plant, and then there's a feeder to attract deer. Then we planted these little fruit trees on these stands, and what you see me doing is fooling with a fruit tree that I'd been tending to. It had fallen over. I had straps on it. I had strings on it that were holding it up. One of the strings popped. I undid the other string, and it was falling over, and Pawpaw was laughing at me, trying to get it back upright. And it was just a fruit tree that I'd been dealing with for really for years,
And
and it wouldn't stand up straight.
And were you and Paul having a good time at that point?
You could not be around Paul. You could not be around him and not have a good time.
Were you close to Paul?
You couldn't be any closer than Paul and I and Buster and I were and are. He's just wonderful. Wonderful.
And it's one of the things you enjoyed doing together was just riding the property?
I love doing anything with Paul. It was an absolute delight. But yeah, one of the things, I mean, Paul's passion. Paul was passionate about a lot of things, but that property was really a passion of his. I mean, he loved to work it. He loved to work the fields. He loved to work the food plots. He loved to hunt. I mean, he'd work on the roads. I mean, he would work on all of it. I mean, he would work on the structure. I mean, he worked on the whole property. It was his passion.
So on the evening of the 7th, I mean, that jury's been inundated with data from various different sources, but
Sure.
just ballpark, can you, I mean, knowing, what we know now after reviewing everything, but roughly when do you remember Paul getting there and you getting there and starting to ride the property?
Now that I've had the benefit of seeing all of these records, Paul got home, I believe, a little bit before 7 o'clock. And I got home a little bit before him. I think the details had been that I got home around 6:42 or 6:45 or something like that, and Paul got there, very quickly thereafter,
And then,
by 7 o'clock.
so you rode the property for a while. Do you remember when Maggie arrived?
Yeah, it was later than that. It was 8 or after 8. I think it was after 8 and looking at the records, a little bit after 8.
And do you remember her arriving or where you were when she arrived?
I believe that I was at the shop when she came through, which would not be unusual for her having been away. If Blanca had gotten the mail or somebody had gotten the mail, maybe not, but if somebody had not gotten the mail, it would be perfectly normal for her to pull through there. And I believe she did pull through there that day. And Paul and I were at the shop, I believe.
And then what did you do after Maggie arrived?
Maggie went to the house, and I know that. But shortly after, however I learned that Maggie got home, I went to the house when Maggie got home, and I left Paul at the shop.
So, and what'd you do when you got to the house?
I saw Mags, talked to Mags, and I took a shower.
The clothes that we saw in that Snapchat video is that the clothes you had at work that day?
Yes, those are the clothes I had on at work that day.
And the jury's seen you in those clothes and what's on June 7th. How tall were you and how much did you weigh?
On June 7th, well, I'm a hair over 6'4", right at 6'4". On June the 7th, I was about 265 pounds, 264, 265.
And this was in June, June 7th.
Yes, sir.
When you're outside, riding around and do you get hot and sweaty?
Absolutely. I mean, Paul and I had done some things. We unloaded the bulldozer, cleaned the bulldozer. We'd fooled around. Yeah, I mean, I sweated. I was heavy, and taking prescription pills also makes you sweat worse, or at least taking oxycodone makes you sweat more than you normally do.
So was it unusual for you to take a shower when you got back to the house?
Not at all.
And after you took a shower, what did you change into?
I changed into the clothes that you've seen in this trial, shorts and the shirt.
Okay. When you got out of the shower and changed clothes, what'd you do next?
I went back out where Mags and Pawpaw were and
What were
for
they
dinner.
doing? What was going on?
Mags had, as you've heard, Blanca had prepared dinner, but it had been cooked earlier. Mags had fixed, I know Mags had fixed mine and her plate because I didn't fix a plate. She may have fixed Pawpaw. Pawpaw was eating and Pawpaw was almost done eating by the time I got back out, which also wasn't unusual. I mean, Pawpaw was always on the go. I mean, he never sat still. And, you know, he'd sit down to eat, but then he's going on to his next item.
And
So then Maggie and I ate.
and do you all eat at the table? Do you eat at the den? What's your normal habit?
We would do both, but, I mean, when we ate at the table, it was really sort of more formal or not formal, but just more of an organized thing. Our normal, what we would normally do on a regular evening is we would eat in the den in front of the TV. And that's where we ate that day. I ate on the couch, the table. Maggie had a little, a TV tray that she kept over there, and Pawpaw would usually sit in a recliner and eat off of the ottoman.
Was the TV on?
Yes,
Was that normal for the TV to be on?
yes. TV, if we were in the house, TV was on.
So what happened next, Alan?
Pawpaw moved on doing whatever he was doing. I don't know if he was in the gun room doing something or he was in his room doing something. He was outside doing something. I actually thought he'd gone to the shed, but in looking at, to the shop, but in looking at the benefit of having these records that we have, I know he was still at the house or somewhere around the house doing something, but he wasn't in there with Maggie and I. But Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and I had eaten dinner. I laid back on the couch where I was sitting. Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and she asked me to go, and I didn't go at that time. I didn't want to go.
Why didn't you want to go?
It was hot. I just had a shower. I knew I'd end up doing more work, sweating more, and the dogs is always a chaotic scene, and I just didn't want to go right then.
Well, let me ask you, what had you done the previous days, like Friday and Saturday and Sunday?
Start with Friday or
Yeah.
go backwards?
Yeah, start with Friday.
All right, on that.
Just briefly.
So it's 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th. So June the 4th, my dad was in the hospital in Savannah, Georgia, at Memorial Hospital. And I went down to visit him Friday afternoon, and I stayed with him in the hospital. I spent the night there. You know, he was real sick. I mean, he was having a hard time.
Did you get much sleep Friday night?
No, I mean, I had a real sweet nurse found me. At first, there was just a hard chair in there like this, but a nurse found me a soft chair, sort of like a recliner. So, I mean, I'm sure I slept, but I didn't sleep. You know, I didn't get a night's sleep. No, sir.
And then Saturday and Sunday?
Saturday, we had plans with Buster and Brooklyn. Y'all have heard about Brooklyn. It's Buster's wonderful little girlfriend. And Max and I had plans with them to meet them in Columbia, to go to the South Carolina, it was a regional baseball tournament. And South Carolina was playing Virginia, I believe. So when I got back from Savannah and met up with Mags, at some point we headed to Columbia. So, I mean, there wasn't a lot going on in between there. We headed up to Columbia and met Bus in Brooklyn.
And then, did you stay in Columbia Saturday night?
We did. We went to the ball game, and I remember it was an evening game. We went pretty early and tailgated. Maggie had reconnected with a college friend who coincidentally had married a college friend of mine. And they had a son that played for Carolina. He was a first baseman, and a really good little player. And we met them and tailgated with them, and it was a lot of fun. They had a lot of the parents of the players that were playing for Carolina, and it was a fun time. We tailgated, and then we went to, and it was a night game, so we went to the game, and the game got over. It was fairly late into the evening, and after that, Bus, Brooklyn, and Mags and I believe we went to the restaurant in the hotel where we were staying, but we went and had dinner, and then Bus and Brooklyn went home, and of course Maggie and I went to our room.
And then get up the next day, was there another game?
Another game the next day. That's right. And
then after that, you head back to Moselle with Maggie?
yeah, we went to the game. That's right. Mags and I go back to Moselle.
The jury's heard about, I think Ms. Rass talking about you bringing Krispy Kreme donuts to your dad.
Maggie loved to. She spoiled my dad, and always taking him something. My dad loved sweets, and she and I picked up donuts and took Krispy Kreme donuts to him.
And then y'all both spent the night together at Moselle on Sunday night. Did you both spend the night at Moselle on Sunday night?
Yes.
And then the 7th was a work day?
That's right. It was a Monday, June the 7th.
Hang on. I'll rephrase it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Was Monday the 7th a work day for you?
Yes.
Okay. And I just wanted to give that background. And so moving forward to when you testified previously about Maggie asking you to go to the kennels, were you tired?
Oh, yes, I was tired.
And you had just had a shower?
Just had a shower.
And you said that, well, did you go with Maggie to the kennels immediately?
No, I did not.
What'd you do? What did she leave?
Yes, she did. She left and Paw was gone.
Do you know how she got to the kennels?
At the time, I didn't, but now, looking at these condensed records and understanding the timeline, it's clear to me that she rode with Paw.
Okay. And did you stay in the house?
Yes.
For how long?
Not long. I laid back on the couch, put my feet up, and like many times when Maggie asked me to do something that I didn't want to do or didn't start out doing, I changed my mind and decided I'm gonna ride up there. And I did.
And how did you get to the kennels?
I went on a golf cart.
Was the golf cart at the house, the main house?
Yeah, it was. And it was there most of the time.
And when you got down to the kennels, what was happening?
It's just what I thought it was. It was a little bit of chaos. I mean, it was clear to me that Mags had just let the dogs out. The two dogs that were out were really her pet dogs. One is Grady. You've heard about a black lab. That's Grady. That's Buster's dog. And the other is the yellow lab that you've heard about. That's Bubba. Bubba was mine and Maggie's dog, but it was really mine, Maggie's, Bus, and Pawpaw's dog. It was a family dog. But Bubba's the dog I hunted. I mean, Maggie loved Bubba. She loved Grady too, but I mean, she had a special place for Bubba. But anyway, when the dogs first were let out, the first thing they would do is they would run. If you look at the overhead picture that you've seen, there were planted pines right behind the kennels. So you got the kennels and the chicken coop sort of form an L shape. And in that L was some planted pines. First thing the dogs would do is go out in that kennel, and Bubba and Grady, I think, learned this from Bubba, but Grady would do it too. But Bubba had to mark every tree. I mean, he would go and he'd do a little number on this tree and that tree. You know how dogs do, and it's marking his territory. And so that was the first thing those dogs did when they came out. When I got there, those dogs were in that area. So that's why I believe that it hadn't been long before they'd been let out. Grady was chasing guineas, which was a normal thing to do.
What are guineas?
Guinea fowl is a guinea fowl is like it's like a chicken. It's a domestic bird that we had them. They make a lot of racket. It's like I know this sounds silly, but it's like a guard bird. Because anytime, they just make a lot of racket anytime anything unusual is going on. If anything disturbs them, it could be a person, it could be somebody driving up, whatever, they're going to make a lot of racket. So Grady's chasing the guineas. Paul's fooling with Rogan's dog Cash. Maggie's just kind of standing there watching the dogs, which is normal. And they were in that place. As the dogs are out longer, they branch out more. But at that point in time, they were right there. So that told me they hadn't been out a long time. Bubba catches a chicken. I'm talking to Maggie for just a short time before Bubba catches a chicken. I take the chicken. I put it, when Bubba didn't chase, these dogs didn't chase the chickens to kill them. And they didn't normally kill them. They did kill them sometimes, but it was about the chase with those dogs. And they were proud when they caught one. You could just tell by the way Bubba would prance to you when he brought the chicken to you. He was proud that he had caught it. But he wasn't trying to kill it. And so most times the chicken wasn't dead. And that chicken wasn't dead. But a lot of times they would be stunned and they would be just real lethargic. So you had to take the chicken and you had to put it up somewhere where, the chicken could be by itself for a minute and it would eventually, usually, come back to normal and go on about its, whatever a chicken does.
Did you get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I did. I took the chicken from Bubba and I put it on top of that.
Now we've seen, this video of Paul with Cash, Rogan's dog. Did you know that was going on? What do you remember about that?
Yeah, I knew Paul was fooling with. When I pulled up on the golf cart, Maggie was standing back, sort of where the driveway would be. It sort of runs out at the feed room. Storage room's what we call it. It's been called the feed room. But it sort of ran out. Maggie was a little bit further up where she could see back in that angle where the dogs were. Paul was fooling with Rogan's dog back towards the kennel. If I remember when I first got there, Paul was more in the driveway. But then I knew Paul was in the kennel fooling with Cash, yes. But did I know what he was doing? I didn't know exactly what he was doing, no.
Did
I knew he was fooling with his tail.
Was Cash in the kennel when you pulled up, you think?
Not when I first got there.
Okay. Did Bubba or Grady have any collars on?
Yes.
Both dogs, one dog, do you remember?
I don't know about Grady, but I know Bubba had on his what we call a tracking collar. Paul, for his hunting dogs, Paul had a series of tracking collars, and I think there were 5. It might have been 6, but it's a tracking collar that had a device that would tell you where that collar was, so that as Bubba was bad about, you know, he would stay close for a minute, but then he would take off, and he especially do that on Maggie. He would take off and run, and so he had on a tracking collar that if he did that, you could, you know, you could know, okay, he's, you know, a half a mile down here. It's not going to follow him but so far, but it would follow a good long distance. So you could go get the dog if he ran off, which Bubba frequently would do, especially when it was just Mags and Bubba. And so Paul probably would have been the one to put that on Bubba.
So you've got us where you've gotten the chicken out of Bubba's mouth and put it up on a doghouse or something?
I believe what I put it on, and I don't remember this, but I've seen pictures and all this, and I saw the chicken sitting on top of the what looks to me like a portable dog crate. Wherever it was sitting on there is where I would have put it up there. You know, I don't have any reason to believe anybody else moved that chicken, and ultimately that chicken did die.
And what did you do after you got the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I got out of there. I left. I went back to the house.
All right. Well, look, before we do that, we've seen the dog kennel video with Cash and Mr. Davis, and we slowed it down for him. Do you see the water hose in that video on the ground? You remember seeing that?
Yes, I do.
Was the water hose out?
Obviously, in the video, but I don't specifically remember that, but I can look in that video and see it.
Right.
But that's not something that I noticed.
So, but you've seen it in the video here?
Yes, sir.
Right, okay. And then the two dogs were out?
Absolutely. Bubba and Grady.
Okay. And then you head back. How did you get back to the house?
The same route. I mean, the same route I'd come on. I came down the driveway, made a left on, you saw my route in the car. I drove that same route.
My question was, obviously wasn't clear enough. What, were you in a vehicle? You walked? What mode of transportation did you use to get back to the house?
Same way I came. I went back in the golf cart. And it was the golf cart, if you remember, that Mark Ball testified that he saw where we normally would park it. You pull up, pull along the front entrance, and either you'd come in from the left and you'd go just past it and be on the right, or you'd come in from the right and you'd be just past it on the left. And that's where I got in it, and that's where I put it back.
Did you do anything else before leaving after you took the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
No.
We've heard about Bubba being stubborn. How long did it take you to get chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Well, Bubba could be stubborn, but Bubba would listen to me. And another thing, when Bubba had on that collar, one of the other features of that collar was...
What did Bubba have on the collar, or was it Grady?
Bubba had on the collar.
Bubba had the collar.
I know Bubba had a collar on, and I'm not sure about Grady.
Okay, go ahead.
If I misspoke on that, there's no question about it. Bubba had on a collar. I assume Grady did too, but I didn't, even though I saw Grady, I didn't notice for a fact that Grady had on a collar.
Okay.
But he probably did.
So...
Makes sense to me that he did.
How long did it take to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
It didn't take long. Number one, Bubba's coming back there to show me, hey, I caught this chicken. So he's not running from me. He's proud of that fact that he caught this chicken. So, I mean, he comes right up to me. Bubba was really strong, but, you know, you take your thumb when the dog's clenched and his mouth's a little bit open, all you do is you take your thumb and you push his gum in really tight against those sharp teeth, and his mouth opens right up. Took the chicken out and put it on, I believe, the portable dog kennel.
And then left?
And then I left.
Then leave, okay. And did you go back to the house?
I went straight back. to the house, to the air conditioner.
And what'd you do when you got back to the house?
I lay down on the couch.
And then what? Well, was the TV on when you went back?
Yeah, the TV never got cut off.
So you went back to the house, you laid down on the couch, and then what happened next?
I'm not positive I dozed off for a minute or didn't doze off for a minute, but I got up off of the couch, and I made up my mind I was going to visit my mom.
Had you spoken to Barbara Mixon earlier in the day?
I did. I
And,
talked to Barbara most days. If I didn't see her, I talked to her.
and what was your understanding of your mother's condition late on the afternoon of the 7th?
She was agitated, which she got agitated when my dad, we were putting my dad in the hospital. He had a lot, over the 18 months, 2 years. My dad was in the hospital. He was in the hospital a lot. And my mom, I believe my mom knew when my dad wasn't there because, she would get agitated. That's just the only term you can think of. She'd get agitated. She'd cry a lot. She'd be fussy when she normally wouldn't be fussy. I know Alzheimer's patients are unpredictable, but I'm convinced she knew because it happened frequently. And Barbara Ann told me, your mom's agitated, you need to check on her. I gave her medicine, she's resting. So it wasn't anything urgent, but she's resting. So what Barbara would do, and Barbara could handle her better than, my mama. We all love Barbara. My mama loved Barbara. Barbara could get my mom to do things that nobody else, when she'd fuss for anybody else, including me or my brothers or my sisters, Barbara could get her, in order. And, but Barbara had given her medicine and to settle her down and calm her down. And that would sometimes make her go to sleep for a little while. But then she'd be agitated when she woke up.
So did you go check on your mom?
I did.
Where did you park when you got there?
You saw the pictures. There's 2 exits off of that deck. One of them to the right, one of them straight out that back door. I would have parked to the left. If you're coming down these steps, if these are the steps, it would be to the left and back over there.
All right.
Which is where I always parked, or where we always parked, anytime you were going in that entrance.
All right, I'm going to stop there and ask Doug, if you don't mind pulling up State's Exhibit 524, which is the GM OnStar data, and slide 38, which is in evidence. Can you see this the slide with those dots?
Yes, sir.
Alec?
I can.
And the red dots here at the that seem to be joined. Where is that in relation to your parents' house?
Where the arrow is?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's back in the area where I'm talking about. All right, so if you look in this picture, all right, you see the you see the open area with the green grass? That's the front door. Okay, yeah, right where that circle is. That's the front door. If you look closely at the house, you can see a big dormer right in the middle of the roof. That's right over the front door. The white thing to the left of the house, that's like a parking pad where the driveway ends. And there's a parking pad. So you go, if you follow the driveway all the way to the house, you're gonna run straight into a carport, all right, by the carport door. Just to the left, before you get to the carport, is this area that you can see here. That's part driveway, mainly parking pad.
All right, I'm gonna, Doug, if you'll pull up Defendant's Exhibit 130, which is in evidence, please, sir.
Yeah.
And from this photo, can you point out roughly where you parked that evening?
All right, this is the entrance to the right that I'm talking about. There's an exit and an entrance right in front of that door that you see there. So if you came down those steps, walk to your left, would be down there would be where I parked.
Oh, would you have parked on the grass?
You get on the edge of the grass back there. There's some grass there for sure, but it's not the area up here by the house where it's sodded and
Sure.
this grass that you can really see in this picture. So it may be on the edge of the grass, yes.
In relation to the satellite dish, are you looking at this photo, are you to the right of that?
Yeah, you'd be to the right of that satellite dish,
Okay.
yes.
And
I believe
was-
that satellite dish is right on the edge of the, there's a hedge, and like, you see the, I don't know what you call it, a border, like a border where the grass ends and the flower bed or whatever it is starts.
Right.
I think, you can't see it, but I think that satellite's probably close to that border.
All right, well, let's,
So it'd be to the
Let's pull
right of
another-
that in this picture.
Doug, will you pull up a Defendant's Exhibit 134, see if this is a... So
Yeah.
is the door that you're talking about?
That's it.
The stairs that, are those the ones where you would enter?
Right. These are the steps that I used that night that we always used. And one of the reasons being is my dad, this door goes into what we call the breakfast room. The breakfast room leads right into the kitchen. And so straight through this door, all of the breakfast room is kind of to the left. That door goes straight through another doorway. There's no door there, but it's like just an opening. It goes into the kitchen. Immediately to your right of that entrance into the kitchen is the entrance into where my mom and dad's rooms were. So if you went through that door, you were in a little area that had my mom's closet, my dad's closet. A little bit further, you go into my mom's bedroom. If you went to the right, you would go, my dad and my mom didn't sleep in the same room at this point, but their bedrooms were, they were back to back. There was a door going from one to the other that was blocked, but it was there, and then there was a bathroom. So this is really the part of the house that at their age was getting used. So that's why you went in this entrance, because my mom and whoever was caring for her was always in her bedroom, which would be just on the other side of the room that has these windows that you see to the right. All right, those would be the windows for the room where my dad slept.
Right.
And then my mom's right on the other side. The kitchen's right there. This is the part of the house they were always in.
And are you the only one that would pull up in the back like that?
No.
Is it common for your brothers and your sister to do the same?
Oh, we all did it. I mean, we all parked in the same way. If you knew you were going to the front of the house, or if you knew there was a crowd there, or for whatever, you may park on the driveway, but if you knew under normal circumstances, my dad always stayed in the breakfast room where he had a recliner and a TV. That's where my dad always was. My dad you would never go catch him sitting in the den up front or in a living room. He just wasn't up there. He was in this room watching TV, or either he was on this back deck. And my mom was either in her room, which was just off of that, or she might be in the kitchen or the breakfast room.
And when you got to the house, who was there? Your mother's house on the night of June 7th.
My mom was there, and Shelley Smith was there.
And what did you do when you got there?
The first thing I did was I tried to I knocked on the door. The door was locked. I knocked on the door. Shelley didn't hear me.
And then what'd you do next?
I called.
Called what?
I called my mom's house to let Shelley know I was there. Please come let me in.
Okay. And is that the house phone that's been referred to?
Yes,
Okay. And did she let you in?
sure.
And then what happened next?
I went in and I visited with my mom. I mean, you want me to go into detail on that?
Well, just briefly. Yeah, what'd you do?
I went in the house. In my mom's bedroom, my mom had a bed that was where she slept in normal times. It was like, a bed with, the poles coming out of the corner, a poster bed that coming out of the corners. And she had a bed like that where she slept, but she didn't sleep there anymore. But it was in the room. It was a hospital bed. So when you walked in the room, her bed was to the right. Against the wall to the left was a hospital bed, like a single bed, but a hospital bed, and a TV. And then there was a recliner where whoever was helping her would usually sit. So I went in and I sat down on my mom's hospital bed. And I just talked to her for a minute. My mom was awake, and I held her hand. And
What kind of condition was she in?
her condition was not good at any time, but given her overall condition, she seemed to be doing pretty well. I mean, she wasn't agitated like I thought she would be, or like I was worried she would be, or like Barbara had described her at that point. So she wasn't agitated, and I just talked to her. Anytime we talked to my mom, we always tried to be real positive and, upbeat and just, and I just talked to her. I just talked to her, made sure she was okay.
Did you stay seated on the side of her hospital-style bed, or did you move around?
I stayed there for a few minutes. I stayed there and I talked to her more than just a few seconds. Right. And then, but I didn't stay there. She did look tired. So I got up and I went and I think I sat on my mom's bed for a minute to start with, and then I laid down on my mom's bed, which is, that's what I normally did when I went in there. There wasn't like a lot of chairs to sit in, and I just laid back on the bed.
Now, when
talked to Shelley, and we watched TV.
Now, when you're talking about your mom's bed, are you referring to her regular bed?
That's right. Not her hospital bed, not the bed she was in, but her bed, the one I was talking about with like posts.
Right. Let me skip something. Was Maggie planning to go over to your mother's with you that night?
No, she wasn't planning to go with me that night.
Okay.
No, in fact, Maggie didn't really like to visit my mom. She loved to visit my dad, and she loved to spend time with my dad. And she spent a lot of time with my mom when my mom was healthy. But, by this point, my mom, she was a shell. She was a shell of her old self. And it was kind of sad to go and visit her anytime. She wasn't healthy. And Maggie didn't like to go and just visit my mom.
When you left Moselle to head to Almeda the evening after you'd gone back to the house at Moselle,
Say that again, Jim?
What exit did you use of the Moselle property when you're going to Almeda on the evening of June 7th?
I went out the main gates, which would be straight ahead. You've heard of the two gates. There's the shop entrance, There's actually several entrances, but the main ones we used, there was an entrance by the Dove Field, there was an entrance further down by Sawtooth Oaks, but the main ones we used were the shop entrance and what we call the main entrance, where the brick gates were.
Did you go, why didn't you go by the kennels on your way out?
There wasn't a reason to go by the kennels at that point, and I was going to Alameda, which the main gate would be the gates that were closer.
Did you notify Maggie in some form that you were leaving to go to see your mom?
I tried to call her.
And did she answer?
No.
And what'd you do after that?
I think I tried to call her again.
And did she answer?
No, she didn't answer. And at some point, I texted her after that.
Well, the fact that she didn't answer on 2 times, did that concern you?
At that time,
Right.
it didn't concern me at all. Number one, she was with Paw Paw. So, no, I mean, number two, I mean, it's not unusual to not be able to get somebody all the time when they're at the house or they're on the property. I mean, you've heard all the testimony about how spotty cell service was, so no, at the time, it didn't strike me as anything unusual.
Okay. Now, moving back to Alameda, you spent time with your mother, and then you left to head back to Moselle, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you drive straight back to Moselle?
I did.
Now, Alec, there's some information from the telemetry data off your Suburban and perhaps some of this OnStar GPS data that indicates that at some point in time in your mother's driveway, you stopped for about a minute. Do you recall seeing that data?
I did.
What were you doing when you stopped?
I
Do you recall?
I was getting my phone that, my phone had gotten, there was a console in the middle of my car, and my phone had gotten down in the console, between the console and the seat where you couldn't get to it.
Were you, during that minute or however long it was, were you disposing of murder weapons, Alec?
No.
Were you disposing of bloody clothes?
No.
And your ride back to Moselle, was it, were you driving faster than normal?
I was driving however I drive, normal way that I drive.
When you got back to the Moselle property, how did you enter the property? What entrance did you use?
Came right back through the main gate,
And what'd you do then?
went straight to the house.
And when you got to the house, what'd you do?
I went inside.
Were lights on when you pulled up? Or?
Lights were on in the house for sure. I can't remember if there were floodlights on or not. I don't believe there were any floodlights on, but there were definitely lights. All the lights in the house were on, yes.
And when you, how long did you stay inside the house, roughly?
Now that I've seen the benefit of these records, I was in there several minutes.
Obviously, I mean, were you surprised that Paul and Maggie had not made it back to the house?
You know, I don't know if surprised is the right word, but I mean, I thought they would have been back by then. You know, but I mean, did it cause me to go into any? It wasn't like I was shocked. But I mean, I thought they would be there. I mean, I distinctly remember you know, I went and looked. Sometimes I was very hot-natured. Number one, I was hot, I was heavy, and I was taking pills, so I was always hot. Maggie was always cold. Sometimes she would watch TV. We had a TV in the hunting room. You see on the wall there. Sometimes Maggie would be in there watching TV where she could have the thermostat different than we always kept it cold in the main part of the house. So I know I went in there and looked in there for her. It's not unusual for Maggie to be taking a bath and be not able to hear me. So I went back there and I know I did those two things and looked in those two places. And they weren't there. And so, you know, I knew they'd been at the kennels, and I assumed they were still up there.
So what'd you do?
I went to the kennels. I may have tried to call them. In fact, I probably did try to call them. I would think I called them. But as I sit here right now, I'm not positive, but I would think I did. Would think I tried to call them to see.
And Alec, did you drive down to the kennels in your Suburban?
I did.
What'd you see?
Saw what y'all have seen pictures of. So bad. Can I have some water? Yeah, I went to
Did you see them on the ground when you're pulling up in your Suburban?
I did.
And what'd you do when you came to a stop, Alec?
I think I jumped out of my car. I'm not exactly sure what I did, but no, I got out of my car. I know I ran back to my car, called 911. I called 911. I was on the phone with 911, and I was trying to tend to Pawpaw. I was trying to tend to Maggie. And I just went back and forth between them.
Were you going to Paul and Maggie while you were on the phone with the 911 operators?
Yes. Yes.
And in a little bit, I'm going to play the 911 tape, but I just want to ask you, and you've told law enforcement that's been played here in the court, what did you do when you went up to Paul at some point in time?
Hey, Paul. Paul was he was so bad. At some point, I know I tried to check him for a pulse. I know I tried to turn him over.
When you say you tried to turn him over, why were you trying to turn him over?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why I tried to turn him over. Me and my boys laying face down. And he's done the way he's done. His head was the way his head was. I could see his brain laying on the sidewalk. I didn't know what to do. I mean, I tried to turn him over. So I grabbed him by the belt loop and tried to turn him over. And when I did, his phone popped out. His phone popped out. And I just picked it up and I put it right back there.
Do you have any idea how it popped out?
I mean, I know it came out of his pocket when I pulled on his belt loop. When I pulled him to turn him over. And it just popped out. And I mean, it popped right beside him. It sat right beside him.
Were you able to turn Paul at all?
I mean, I didn't. I don't know if I was able to. I didn't turn him over, no. No.
What side of the, what side of Paul were you when you were doing this?
I was on the side that was away from, where my car was.
Okay.
I mean,
What'd you do with the phone?
I put it back on Pawpaw.
You know if you put it, you know which way it was pointing, upside down, downside, anyway?
Couldn't tell you anything about it. I know his phone popped out. I picked it up and I put it back on him.
Did you see any messages on Paul's phone?
No.
Did you go to Maggie?
Did.
Did you touch her?
I did.
Where did you touch Maggie?
I think I touched her down just around like, I don't know. If you ask me exactly, I think I touched her down around her waist, but I don't know. It was so bad. Excuse me. I mean, I know I went back and forth. I went back and forth between them. I know I did.
I'd like to play, Doug, the Colleton County portion of the 911 call, which is in evidence as Defendant's Exhibit Number 9. And Doug, this is the long version, the first clip, and stop it when I say stop it, please.
2021, 22 hours, 7 minutes, 9 seconds.
I'm still here, okay?
Colleton County Communications.
Congressman, I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line calling from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot.
Okay, and sir, give me the address again.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay, how did they shoot?
Alan, when you say I've been up to it now and it's bad, what are you referring to?
I'm talking about what I saw was what y'all saw pictures of. And I mean, it was bad. It was terrible. And when I first got there, I know I got out of the car. And I mean, I know I got out of the car. I mean, I knew. Got out of the car, but right at first, I didn't go. I don't think I went all the way to them. I think I ran back and that's when I called 911. And so I called 911, and while I was doing that, then is when I went to Maggie and I went to Paul. And so that's what I think I'm talking about.
Okay. Keep going, please.
Do it now, it's fast. Okay, how do they shoot? Do they shoot themselves? Oh, no, hell no. Okay, and are they breathing? No, ma'am. Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son? My wife and my son. Are they in a vehicle? No, ma'am, they're on the ground out at my kennel. Okay, and did you see anyone? He shot in the head, and he shot really bad. He shot it. Okay, where is he shot at? Ma'am, I don't know, but there's blood everywhere. I see his brain. Face down, I tried to turn her a little bit. She's got a hole in her head. Okay. Is he breathing at all? No. Is he? Okay. Do you see anything? Do you see anyone in the area? No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No. Is there any guns near them at all? No. There's here. What color is your house on the outside? If that's what you're asking, they didn't shoot themselves, ma'am. What?
Alec, right in there, you say the word here. What, are you calling anybody or anything?
No, I'm talking to that dispatcher.
And what did you mean when you said here?
If you listen to that call, one of the first things she asked me, one of the first things she asked me was, did they shoot themselves? And I knew there's no way. I mean, I knew they didn't shoot themselves. It wasn't a gun. They didn't shoot themselves. And she'd asked me that. And then she asked me another question, something about that. And you hear me say here, and then you hear thing talking. I'm telling her here, and then I say something, and then you hear me say, if that's what you're asking. And I'm letting her know they didn't shoot themselves. I'm saying here, and then I give her an explanation, which you can't hear on that phone, but it's obvious to me what I'm doing. And I say, if that's what you're asking me. So, like David Owens asked me on August 11th, did I call a dog or was I talking to somebody? There was no dog that was out, and there was nobody there.
Well, let's talk about that briefly. Well, when you got there and you saw Maggie and Paul, where were the dogs?
The dogs were in the kennels. Dogs were in the kennels. They were wherever they were when law enforcement got there.
And you've seen pictures, and they called Dale Davis to the stand and talk about the hose rolled up. Did you roll the hose up?
No.
Did you do anything down there at the kennels when you got there other than call 911 and attend to Maggie and Paul?
No, I do know that I was trying to find a flashlight. I was trying to find a gun. Other than those things, no, I didn't do anything at the kennel. I didn't do anything with any hose. I didn't do anything with any dogs.
Was there anybody with you?
No.
All right, keep going, please.
It's white. You can't see it from the road.
Okay, is it a house or a mobile home?
It's a house.
Okay, and what is your name?
My name is Alex Murdaugh.
Okay, did you hear anything, or did you come home and find out?
No, man, I've been gone. I just came back.
Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your house?
No, ma'am. Please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you.
Oh, man. Oh, should have known.
Alec, we just heard you say, "I should have known." What are you referring to?
I said, Paul, I should have known.
What were you referring to?
I was referring to Paul got so many threats. Didn't take serious. Think twice about. I'm just telling him, Paul, I should have known. I won't specifically remember saying that, but I can clearly hear myself say that.
What kind of threats did you understand Paul was receiving?
I mean, Paul got the most vile threats. I mean, the stuff that was on social media, I mean, it was, I mean, you couldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it. It was so over the top. Truthfully, we didn't think anything about it. I mean, it was just so crazy that, you know, I mean, people talking about what he was going to get and how they were going to do this and get him. And I mean, it's stuff you really, I mean, we disregarded it because it's so over the top. Thought it's so over the top.
Keep going, please, Doug.
Okay, what is her name?
Maggie and Paul.
Maggie is her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When's the last time you talked to Maggie?
Hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours ago.
What? Okay, you said about 2 hours ago you talked to them?
Approximately, yes, ma'am, approximately.
Well, you were asked the last time you saw them, and you said hour and a half, 2 hours ago, and then she followed up 2 hours ago. You just heard that?
I did hear that. And I said approximately to her question.
When was the last time you saw them, Maggie and Paul?
Right after I took the chicken from Bubba.
And the video we've seen is timestamp 8:44 p.m. Is that correct?
That's right.
So was it shortly after 8:44?
It was.
And
It wasn't long after that, because you can hear when Bubba gets the chicken, and it wasn't long after I took the chicken from him that I left.
and then you called 911. There are records of that, but do you remember roughly 9:07 or right before 9:07?
I mean, I've seen the records and seen the transcripts, yeah.
And then this is, and the records of this, but this is some minutes into the conversation with 911 operators, correct?
That's right. Like,
Knowing everything we know now, I mean, was it roughly an hour and a half the last time you saw him?
it was. That would, with the time of however long it took to get to this point, however many minutes that is 10:10 to 10, however many, you can look exactly and see what point this is and know what time it is, but it's between 10 and 10:15. And so I'd seen them around 8:45, a little bit after.
All right, please keep going.
What they were doing at all?
No, I talked to her in person.
You talked to her in person?
And please hurry.
But we're getting somebody out there too. Me asking you these questions, don't slow them down, okay? And you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot in the head, but what about your son?
Nobody. They're not. Neither one of them moving.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about
Did you go back to the house and get a gun?
I did.
And is this the gun that you got? And how did you load this gun? What did you load it with, if anything?
That was gun, as best I can remember. I believe I got that gun off the pool table where you heard there was some other gun. I think that gun was laying with that pool table. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure it was on that pool table. Would have been the first place I came to. I know I was grabbing the first gun I could get. I grabbed a handful of shells out of the that I could get my hands on. I know the gun had a shell in it that I loaded, and I know I had a few shells. So,
Have you seen in this case where there was a 16 gauge shell put in that gun?
I've seen in the records and I've seen and heard in the testimony that I put a 16 gauge shell in the gun.
Is that a 16 gauge shotgun?
It's not a 16 gauge shotgun. It's a
Why'd you
12
put
gauge.
a 16 gauge shell in it?
I obviously didn't realize what I was doing. I mean, I know you can't put a 16 gauge shell in a 12 gauge gun and not, I mean, I've been hunting my whole life. I know you can't do that. That's not a mistake I would have made. That's not a mistake I'd have made under any circumstances other than that night.
Why did you go back to the house to get a gun?
I just didn't know. I didn't know. I mean, you know, saw it. I don't know. I mean, it's just, I didn't know if somebody was still out there. I don't know. I guess I didn't know.
Please keep going.
And does anything look out of place?
ma'am, not particularly, really, no, ma'am.
Okay.
Go back to where he said he's going to my house to get a gun, just a few seconds back, 10 seconds maybe.
I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
Back up some more. Back up some more, please.
My house, just to get a gun, just in case.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about 100 yards from my house.
Al, you said you're about 100 yards from the house?
That's what I said.
Is it much further than that?
I mean, as you've heard in the testimony, it's 1,100 and something feet, but
Okay.
I said I was 100 yards.
You were wrong about your estimate?
I'm sure I was wrong.
Okay. Keep going.
And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
I will not do that. He's been being threatened by, my son had a boat wreck. He's been being threatened for months and months and months. He's been hit several times, and he should finally quit.
Do you know who was threatening your son?
It's too many people. Over the phone. One second.
And you don't know the name of who was threatening him at all?
My son knows. My son knows.
Your son knows who was threatening him?
I have another son now.
Okay.
All right, I'm going back down there.
All right. Roll to the next tape of the same call.
2021, 22 hours, 13 minutes, 58 seconds.
Are they close, ma'am?
Yeah, they've been around with you ever since you got on the phone with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you.
This is a whole bloody phone.
Okay, can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdaugh, and turn on the flashers on your car so that way they can see where the kennels are? Do you have your flashes on for me, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
I already touched them trying to get to see if they were breathing.
Now, Alec, that second clip starts at 22:13, 10:13, 58, and you're asked, you're told don't touch them. Had you touched them by then?
Yes,
And that way you told the 911 operator.
it is.
And, can you say exactly during that 6-7 minutes when you actually touched them?
I know I touched Maggie. I touched Maggie several times, but I mean, I think I didn't. I don't think I touched Pawpaw, but 2 times.
Did you touch one or both of them before you got in the car and drove back to the house?
Yes. Yeah.
One or both? Do you know?
Both.
All right, keep going, please.
Okay. Well, I just don't want you to move anything just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay? Okay. And did your son, I know you said that he had been threatened, did your son make reports of this at all?
Yes, ma'am.
He did.
Al, you informed the 911 operator that Paul had made reports of these threats. What are you referring to?
I mean, I just know that it had been reported. I don't know that. I mean, I don't believe there was any like formal police reports or that type of thing. But I mean, it had been reported, and I mean, it was well known.
Okay. So, were you saying he had filed some official report when you said yes?
No, I never thought there was a police report or some formal report like that. No.
Do you know whether or not he made some type of report on campus?
Oh, I know he did.
What do you know?
I mean, I know that there was a time when he was asked to come meet with, God, I can't even remember the gentleman's name now, but I appreciated it so much that I never thought I'd forget it, but
Part of student counseling service?
yeah, he was the dean of students. But anyway, he reached out to Pawpaw and wanted to talk to him. And I mean, at first we were concerned, you know, why they want to talk to him? And I mean, even I believe I had Paul come talk to you about that because we were concerned. Well, what are they going to talk to him about? But when Paul and Jim got there, it turns out that it was really just I mean, they were wanting to make sure he was okay. But, you know, just make sure he was okay. And I know that, you know, they were aware of the threats or some level of threats. And so, yeah, I mean, it had already been reported to them.
Keep going, Doug.
And what's your son's name?
Paul.
Paul?
Ma'am, I'm going to call. I need to call some of my family.
Okay. Well, do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer or the medics, because they're all coming to you, can you put your gun in your vehicle for me?
Absolutely.
Okay. But we have them come in, turn on the flashes on your vehicle so they can see you, okay? You got the flashes on for me?
I did.
Okay. All right. Just, whenever you see them, put your gun up for me, okay?
Okay.
How old is your son?
22.
Okay. All right. We're getting them out there to you, okay? All right.
So, Alec, did you call family after you got off the call with the operator?
Yes.
Who'd you call?
I know I called my brother Randy. I know I called my brother John, and I know I tried to call Roro. Well, Roro's not family, but I called Randy and John. And I called Randy and John.
And then you just mentioned Rodo? You mean?
Rogan. We called him Roro. I called him Roro.
Why did you try to call Rogan?
I mean, Rogan's house was like, I don't know, as the crow flies, maybe 2.5 miles, 3 miles. I mean, Rogan was like family.
Did you think he was the closest person?
Yeah, I just wanted somebody. I wanted somebody to be out there.
Had you seen Rogan's name on Paul's phone in any way that night?
No.
You called, did Rogan answer?
No.
Did you try him multiple times?
Looking at these records, I believe that I did, but I believe some of those are like the FaceTime calls that are to Rogan. I mean, I'm trying to call him, but I don't believe that was me, actually. I didn't FaceTime. I mean, I didn't FaceTime people. So I think that's either me trying to call him and hitting FaceTime, or that's me hitting buttons or hitting the phone.
In the State's Exhibit 519, which is the condensed timeline done by Agent Rudovsky, there's an indication, Alec, that at 10:22:09, you opened a group text message from Michael Gunn stating, "She brought the heat from Miami boys." Were you reading text messages from Michael Gunn right after you got off with the 911 operator?
I heard them ask that question. I can promise you I wasn't reading any text messages.
There's also an entry, Alec, that says at 10:40 p.m. that you did a Google search or a Safari browser search for Whaley's at Edisto while your wife and son are laying dead on the ground. Did you do that?
No. Whaley's is a restaurant at Edisto that we ate at a lot of times. We got takeout from a lot of times, so I'm assuming it was in my search history, pulling up the restaurant, and I obviously was trying to call people or dialing, and I hit that. I wasn't doing any Google searches.
And is one of the persons that you dialed that night a wedding photographer?
It's a guy named Brian White. I saw that on the call log. Brian White's a guy who was in my, contacts, that is a videographer that I've used in cases. I haven't used him in 2 years. And he's a good guy, but we're not personal friends, so I certainly wasn't calling him.
So were you, what does that indicate to you, that those actions on your phone, how do you account for that?
Obviously, they're unintentional. I mean, I'm doing something with my phone trying to call people, but I'm not trying to call those people. I'm not doing a Google search for any Whaley's restaurant, and I'm certainly not reading any text.
I want to ask you,
Go to the jury room for a break of about 10 minutes. Please do not discuss the case. You'll stay put, Mr. Murdaugh.
I'm surprised they're taking a break right now. I thought they would have, waited till lunchtime. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's funny because I'm running a Facebook ad for this, and it's funny. Some people are like talking about the price. Like one person was like $250 plus free shipping. Hold on, sorry.
We'll take a 10-minute recess. You may step down. Not discuss your testimony.
Yeah, it's people complain about everything. That's a thing. And it sucks too, because that person probably, well, yeah, it doesn't say the price on the ad. So that means they went to the website, saw the price, then went back and made the comment. But I'm gonna try to reply to as many of the comments as I can to see if that helps engagement, to try to get my money's worth from the Facebook ads. But anyway, I do have an update for you guys. I have a dentist appointment next week, and it's like a planning appointment. So sometime after that, there may be a few weeks where I do not do, where my show and my podcast and my videos turn to be audio only for a little bit, because I'm not going to do a show if I have temporarily have an effed up grill. You know what I'm saying? So just, I don't know yet. My dentist appointment to figure out all that whole stuff is next week, but that's one of the issues. Because basically what happened was I had this really bad sinus thing, and by the way, feel much better today, and it's breaking up because every now and then I do this god-awful sneeze, and don't worry, I'll do this like real quick if it happens, because and just more stuff comes out than you could ever imagine. But it's weird because I don't have a runny nose, you know? So it's just odd. But last night was the last night, hopefully I'm sleeping on the couch, and I screwed up, and in my sleep I grinded my teeth, and I caught a tooth on that side, and I effed up my mouth pretty bad. So it doesn't hurt, but now that tooth is loose, which is not a good thing, considering half of the teeth in my face are fake anyway. You know, they're either implants or veneers or, you know, crowns or bridges. So, yeah, I've decided that I'll just go again and get, you know, more. That's a thing that I never understood. Like, everyone wants to complain about health insurance and how much health stuff costs. How come nobody really complains about dental work and just how expensive dental work is? Dental work is insane. I think probably already in my mouth, I have about $18,000 worth of work on my teeth over the past years. And I know 3 years ago or 4 years ago, my wife and I spent about $7,000 on a bridge on this side of my mouth and all that stuff. It just sucks. But I don't know. So basically what I think they're going to have to do is, my guess is that tooth, the one that's a little bit loose now, granted no pain, knock on wood, but the one that's a little loose is probably going to have to come out because it's not supposed to be loose. And then I'm going to try to get them to do a core buildup on the tooth back here, and then do a bridge to the canine tooth, and then do that one. And if that doesn't work, I don't know what the hell I'm going to have to. Partial denture on the top, just like the bottom. I don't know. Unbelievable. It's just crazy. But I was yesterday looking at, because I'm like, how could I, you know, obviously I'm not going to do a show if I'm missing a tooth in the front, but I was like, how could I like do a show? Wow. And then so I started looking up these pop-in veneers is what they're called. And then I got carried away and I started looking up metal grills. And then I was like, man, I could get a custom grill made for like $700 and have like a gold grill, bro, top and bottom. I'm just saying. Robin said, just asking what coffee club has to get your name on the bottom. It started off being the main, you know, coffee club, the monthly one, which is right there. You could do it. You'll see it when you go to Pure Truth Coffee, you'll see the coffee club. But now essentially, if you order any coffee on a subscription, you're in the coffee club. It's easier for me to do it that way. But yeah, there you go. Just do your shows without the teeth and title them Billy Bob Edition, right? Yeah. And I know what it is too. So a while ago, they had to remove the tooth that's next to the canine. That one's out. And so what happened is the canine one moved back just a little bit and gave that one room. And so now there's a gap there, and it's never been there before. So, but yeah. But yeah, I was like, a grill would be good, right? Because everyone always thinks I'm loaded anyway. Just to do a show with a grill every day. I'm looking at myself now. I think, especially with the long beard and all that, all gold teeth, that'd be pretty badass. I could do what Rihanna did and get a little cross in between my two front teeth. It's funny. Do a show, green screen, and use Angry Turnip. Yeah, there's a lot of options, but someone said you're removing one tooth at a time here. Yeah, it sucks, man. I hate tooth issues. It's 2:30. I wonder why. Why did this one? Why did that? What happened to my fancy overlay that I made, and why is this one showing? I'm kind of confused. There. I must have pressed the wrong button on accident. These guys are working on stuff right outside of here. They're doing like the foundation of the whole building. And someone said you're on the monthly one, but your name is not there. I know it's petty. Sorry. Yeah, I haven't updated it in a couple of days. I will. It takes a lot of time because then I have to go through and all that. I will. I think we're probably missing 4 or 5 names total off the coffee club. We have a lot of members, so. But Robin, I'll update it. Don't worry. But Patriot Operator said, I go into the dentist every 4 months. Your teeth are in great shape. Yeah. That's when I just made the appointment with the dentist. They're like, so when's the last time you've been to a dentist? And I said, when the dentist billed me $7,500 3 years ago. She's like, so you haven't been back in 3 years? And I'm like, nope. I got priorities. But this is why you have to go all the time. Whatever. Someone said, when I went to the dentist, he put all caps on my teeth. Now I can't stop shouting. Funny dude. Yeah, but that's what I'm going to see. I'm going to see if they can't do a bridge from this back tooth to the canine and then attach like the fake one. Because like on this side, I have bridges. You can't even tell. Like from essentially the canine all the way back is a bridge. You can't even tell. But sit further back, you won't even know. Or I'll just grow my mustache longer so it just carries over to like there. And then when I am like not doing a show, I'll just curl it up. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I got to get it fixed anyway. Because the grinding the teeth thing, I've been doing that since I was a kid when I sleep. And that's one of the reasons why I have so many issues. My son has it as well. And even the one that my older boy, because everyone in my house has really bad teeth. My wife, but they don't have cavities. I had cavities. They have like crooked teeth. So my wife has Invisaligns. My older son has Invisaligns. And the younger boy is 100% going to need Invisaligns. But you guys may remember just a couple of months ago, he had to have surgery to do dental work because he had such a massive amount of dental work. And they brush their teeth. We all brush our teeth. I brush my teeth more than most people do, but it's just bullshit. It's just bullshit. My teeth are bad. Kate said, Steve, email me with questions on dental. Sometimes dentists try to sell unnecessary solutions or more expensive. All right, this is what I want. I want, I'll give a dentist that wants to do implants on every single one of my teeth so I could have just a whole teeth full of implants, or do 2 implants and use those as the base of a bridge, and then do these 2 as a bridge and do a bridge here and on the top too. And then, I'll give you free advertising for life. How about that, Dennis? That's a deal. That's a deal. But Patriot Operator said, my orthodontist pieced out when he retired, bought a plane, and lives in a remote area in Alaska. Yeah. Eden's Vision said, I despise this man, but in all his heartless crimes, I don't believe he murdered his wife and son based on what has been brought into the trial alone. Yeah, I don't know. Someone said, don't you need 4 posts, top and bottom? Yeah, but you use the existing teeth as a post for the bridge. Do you know what I mean? So, because, no, you're talking about the, like, clip-in, like, denture things. The, what are they called? Ready in a day? Where they do implants. So that you would have an implant on the bottom, an implant in the back, implant on the top, implant there. And then the like, the fake teeth or whatever, screw into that. That would be crazy. I'm not doing that, though. Because my front teeth are okay. My bottom teeth are okay, too. It's just everything else. Someone said, what is a dental bridge? It's essentially, say you got a tooth here, and then you have no teeth because they had to be removed or whatever. So what they do is they shave these 2 tooth down, the 2 on the corner, to make it kind of look like a cone. And then they make what appears to be 4 teeth that are fake. It's just one solid piece. And then they use whatever dental glue or dental cement, and they attach it to the other ones. It's very scary looking. Like when they did this one on this side, I got a glimpse of it in the mirror when they were doing it, and it's crazy because they literally shave your tooth into like that. You know what I mean? So imagine a tooth is like this. They shave it into something like that. It's really gross. Someone said no on all 6 isn't removable. It's a bridge using implants, abutments as anchors. Clip and denture is different. Oh, okay. Bonnie said, try being over 60, never had a cavity a day of your life, and when you turn 55, all your freaking wisdom teeth the side and start coming in, and there's not enough room for 4 wisdom teeth. Yeah. Yeah, I hate dental issues. I had 2 wisdom teeth pulled without anything because I was like straight edge and didn't believe in drugs. I had 2 pulled that, and then and I've pulled out my own teeth too, and I've punched a dentist. So dentists don't really like me that much because Novocaine doesn't work. I've said this numerous times. Novocaine, morphine, those kind of things on my body for some reason, they don't work for me. So I remember one time I had an abscess on the roof of my mouth, and I went to the ER, and it was all up in my sinuses and everything. And I went to the ER, and it was like an MD/dentist, that worked in the ER. They called him in, and he's like, "All right, so we're gonna lance it," and then they could figure out what tooth it was. They're like, "We're gonna take out that tooth," and I'm like, "Okay." And he's like, "Oh, we're gonna give you Novocaine," and I'm like, "It doesn't work." And they're like, "We're gonna give you Novocaine." I'm like, "It doesn't work." We're going to give you Novocaine. I'm like, it doesn't work, but fine, go for it. And my wife is like, Novocaine doesn't work. Novocaine doesn't work. And, but yep. So they shot up all the Novocaine and all that. And he's like, all right, you should be numb now. So we're going to go in there and do it. And as soon as he made the incision, threw him across the room. And then you have this terrible amount of like pain / like I full on started crying. An adult, a big scary adult, full on in a hospital room, blood gushing out of my mouth. I stormed out of the room and I'm like, get me a real doctor. Blood coming, crying out my eyes. Yeah. Guess what ended up happening? Because they didn't listen to me. All right. I had to be hospitalized for 3 days. And then the dentist actually had to do all the work for free. Well, he didn't have to. I think I probably could have sued. So he did a bunch of dental work for free, the same dentist. But anyway, the hearing's back on.
Please be seated.
My wife, on the other hand, because it's still going to take them a while to get them all in here, because then the jury has to come in. But my wife, on the other hand, you know what she does? So when my kids were getting dental work, my wife passes out. That's why I have to take my kids to the dentist, because my wife passes out when she sees the blood from my children.
They bring the jury
All right, so now the jury's going to come in, and again, this is still the defense questioning Alex Murdaugh. Oh no, this is the prosecution? No, this is the defense questioning Alex Murdaugh because he has taken the stand in his own defense. The prosecution hasn't even begun their questioning yet. So I don't think he's doing a good job. Hey, here's everything I think you guys should do. I think you guys should go over here because remember, if we sell 6 of these things today, I'm going to give 1 away to a regular viewer. So just if we sell 6 of the ammo can or the coffee bug out bags, if we sell 6 of these during our pre-order today, I'm going to give 1 of them away completely to a random viewer. All right, I have ramen. I'm going to go eat my ramen. I'll be back.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Alec, you've talked about going to Paul's body and Maggie's body. Do you recall getting blood on you, on your hands, or any part of you?
Yes. I got
Do you know with whose blood you would have gotten on you?
I know I got blood on my fingertips.
Can you differentiate, whether it was Maggie or Paul?
It's probably both. Except with so much blood. But
There, turns out there was a drop of blood on the steering wheel of the Suburban. Do you know how that got there?
I mean, if it was fresh, I put it there. If it was not fresh, I mean, Maggie drove my car all the time, but I assume it got there from me touching Maggie and then touching the steering wheel that night.
And then I think maybe there's possibly blood on this gun, maybe not. I mean, do you know if you got transferred blood on anything else that night?
If Maggie's blood's on that gun, then I put it there. I mean, Maggie didn't really fool with guns other than to put them up.
There's, did you submit to a GSR examination that night?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, and that Brian Varnado testified about.
Where your hands were swabbed?
That's right.
And then your clothes were collected by, I don't know if it's Agent Owen or someone else?
That's correct.
And turns out there's some GSR on your shirt and on your shorts. And did you handle this gun? This is
Yes.
this is item 22 that.
Yes, I basically had that gun with me until I put it up against my car. When the police officer, I think it was Mr. Green, got there, I put it against my car.
And I think Nolan had testified that this is, one of the shotguns Paul liked to use.
It is.
Was he meticulous about cleaning his guns?
Pawpaw?
Yeah.
No. Now, when he cleaned it, he was meticulous about it, but it was far and few between when he actually cleaned them.
Your shirt went through testing and analysis, and you were part of this case, provided results of that, were you not?
Yes, sir. I mean, I wasn't provided at the time. I've seen them
Right.
seen all these records.
You, just let me ask you, did you get on your shirt high-velocity blood spatter from being within a distance of a shooting, Maggie or Paul?
There's no way that I had high-velocity blood spatter on me.
Had you seen reports that said that at one point in time?
I have seen reports that said that.
Just to be clear, were you anywhere in the vicinity when Paul and Maggie were shot?
I was nowhere near Paul and Maggie when they got shot.
After SLED collected your clothing that night at the main residence at Moselle, you remember changing in? You remember what you changed into?
Do I remember?
Yeah.
I know I changed clothes, and I've learned since then what I had on, but I don't.
You don't remember? Okay.
I don't remember that at all. But I understand I had on athletic shorts and a T-shirt.
Sure. And other people have talked about this. I'm not going to repeat it, but where did you spend the night, or where did you go to after leaving Moselle when you left for the evening?
We went to Alameda too. We went to my mom and dad's house, and we stayed there.
And who went with you?
I believe that Bus and Brooklyn and I rode together. John Marvin might have been with us. I know John Marvin stayed at Alameda with us. I just don't know if he rode in the same car we rode in. But I know I rode with Buster in Brooklyn. I know that for a fact.
And the next morning, what'd you do? And we're talking about daylight hours on June the 8th. What did you do?
And we basically got up and came back to Moselle.
Do you remember roughly what time you got to Moselle?
I don't remember. No, I don't remember what time. There's things I remember about that morning, but I don't remember exactly what time we left.
And Alec, we'll get to this in more detail, but during that period of time, is it hard to remember times, what time things started and stopped, and how long things took?
I mean, it's definitely hard to remember. Now, looking at these timelines and all these records, I mean, it sure helps, but to just do it off the top of my head is very difficult.
And we'll get to more of that. When you went back to Moselle on the morning of June the 8th, did you know whether you took a shower there, or took a shower at Alameda, or took a shower at all?
Now, I know we took a shower at Moselle. I did not take a shower before I left Alameda. We basically got up and went to Moselle. Maggie's mom and dad.
They were there?
They were coming. Tell them, see them. We got up, and we got up from Alameda, and we left, and we went to Moselle.
And do you know? Do you even recall SLED coming in and searching the house for anything on the 8th?
I knew that. I knew they were doing it. Yeah. I knew they were doing it. But I don't remember. I wasn't out in that gun room and see all that video and all that. But I knew SLED, was coming in there. I mean, we made the house available for them to come in there. So, I mean, I can't tell you details, but yeah, I remember it.
Did you at one point just tell SLED they had carte blanche to search anywhere, anytime?
I told SLED they could do anything, anywhere, anytime that they wanted to. Anything to do with me, my property, my cars. Even though I didn't own the cars, I would get my law firm owned the cars. I would have the people. They had full, whatever they wanted, they were welcome to.
And Did you have any discussions with David Owen or anybody at SLED about consenting to General Motors to get that off the car?
Every time that I talked to David Owens, I would ask him about getting OnStar data and GPS data from phones.
And why was it important to you to get OnStar data and GPS data from the phone?
To confirm where I was saying I went, what I did, GPS. You know, at that point in time, I knew that Maggie's phone had been taken, and I knew that my Suburban and my phone and Maggie's phone never crossed paths. And that was extremely important to me. And I asked him about it every single time we talked. Every single time.
And speaking of Maggie's phone, did you know her password to her phone?
Yes, I knew her password.
Did you know her password to her computer?
Yes.
Did she know your password?
Yes.
Okay. And when Maggie's phone was located on the side of the road, did you provide SLED the password to her phone?
I did. I think I actually provided it to John Marvin, who provided it to SLED, but I'm the one who gave it to him.
Right. And your knowledge, did Maggie's have these location services on her phone? She used them frequently.
All the time. One of Maggie's things that she liked to do was, there's that app called Find My Friends that you can see what other people are doing and they can see what you're doing. Maggie loved me, Bus, Pawpaw, Brooklyn, Grandma, Papa T, Marion, the three girls, Lizzie, and there were a few others, but the people that were closest to her, she had them all in her phone, and she loved to look at that phone and see where people are, and she'd love to surprise you. Like, let's say you're at Walmart, she looks on there, and she'd love to text you, get me a TV from Walmart or something, you know, like, because she follow you and see where you were. She used it all the time. And so, you know, I just knew that there would be GPS data on Maggie's phone.
Alec, when you're being interviewed on the night of June 7th and again on June the 10th, what was your understanding as to why they were interviewing you? Why were you being interviewed?
On
By
June the
SLED?
7th and June the 10th?
Yes, sir.
What's the question again?
What is his understanding of why SLED was interviewing him on the night of June the 7th and again on June the 10th?
And the basis for the objection?
401 and 402, Your Honor.
What do you mean?
Relevance, Your Honor. His understanding is not important. What he said is important, Your Honor.
Response.
Well, I can, it goes to his, you know, his follow, it goes to his state of mind. I mean, that's what it goes to.
Objection sustained.
Did, why was it important to you to be able to get data from the Suburban, data from your phone, and data from Maggie's phone?
I knew, at that point in time, I knew since I was the person who found Pawpaw and Mags that I was a suspect. I mean, they kept talking about this circle, but I mean, I knew that. It was very important for me to find that, to get that.
And what was your belief as to that information? What would it have done for you?
There's no question in there that it would demonstrate that I couldn't have done this.
And when was the data from General Motors off that Suburban finally obtained?
It was either this past Saturday or the Saturday before that, according to what was said in this courtroom.
During this trial?
Absolutely.
And to your knowledge, was GPS data ever able to be located off Maggie's phone?
No, I mean, not just to my knowledge, it was not able to be gotten. And, you know, the testimony was in here that it couldn't be gotten. It only went back to June the 9th. Everything before that was erased on Maggie's phone.
Now, when, starting June the 8th, when that Moselle, did a lot of people come to support you, be with you? On June the 8th?
On June the 8th?
Yes,
Like
sir.
the next day?
Right.
Yes, sir. A lot of people.
And you mentioned your Maggie's parents and family came as well?
Yes, sir.
From that moment, June 8th, when folks, family came and to Moselle and you met with them, were you left alone by any of your family members the rest of that week?
No, I mean, I was attached to Buster. At the hip. But, I mean.
And what
no,
happened on?
I wasn't.
And what happened on June the 10th? Besides being interviewed by SLED?
My dad died. My dad passed.
Where did you stay, and with whom did you stay on the night of June the 8th, the night of June the 9th, the night of June the 10th?
On the night of June, you asked me to start on the 8th?
The 8th, yes, sir.
All right, starting on the 8th, I stayed with Buster every night. I stayed with Buster, and as long as Brooklyn was there, I stayed with Buster in Brooklyn. But we stayed with, I'm pretty sure that's beginning on the 8th. I know the 7th we stayed at Alameda, and I believe on the 8th we started staying at John Marvin and Lizzie's at Greenfield.
And how far is Greenfield from Alameda?
As the crow flies, I mean, it's no distance. It's less than 5 minutes. It's probably few minutes away.
And who stayed there? Did John Marvin and his wife Liz stay there as well?
Yes, John and Lizzie. All right, John and Lizzie stayed there, and their kids, Bus and Brooklyn and I. I know Bubba and Maymay stayed there. Well, Lizzie's mom and daddy stayed there. And my daddy's best friend and his wife came in there. I believe they came before my daddy passed. I know they came after he passed and stayed there.
And how many nights do you recall staying there at Greenfield?
So I stayed at Greenfield. The 7th was a Monday. I stayed Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Greenfield. I know that for a fact.
And the Maggie and Paul's funeral was Saturday, is that right?
Now, I heard that in this courtroom say it was Saturday, but
Is it a memorial service?
nah, their funeral was on Friday.
Oh, it was on Friday.
I know that for a fact, too.
And then your father's funeral was on Sunday?
My father's funeral was on Sunday, and it was my was my father's funeral. I forget the term. But Sunday, I mean, that's when we put Papa and Max. That's when we buried him. We didn't bury him when we had the service on Friday, because I don't think they were done. But that's when we buried them, along with my dad, on Sunday.
And Alec, what'd you do with the following week, that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Starting when now?
So the day after your dad's funeral.
All right, Monday. I went to Grandma and Papa T's, Somerville.
At some point Monday?
In the afternoon. You mean what did I do when I got up that morning?
Where did you stay?
We stayed at Greenfield Sunday night. So we woke up at Greenfield on Monday.
So, and Sunday night you were with the same family members, your brother and Brooklyn and Buster and?
That's right.
Okay. And Liz?
And Lizzie and Lizzie's mom and dad. And I believe Donnie and Paula were still there, but I can't remember when they left.
And then you went to Somerville with whom?
I believe I went to Somerville by myself, but I know Buster in the car by myself. I can't remember if Buster and I rode together, but I think we might have had separate cars. We probably did ride together that first day. I don't remember, but I know I went to Somerville and Buster was in Somerville with me, with Grandma and Papa T.
And Somerville is where Maggie's parents live?
That's right. That's Maggie's mom and dad. Maggie's mom is Grandma, and Maggie's dad's Papa T.
And did you stay with them for a few days? In Somerville?
I stayed with them longer. In Somerville, yeah, I stayed with them. We stayed in Somerville Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and then we went to Greenville.
Okay. And what was in Greenville?
My niece. That was she was having a baby, and Maggie had just been. She's just been so excited. So she's just so proud of those girls. She was so excited about the baby. And so the baby being born just became such a big deal to me.
So was the baby born?
Yeah.
Okay. And you went up?
Baby was born. Beautiful little baby girl. Beautiful little mom.
And then did you go up to the lake after that?
We did. Well, I mean, we stayed at this lake, Kiowee, that y'all heard about, is really close to Greenville. And so when I say we went to Greenville, we really went to Lake Kiowee. But we went up there because, you know, when she had the baby, I want to say the baby might have gotten born shortly after we got there, like Thursday, but I think it was Saturday before we could go and see them and see my niece and see the baby. So, you know, I mean, that's where we went, was to Lake Kiowee.
All right.
But they live in Greenville.
On the morning of June 16th, think that was that Wednesday. I think that's a Wednesday. Where'd you wake up?
Somerville.
Did you ever go to Alameda on that day?
On Wednesday,
Yes, sir.
I don't believe so.
Did you go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning on the?
I know for a fact that I didn't go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning. I was in Somerville. I didn't go to Alameda at any point early in the morning. I was in Somerville, and I'm not positive about this, but I know those. I know they did I know in some of those records they have. It was sometime before I left Somerville.
Did you ever take during that week, let's just start with that week following your dad's funeral, did you ever take a tarp into the house at Alameda? A tarp, a blue tarp?
The week following my dad's funeral?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not.
There's been, I don't know where it is in any of these boxes, but this blue rain jacket. Have you ever seen that before?
Never seen it before, never touched it, and don't know anything about it.
Did you ever remember taking a tarp at any point in time over to the house at Alameda?
No, I don't remember it. I don't remember taking a tarp over there, but, you know, I mean, Shelley's got something in her mind about that, and there may have been some point, but I certainly don't remember it, and it certainly wasn't any time around my dad's funeral or the weeks following.
I think we talked briefly about your recollection of times, and
Okay.
and I just want to play Doug from State's Exhibit 517, which is the August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds. You can pull that clip up, and I want you to listen to this, Alan.
Okay. Tell me again what it is.
It's August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds.
All right.
Can you go to 5 minutes and 52 seconds?
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We have been.
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We had been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably.
Okay.
10 o'clock maybe at the latest.
Okay.
Something like that.
Al, on this tape, were you being asked when you went to work on the 7th?
Yes.
And you said 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning?
And then I think it said 10 o'clock at the latest.
Is that correct?
No, it wasn't.
Now you've seen all these records, what does it look like, what time you went to work on the 7th?
A little afternoon.
All right. If we'll go to the Doug State's Exhibit 243, which is the June 10 interview.
You know, Mr. Griffin, on that same date, though, I also, if you play that thing, and I don't know if it's right then, but if you play that further, I also told him the best way to see exactly when I went in that door is to go and get my information from my law firm. And I told them that we have a, how things are electronic now, where you don't have a key, you have a key card. And you have a key card in your wallet. And so you use it, it creates like all this other stuff, a digital footprint. And I told David Owens that he could go get it from my office.
And was that a common response of yours when you were asked about specific times, that you would give them your best estimate, but you would point them to where they could find the most accurate data?
Yes, sir.
You did that more than once?
Yes, sir.
So if we've got the June 10th interview, which is State's Exhibit 243, and Doug, I'd like to go to 9 minutes and 59 seconds. And here you're being asked, when did Paul arrive at Moselle?
Roughly what time in the afternoon?
I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when we were, it wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
And we rode, we just rode around. We rode around.
So did you tell him on June 10th that Paul got there at 5 o'clock time period?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I obviously did.
And was that incorrect?
Yes, sir. It was incorrect.
Okay. And what time did you, looking at the records now, what time did it look like Paul actually got there?
And looking at the records, it's clear that he got there sometime around 7 o'clock.
Did at some point in time you have a conversation with Shelley Smith about, how long you were over at Alameda on the night of June the 7th? Do you remember?
I don't distinctly remember having a conversation with her about how long I was over there, but I know that I told Shelley Smith that SLED was going to come and talk to her, and that I'd appreciate it if she would talk to them, and that she just needed to tell them the truth.
And did you take extra care not to talk to people that you knew SLED would be talking to?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
After this boat wreck that you've heard so much talk about in this courtroom, there were social media, newspaper. It went deeper than that, but there was so much talk about how I, fixed witnesses and structured the investigation, just things that were totally false, that were absolutely baseless, but it was said repeatedly, and it was reported repeatedly how I'd done this and with this witness and influenced this police officer and all these things. So I wasn't taking any chances.
I want to ask you about, you can take that down, Doug. Thank you. Ask you about the August 11th interview with David Owen at the SLED office in, I think, here in Walterboro. Do you remember that?
August 11th, absolutely.
Had you requested that meeting?
I've been requesting, what I'd really been requesting is some information. I've been begging David Owens to come meet with me, and specifically I wanted Grandma, Papa T. There were so many questions that I couldn't answer. And I've been begging him to meet with me and to meet with Grandma and Papa T. I've been begging him for weeks and weeks.
And did, when you went into the meeting on August 11th, did you think that's what it was for, to give you an update?
Yes.
And at the conclusion of the meeting, they let you know that you're their prime suspect.
What was said.
Mr. Griffin?
I'll rephrase it. By the conclusion of the meeting, did they make it known to you that you were suspect?
Oh, there's no question about that. Absolutely. Now, he used a lot of, I mean, you hear it talk about how I'm in this circle and he can't get me out and this and that, but there's no doubt in my mind. There was no question in my mind what was going on.
And during that meeting, did they show you the Snapchat video of you trying to stand up the fruit tree?
Yes.
And were you questioned about what clothing you were wearing?
And I can't remember this. I can't remember if he showed me the whole video or he showed me a picture of it. But I was definitely showed that information. I was definitely shown those clothes in that meeting on August the 11th.
And what clothes were you wearing?
The same ones you see in.
And do you remember what kind of pants?
It was khaki pants.
And what kind of shirt?
It's a button-down, short-sleeve button-down. I call it a dress shirt, but a short-sleeve button-down dress shirt.
Like a shirt you got there, but just short
Just
sleeve?
like this, but short-sleeve, and it was colored.
And it was, what color was it?
Blue. Blue with some blue stripes.
And were you questioned about when you changed out of those clothes?
I was.
And did you have a follow-up? Did you have a conversation after that meeting with SLED with Blanca about what you were wearing that day?
Absolutely.
And what was the purpose of the conversation with Blanca?
Well, they had made an issue about that in that meeting, and I asked Blanca about those clothes that I had on earlier that day.
Did you ask her specifically about the blue shirt?
I asked her specifically about all the clothes.
Okay.
What I asked Blanca about specifically was, did she remember getting my clothes after she came back? When she came back to Moselle, did she remember getting my clothes? Is specifically what I asked her.
I see. And why were you asking her those questions?
Because on August the 11th, they had made an issue about me still wearing those clothes, not having changed clothes when I was in that Snapchat video. So that's why I went to Blanca.
Did they ever ask you on August the 11th whether, they ask you for those clothes? Can you produce the clothes? Did they ask you that?
No, they didn't.
Have they ever asked you for those clothes?
No. As far as my understanding goes, my clothes were never an issue in this case until y'all figured out, as my lawyers figured out, that there was no blood spatter on me.
Sir?
Is that objection, Your Honor?
Reasons for the objection.
401, 402, and beyond in speculation, Your Honor.
Mr. Griffin?
It's a matter of public record. It's a matter of public record.
What is?
The issues with the shirt and the blood test
It's a matter of public record.
filed in this case, yes, sir.
The objection is overruled.
I'm well aware that my clothes never became an issue in this case until my lawyers proved that this blood spatter that they said I had on my shirt from my wife and my son was a lie, and that there was no blood on my shirt. And once they filed the documents and they proved that that was a lie, all of a sudden, the clothes I was wearing back on that day became an issue. And that's in the weeks leading up to this trial.
Now, Alec, after the Maggie and Paul were murdered on June 7th and 8th. Where did you stay and where did you keep clothes?
All right. Say that again, please.
Where were you staying overnight? Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever spend another night at Moselle after June 7th?
I never spent another night at Moselle.
Why not?
Could've. Didn't want to.
Okay. Where were you staying? When we talked about the days and weeks, the week afterwards, but where were you staying? When you got back from the lake, Kiowee and Greenville?
I stayed, all right, so when I got back from Greenville, so
Yes.
that would be so the first week, up until my dad's funeral, then, all right, so that'd be the second week. All right, so after I know Buster and I stayed with Grandma and Papa T as much as I could. You know, I stayed with, I stayed with my brother Randy a lot. I stayed with my brother John a lot. Bus and I stayed at Edisto a little bit. But at the beginning, I really stayed with either my brother Randy and his wife Christy, or I stayed with my brother John and his wife Lizzie. And basically at that time, Buster worked for Wild Wing at that time, and they had been so kind to him and they let him be off just for a ridiculous amount of time. They were so good to him. So he stayed with me. When he had to go back to work, he would stay at my brother John and Lizzie's because it was close. So I would stay with Randy and Christy in Hampton. When Buster was there, I would almost always go to John and Lizzie's when Buster was there. I would go to John and Lizzie sometimes when Buster wasn't there. But Johnny Parker, one of my partners, had a guest house his mother-in-law had lived in when she was sick. That's really, it's right at the foot of Randy's drive. It's 100 yards, 70 yards from Randy's house. And I was going to move into that house until we figured out where I could live. So I had clothes there. I had clothes at Randy's. I had clothes at John Marvin's. I had clothes at Chichesi, which is, I think you heard Buster talk about Chichesi's, like where we went to the river, and I had clothes there. I had clothes in Somerville. And I still had clothes at Moselle.
So your clothes. Yes, sir.
Last question.
No, this. So were your clothes spread out a lot of different places?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
We'll break for lunch and return in an hour and 15 minutes.
All right. Who's still with us? I kind of got sidetracked for a little bit. But yeah, I think Jen Psaki is going to be holding a live press conference here in a minute anyway. Or not Jen Psaki. Can you imagine if she came back? Karine Jean-Pierre should be holding a live press conference in a minute, and it's perfect timing. So we'll watch that during the commercial break, and then we'll switch back over.
Let's see, it's 1:25. What's that? 2:40? Recess till 2:40.
2:40? That's a long-ass lunch break. Sheesh, sheesh. Whatever the kids do. Don't they say that? Sheesh. Oh, this is one of those long-ass stream days. That's why I don't do the trials anymore. Because they are just very, very long days. Do you know what I mean? Robert P. really wants to get a free bag of coffee because he is leaving the reviews on the coffee companies. So, guys, one of the things that I said in the beginning, if you've ever ordered coffee from us and you want to leave a review, I'm going to pick reviews from today, one of each flavor that we have, and whoever I pick at random will get a free bag of coffee. So if you've ordered coffee from us ever, all you have to do is go and leave a review, and I'll tell you how it works. I'll tell you. I'll show. Matter of fact, let me show you real quick, and then we'll wait for the press briefing from Corinne Jean-Pierre. Corinne Jean-Pierre. Look, if you go over to our website, you're going to make sure you want to get this coffee bug out bag because we're giving away a free one to one lucky viewer if we sell 5 more of these today. So, I mean, get it. Anyway, but if you want to see, you go to Coffee Classics and say you've had the Awake Not Woke before, right? And you want the Awake Not Woke. And you want to leave a review. All you do is you click up here, go, boom, leave a review, write a review, bada boom. And then all you do, boom, type it in there. You type in your comment. If you've got a picture of the bag, like say you bought it and you want to do it, put a picture of the bag right here, put your name, your email is private, and you could use whatever name you want, right? And you could use whatever name you want. And see, we got all the reviews down. Her, up in her, up in her. You got to make me lose my cool up in this motherfucker. But yeah, you could do a lot more than that too. So you could go to the Awake Not Woke, but let's say, hey, listen, Steve, I ordered like 6 different types of coffee all at once. Well, you can go and leave reviews for every single blend that you've tried. Look at this. Who is this? BH. He put a picture in there with the mug, the flying. Oh, he's got the old flying high. Oh, he's got the old flat. Who is this? This must be Brad. Or no, this is, who is this? This must be Brad. I don't know who this is. But look at this. He put the old custom flag that we put in a long time ago, the original cups, the original bag of coffee too with the flying high. Woo-hoo, look at that label. That's not USDA compliant. Our new labels are. But yeah, check it. That's what these are, our new labels now. Check it out. Also, by the way, guys, if you didn't see this too, if you go back to Coffee and Classics and then scroll all the way down, because these are all of our roasts. Many of you guys are probably familiar with all of them except this one. This is a brand new one. It's 100% Arabica beans. They're the Colombia Supremo beans, which are 17 out of the 18th scale, 17 18ths scale. So they're the largest beans from Colombia. But it's a very, very, very good roast. It reminds me, because that's what I'm drinking today, actually. It reminds me a little bit of the Awake Not Woke, which you'd be surprised to learn that those are both Colombian Supremo beans, which are the larger coffee beans, which is why they're so good. But you may not have seen is that we also have our fiery but peaceful roast. Look at that. It's a picture from our Riot coverage. Isn't that dope? But we have the fiery but peaceful roast, which is available now. You can order it individually, which you haven't been able to do up until today. And if you guys got this in one of your patriotic As-F bundles, I know there wasn't a lot of you, maybe 20 or so, go ahead and leave a review. Talk about how great the coffee is. We still have some of these custom wood flags if you guys want to get those. But yeah, we got a bunch of stuff. Go over to the store. Get it now if you can. And because that would be helpful. Plus, you have a chance to win free coffee. So essentially, say you bought every single flavor of our coffee, go leave a real review for each individual flavor that you've done, and you have nine different chances, 10 different chances to actually win free bags of coffee. Because I'm gonna pick one for every single roast. Like for example, today we have We got 3 for the Italian roast, 1 for a French vanilla, 1 for a flying high. So we've got 5 total reviews, and as of right now, that means 1 person. Robert, if we don't have any other French vanilla or flying high reviews today, that means Robert's going to win. He's going to get 2 things of coffee. So, do it. Our French vanilla is really good. But I tell you what, the Fiery But Peaceful, which is a hot cinnamon flavor, smells so good. I think it smells even better than the French vanilla. And our French vanilla coffee smells really good. I tried the hazelnut. The hazelnut smells like hazelnut. Guess who doesn't like hazelnut? This guy. But I forgot to bring home coffee today, or yesterday. So we had to try the hazelnut that my wife was going to try to decide whether or not we're going to sell it in the store. She says it's good. To me, it didn't taste good because I don't like flavored coffee at all. But I carry it for you guys. So it looks like we're probably going to have hazelnut coffee here in the future too. But yeah, Jets Mess said, what's the strongest coffee? Probably the Italian roast is definitely the darkest and the strongest coffee. If you're talking about the most caffeine, the Flying High, because of the Robusta beans that we use. So that one has quite a bit more caffeine. Actually, it's about, for every cup of coffee that you have of Flying High, it's the equivalent of having 1.5 cups of like a Awake Not Woke or something like that, like a regular one. If you're talking about taste, I would say Italian roast is our darkest. French roast is very dark as well, but it's very good. And we also have the Victory or Death, which is a pretty dark roast as well. That's our 3 darkest, but the Italian roast is the darkest of the dark. Literally, it's about as the beans are about, before I grind them up, they're about as dark as this. Matter of fact,
Gavin Newsom drinks French Laundry Testernut coffee hot beverage.
What? Gavin Newsom drinks French Laundry tasty nut beverage. Gross. But yeah, if you guys leave reviews, it gives you a chance to win. And don't worry, I have a way of checking to see if you've actually bought coffee. So if you're leaving fake reviews, we're not going to do it. We're not going to leave them up. But also today, if you really, really wanted, while we're waiting for this press briefing to begin, it's a great time to remind you that our Patriotic as F bundles, these ammo can bundles, these are a good bundle. We're pushing the coffee bug out bags quite a bit because I already ordered all the bags and I ordered the coffee, so it's going to be more expensive because I already put out all that money for it. But however, if you guys wanted to get our Patriotic as F ammo can bundles, I believe everyone except Teresa has already got their bundles. So if you are safe to order a bundle now, if you had a previously existing one, you're safe to order a new bundle because you're going to get all new products in it, new books, new drinkware. How many of you guys like that whiskey glass? Because half of you got the Constitution, half of you got the Declaration of Independence on the whiskey glasses. How do you like them, huh? You like them? They were good. But yeah, but our Patriotic SF bundles are amazing. And now we're getting to the point where I ship the bundles out within 2 days. The shirts and the hoodies ship separately. Just so you know. White House press briefing is going to be starting. That's the audio you hear. But go over and order our Patriotic as F bundle now, okay? Maybe I'll throw a little something in there for anybody who orders one today. Maybe a little something. Who wants a little something? Order a Patriotic as F bundle today. Maybe I'll put a little something in there for you. Something. But, yeah, get up in there. And let's see who's going to buy the coffee bug out bags too. These things are amazing. We've already sold quite a bit. I think 20 of them, roughly. So we need to sell about 80 more. I'm a little nervous that I may have gotten a little too ambitious on this bag with all the custom stuff in it, but whatever. And if you buy one of these coffee bug out bags, this bad boy right there, which you can find under the bundles and right there at the top, it's a first bundle. If you get one of these bad boys, you see what it says right there? What's it say? Plus one random person will also receive a 27-inch Mac desktops like new condition. Yeah, guess what? That's my Mac desk. That's this one. That's that one. You're gonna get this computer because I hate
All
Macintosh.
right, good
And I've
afternoon,
decided
everybody.
I don't want it anymore. And rather
It is
than
orange
sell it, I figure
season.
I've already got all the box. Like
If
the
you
big ass
missed
box
the
from when I
memo
bought it from
yesterday.
Best Buy, because I saved it, which I normally don't
Okay.
save boxes. But I was like,
So
I'll
at the
save this
top, I
one
want
just in
to
case, 'cause
say
it's in
that
really
our
weird
hearts
shape,
go
and I figured it
out
would be
to the
good.
family
And,
of Dylan Lyons,
yeah.
the Spectrum News reporter
what are you guys
killed
gonna
in
get?
Orange
Anyway, let's watch
County,
this press briefing.
Florida yesterday, and to the families of the other two community members who were killed by the same shooter, including a 9-year-old girl with her whole life in front of her. The girl's mother and a Spectrum photojournalist were also seriously injured, and we are keeping them in our thoughts and hoping they have a full recovery. Too many lives are being ripped apart by gun violence. The president continues to call on Congress to act on gun safety and for state officials to take action at the state level. But instead of following in the footsteps of so many other states taking common sense action to enact state-level assault weapons ban and other gun safety measures, Republican state officials in Florida are currently leading an effort to pass a permitless concealed carry law, which would eliminate the need to get a license to carry a concealed weapon. This is the opposite of common sense gun safety, and the people of Florida who have paid a steep price for state and congressional inaction on guns, from Parkland to Pulse nightclub to Pine Hills, deserve better. Now I'm going to turn to Ohio. I know many of you have been covering what has been occurring in Ohio this past couple of weeks, but I also wanted to give you a brief update on the federal response led by the Environmental Protection Agency to the train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. As you know, Secretary Buttigieg is there today meeting with emergency responders and the Department of Transportation investigators who were on the ground within hours of the train derailing. He met with the community leaders, including the mayor and the fire chief, and received an update from the National Transportation Safety Board on their investigation. EPA Administrator Regan also visited East Palestine for a second time on Tuesday. While there, he ordered the railroad company Norfolk Southern to clean up its mess and pay or reimburse for all of the expenses. If the company doesn't, the EPA said it'll make the company pay 3 times the cost of whatever cleanup is needed. Federal teams have been on the ground since 2 a.m. on February 4th, which is, again, hours after the derailment, which was on February 3rd. They've been working to hold the railroad company accountable, investigate the derailment, monitor the air and water, and have screened over 550 homes. And we'll stay on this as long as it takes. That is what the president has directed his multi-agency agency heads to do, and as we have seen him speak to these past couple of days, actually. I also have some news on the president's schedule tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, President Biden will gather with G7 leaders and President Zelensky for a virtual meeting to continue coordinating our efforts to support Ukraine and hold Russia accountable for its war. 1 year ago, this group came together just mere hours after Russian tanks rolled into Ukraine to impose unprecedented costs on Putin and his cronies. We've worked together to provide Ukraine with the security, economic and budget humanitarian and energy assistance it needs. We thank Japan, the new G7 president, for its recent pledge to provide Ukraine with an additional $5.5 billion in economic assistance. On this challenge and many more, Japan has proven a steadfast ally, ready to step up and do its part to advance our shared interests and values. Our alliance with Japan and Japan's strong partnerships with countries in Europe only demonstrate the point we've been making all along. The Indo-Pacific and the Atlantic are not separate theaters here, but firmly linked together. The G7 has become an anchor of our strong and united response to Russia. Tomorrow, the leaders will discuss how we continue supporting Ukraine and continue to increase pressure on Putin and all those who enable his aggression. Among other announcements, the United States will implement sweeping sanctions against key sectors that generate revenue for Putin, go after more Russian banks, Russia's defense and technology industry, and actors in third-party countries that are attempting to backfill and evade our sanctions. We will also announce new economic, energy, and security assistance to help the Ukrainians continue to succeed on the battlefield, protect its people from Russian aggression, and enable the Ukrainian government to provide basic services such as electricity and heat. As President made clear in Europe this week, the United States will continue to stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. Now, separately, I want to add that the Biden administration welcomes the Sultanate of Oman's decision to open its airspace to all civilian planes, including those flying to and from Israel. This historic step completes a process that began last year during President's visit to the Middle East, when Saudi Arabia similarly opened its airspace to all civilian planes. Oman's announcement promotes President Biden's vision for a more integrated, stable, and prosperous Middle East region. Now, I also want to give an update on a wave of anti-equality bills filled across America in recent weeks. As of yesterday, there have been 450 and counting anti-LGBTQI+ bills filled.
Here, real quick, just so you guys know, just in case, and I should have mentioned this before because she's just lying to you. I could paraphrase. I'm going to lie. That's what she's saying, okay? So you're not missing much. But I forgot to mention this. If you do our patriotic boxes, right, like Pat just did, and Pat, let me know if you want to do this because I'll refund your order. What we do with the Patriotic as F ammo cans, we have a subscribe and save huge on them. If you pre-order 10 cans, or so if you pre-order 10 months, you get the last 2 months, your 11th and 12th month free, plus you get a permanent 20% discount in our store. It's a code exclusively to you that works on everything. And if you want to combine it with other deals, like our yearly coffee club deal, all you're going to do is just email me and say, hey, Steve, I would like to use this promo or this discount, and then I'll send you a special link and do it. So if you want to do that, you could do that, okay? And you save and you get free shipping on all the bundles too. So you save the equivalent of about $400 for the year. Hell of a good deal, if I do say so myself.
That's why it's so important for Congress to come together and protect Americans' rights to be who they are in this country. Passing the Equality Act is a critical step in that direction. Apologies for all the toppers. We haven't had a briefing in some time. I have 2 more for you, and I promise we'll get to your questions. Okay, so today, as you all saw just an hour or so ago, President Obama announced that, President Biden. Whoa!
Freudian slip.
That is news.
Beat.
I know. We're going back, not forwards. We got to go forwards. Okay, President Biden announced that the United States is nominating Ajay Banga to be president of the World Bank. As the president said himself, Ajay is uniquely equipped to lead the World Bank at this critical moment in history. He is a renowned business executive that has spent more than 3 decades building and managing successful global companies that have created jobs and brought investment to developing economies. As president and the CEO of MasterCard and as vice chairman of General Atlantic, Ajay has a proven track record creating public-private partnerships and mobilizing resources to address climate change. And raised in India, he has a unique perspective on the opportunities and challenges facing developing countries and how the World Bank can deliver on its ambitious agenda to reduce poverty and expand prosperity. Okay, finally, this is the hard part of the toppers of what I have for all of you. Again, I apologize for so many. We haven't had a briefing in some time, but we have another bittersweet day for us, for the White House press team, as this is the last press briefing for Megha and Robbie. Right there, as you guys see, right there, next to my right here, who are valued members of our team. Megha has been with our team since February of last year, and I don't think she's stopped smiling since. I've never seen someone so happy and so just really wonderful, and she always has a smile on her face. Megha has yelled "Thank you, press" in every room of the White House, and on 3 different continents. She's done it all with grace, a great sense of humor, and grade A outfits. Hence, that's why, we're matching today. So there you go. I feel good about that. I'll know she'll be missed by our team and much of the press corps as well. We are glad she won't be very far. She's going to be headed to the State Department. Megha, we will miss you dearly, and thank you for your service. And Robbie Dornbush needs no introduction. As Chief of Staff for the press office, Robbie quite literally keeps the trains running. He's the bridge between myself and many of you in the room. And also, no matter how early call time is, I can guarantee you Robbie is in the building before you. Robbie is here very early in the morning trying to keep up with me. And he's here working hard at his desk after a lid is called as well. I knew Robbie before this administration began. I think Robbie started working for me when you were like 19, Robbie, on and off. So we have become friends, and he has been a great colleague over the last several months. And Robbie, you will be missed, but you have been in my world for so long, and hopefully I get an invite to your wedding. I haven't seen the save the date yet, so we'll talk about that later. But we will truly miss you, Robbie. Thank you for everything that you've done. Okay, with that, the briefing is over. I'm just kidding. Okay, go ahead, Z.
Thanks, Green. Starting with East Palestine, is the president satisfied with the pace of the federal response there on the ground, and why has he so far decided not to visit?
So a couple of things there, and I said this at the top. The president, first of all, when the derailment happened on February 3rd, as I said at the top, the Environmental Protection Agency was on the ground within hours, and that is, I think I've mentioned 2 a.m. the next morning on February 4th, really taking charge and dealing with what was occurring in East Palestine. And look, very early on as well, the president reached out to both governors of Pennsylvania and Ohio, that is Governor DeWayne of Ohio and Governor Shapiro as well. And he offered the federal assistance and also directed his team to stay on top of this as long as it took. And just a couple of days ago, we read out a conversation that the president, he's been getting briefed pretty regularly, but just recently we read out conversations that he had with Governor DeWine, Governor Shapiro, Senator Brown, EPA Administrator Regan, and Congressman Johnson while he was in Poland. So he was still working and getting updates and focusing on what was happening in East Palestine while he was doing incredibly important work, as you all know, in Poland. And he reaffirmed his commitment to make sure they have everything that they need. Again, this has been a multi-agency engagement here. When you think about CDC, you think about EPA.
They just toned like the entire county.
Step, working with the local officials on the ground, including the governor and the senators as well, making sure that we delivered and continue to deliver for the people of East Palestine. That will not stop, and that will continue until we are needed on the ground.
My question, though, is whether the president was satisfied with that response. Is he?
Yes, he is. Look, we believe that when you think about how this response occurred, right, how it's been going from literally since 2 a.m. February 4th, you've seen the EPA on the ground. You saw Administrator Regan doing a great job on the ground, making sure that he was with the community, taking questions, working with the governor. You've heard from the governor directly, Governor DeWine, actually speak to the federal response that he truly appreciated the work that we have done for the community. So yes, the president is certainly is again staying updated on what is occurring on the ground, but also appreciative of the work that his multi-agencies have been doing over the past several weeks.
It's on a different topic. Some sad news from the Carter family over the weekend. Has the president reached out to either the former president or members of his family in the last 2 days? So
I don't have any call to read out at this time. As you saw, there was a tweet from the president and the first lady who sent their thoughts, who have their thoughts with the president and the first lady and their entire Carter family as well. And just to quote, so folks, in case folks missed it, to our friends Jimmy and Rosalind and to their family, Jill and I are with you in prayer and send you our love. We admire you for the strength and the humility you have shown in difficult times. May you continue your journey with grace and dignity, and God grant you peace. The last time they saw each other, as I think many of you remember, was back in April 2021 when the president visited them at their home in Plains, Georgia, and they had an opportunity to see the Carters. The First Lady and the President had an opportunity to see the Carters personally. And one of the other times prior to that, when they spoke, was when President Carter was not able to attend, as you all know, the inauguration of President Biden, and they had a conversation that evening as well. And just to give a little bit more history of President Biden and President Carter and how long it goes back to 1976, when then Governor Carter was running for president, and then Senator Biden was the first senator to have endorsed Jimmy Carter at that time. So their relationship goes back decades, and President Carter is someone that President Biden truly respects. And again, our thoughts and prayers are with him and his family.
No recent.
I don't have any recent conversations to speak to.
Thanks, Corinne. The mayor of East Palestine said that it was a slap in the face that the president had gone to Ukraine before he went to East Palestine. Does the president have any reaction to those comments?
Look, I'll say this, and I kind of said this at the top already, which is, I laid out what we have done since the derailment of February 3rd, and how we were on the ground very early on. And we believe that we have had a all of government, all hands approach to this, not just with the agencies, but also with the different teams here in the White House. You think about the Intergovernmental Affairs, you think about Office of Leg Affairs, and also the National Security Council have been all hands on deck. And that is because of this president's leadership. And that is because of what he has asked his team to do and what he has asked the agencies to do. So look, we're going to hold Norfolk Southern accountable, as I've mentioned. They've been investigating what caused the derailment, monitoring for environmental and health impacts, and screening over 550 homes, as I mentioned. EPA has ordered the railroad company to clean up its mess and pay for all expenses. And if it doesn't, the EPA said that they will make the company pay 3 times more. And Secretary Buttigieg has also written to Norfolk Southern to make clear that the industry's pattern of resisting safety regulations must change. And he's calling on the industry and Congress to join the administration in implementing that approach. So look, and as you all know, as I mentioned, Secretary Buttigieg is on the ground right now. He's getting an update. And we've had, again, multiple agencies on the ground. The president has stayed updated on this for the past several weeks. While he was in Poland, he spoke to the important folks on the ground, the leadership on the ground, including his leadership in those respective agencies, on what was going on and getting updates. And he will continue to do that and do everything that we can.
Has the president spoken to the mayor of East Palestine? Does he have any plans?
I don't have a call to read out or a planned conversation. I can tell you, as I've mentioned before, the president has spoken to Governor DeWine of Ohio and Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania, and has had regular contact.
She's not saying anything important. She's just lying about everything. So let's do some breaking news for you right now, okay? This is breaking news. In case you didn't hear, what's his name? Mike Lindell has told Steve Bannon's The War Room that he is planning on filing a lawsuit against Kevin McCarthy. Not because Kevin McCarthy is a rhino, shithead, horrible human being. Nope, not because of that. Because Kevin McCarthy is releasing the January 6th videotape, 46,000 hours of footage, to Fox News, and not Mike Lindell TV. Anyway, that was your breaking news. Incredible news you need to know. Right?
And speak out when needed.
And what would the consequences be for China if they were to provide that aid?
So far it hasn't happened, as I just mentioned, so I'm not going to talk about something that hasn't yet happened or occurred. But again, we will continue to keep an eye on this.
You mentioned a new military assistance package will be announced to Ukraine. how much is providing fighter jets part of that discussion, as President Zelensky has repeatedly requested?
So again, I'm not going to get ahead of any announcement for tomorrow. We have been truly working in lockstep with Ukraine, with the Ukrainian government, to make sure that they have what they need to continue to fight for their freedom, to fight for their sovereignty. And I think if you watched, and I know many of you did, if you watched the president in Ukraine earlier this week, you heard him deliver a really critical, important speech in Warsaw. You heard him before his meeting with the B9, and he's been really consistent and clear. We are going to be with the Ukrainian people for as long as it takes. We are going to continue to show our unwavering support, and we are going to continue to provide assistance so that they can continue their success on the battlefield. That is what we want to see. We're talking about fighting for democracy. We're talking about fighting for freedom, and that is something that we believe that's what the United States is all about.
What kind of message does the White House expect Zelensky to send during that meeting tomorrow?
Look, I'm going to certainly not going to get ahead of President Zelensky. I think you heard him very clearly when President Zelensky was meeting with the president in Kiev. I mean, the trip that President Biden to Kiev, as many of you reported on, was historic. It was brave. Many of you talked about how we heard the sirens wailing in the background as the president was on the ground. Remember, there is no military on the ground in Ukraine, U.S. military on the ground in Ukraine, and the president took this trip to send a very clear message, not just to the people of Ukraine, not just to Russia, but the world. How, again, we have an unwavering support for the people of Ukraine. They have shown such bravery. Let's not forget, a year ago, we were talking about how people were reporting how Kyiv was going to fall within hours or within days of Russia's invasion. And now, what did the president say? He was in Kyiv and he said, Kyiv stands strong. And so I think you're going to hear a lot of that tomorrow. I'm certainly not going to get ahead of any announcements.
And just to quickly follow up on China, the president said last week that he does expect to speak with President Xi. What's it going to take at this point for that conversation?
I don't have, that is up to the president. I don't have any call to speak to at this time.
Is the president going to go to Ohio, Kareem?
I don't have at this time, I don't have anything to read out or announce on a travel to Ohio. But once again, we've had EPA on the ground, we've had DOT, Secretary Buttigieg is there today, we've had FEMA, we've had HHS, CDC. I mean, we have had a multi-agency approach to this. That's how important it is to this president to make sure that East Palestine residents get what they need to deal with the situation that's currently happening.
Thank you. And secondly, China says it wants a role in ending the conflict in Ukraine. Is this something that would be welcome?
So look, as you've heard from the president many times, we certainly...
Hold on.
Political figure who's decided to get involved. It sounds like you're talking about Trump, and then you said, I need your help. How can he help?
Well, one thing he could do is express support for reversing the deregulation that happened on his watch. I heard him say he had nothing to do with it, even though it was in his administration. So if he had nothing to do with it, and they did it in his administration against his will, maybe he could come out and say that he supports us moving in a different direction.
Okay. So that was Pete Buttigieg live from the disaster area known as East Palestine, Ohio, right? And what you keep hearing and what the leftist morons keep repeating, and I'm going to have a video that I'm going to release immediately after I'm done talking about this right now. I'm going to have a video that's going to be released on YouTube, and I want you guys to share it to everyone. Like, literally, it's probably the most important disinformation disprover you've ever watched. Okay? But I'm going to explain this a little bit, right? And I did it all in this video, mind you. But everybody keeps saying that Donald Trump, right? That Donald Trump, the big awful orange man, right? That he single-handedly stopped this proposed rulemaking by DOT that was going to require electronic controlled braking systems to be put on high, or I forgot what it's called. It's like high hazmat trains, right? So it's a train that carries at least, the trains that were governed by this proposed rulemaking and I forgot the terminology. You can watch in the other video that I'm going to release in a minute. But listen. The only trains that would have been regulated by this bill that everyone is saying Donald Trump overturned included hazmat trains that had consecutive blocks, okay? Those are blocks of cars. That's what the trailers on trains are called. They're called cars, like rail cars, right? So there's a specific terminology. It's like hazmat shit. I'm going to look it up so I can say it properly. Hazmat. Whoa. It's HH. VT train? I don't know. No, I don't know. It's HH something something, okay? Anyone know that is? Anyone know? HH something something. All right, but listen, this is what it is. So basically, there's a specific terminology that they use for a specific train, which they were trying to get electronic controlled brakes to be put on. Now, listen, this is why it's important, right? Because that would not have included this train. The specific braking requirements that they were trying to get imposed, that all these leftist morons are saying that Donald Trump was responsible for getting done and he could have prevented all this stuff. And even Pete Buttigieg literally just said it like a few minutes ago in his press briefing, wouldn't have applied to this train because this train did not have 20 consecutive cars, meaning back to back to back to back to back. Or, right? No, concurrent. It didn't have 20 concurrent. Consecutive would be all in one. Right? Right? But concurrent. So where they were all connected, right? You would have to have 20 class 3 hazmat, like flammable, class 3 flammable, explosive train cars in a row. So if you had 19 and you had a lumber and then you had another one, it wouldn't classify as this hazmat train that would have been required to have these rules if it went into place. The only other exception for that is if a train, no matter how long, if it has 35 or more hazmat rail cars on it, then it would also fall into this category, none of which applied to the Ohio train. It didn't have over 35, nor did it have 20 consecutive carts or 20 concurrent carts back to back to back. Okay, so listen. The rule was revoked because of the FAST Act. Now, you may be saying, Steve, what is the FAST Act? The FAST Act was a bill that was signed into law in 2015 by President Obama, okay? It was meant to streamline and make access to funds and access to transportation improvements much faster, right? That's what it was supposed to do. But one of the things it also did was it conquered frivolous spending, or at least that was an attempt. So it required any other future rulemaking, which the DOT typically publishes in their register. It's open for 9 months or so for public comment and scientific background and all that. So what ended up happening, what happened was when they did the risk-benefit analysis, which was required under the FAST Act, signed into by Obama in 2015, for the proposed rulemaking for this electronic control braking system for these trains, none of which would have applied to the Ohio accident anyway. They determined that the cost to implement this far exceeded the risk. And so based on Obama's FAST Act bill, they had no choice but to retract this. And if you go back to the original press release that was issued September 24th of 2018, memory like a steel fucking trap, boys. But and that's the actual date, by the way. That's how awesome I am. When that is done and you go back and look at it, they specifically say in the press release, under the guidelines set by the FAST Act, they have to reject this, which rail unions didn't want. Rail unions were for this, but the actual rail companies benefited from this. Everybody that is saying that Donald Trump did this because it was on his watch, they're ignoring the fact, and Pete Buttigieg actually said it in a tweet, which I mentioned in the other video. Pete Buttigieg actually said in a tweet, he said that in 2018, they were rolled back because of a law that happened in 2015. Donald Trump was not president in 2015. HHFT, is that what it is? Yeah, probably. Heavy hazmat freight train, I bet. HHFT. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. I don't know. I don't remember. But that's true. And everybody, I'm going to put the video out right now. Like, well, not right now, but really, really close to now. Right now. And what I want, matter of fact, you guys want, what time is it? What time is it? What time is it? I got a better idea. I got a better idea. You know,
Hold of the G7
you guys
together,
know
or
what
is it
I'm
gonna
about
be
to
US
do. You want to hear an excellent explanation? And you know what's bullshit too? They demonetize my video. YouTube demonetized this video, which I'm about to play, which I taped this morning, and I think it's important that everybody watch it. You want an explanation and why they suck so hard? Like the big suckers of stuff? Watch this video, 14 minutes. Your mind's going to be blown with the amount of incredibleness that I spit here. Morning, everybody. Hey, so it's Steve. This is the Rational American Rant. We're going to talk about something that you all need to know. All right. Yesterday, Donald Trump appeared in East Palestine, Ohio, at the scene of that February 3rd train derailment and the explosion that took place on the 6th, the controlled explosion or controlled detonation, whatever they want to say. And a lot of people are like, well, you know, he had a responsibility to go there, right? Because you keep hearing this little hubbub. Even Pete Buttigieg talked about it. Well, kind of, because Pete Buttigieg talked about saying that the Department of Transportation is constrained by law on some areas of rail regulation, like the braking rule withdrawn by the Trump administration in 2018 because of a law passed by Congress in 2015. But we are using the powers to keep things safe. And what he's talking about is this rule that was proposed by the U.S. Department of Transportation's Pipeline and Hazardous Material Safety Administration back in 2000. Well, I think it was proposed in 2017 and 2018. And in 2018, the PHMSA finally reversed course and did not mandate it. And what this would have done is it would have required certain high hazard flammable unit trains. So, and you want to know what that means? A high hazard flammable train means a single train transporting 20 or more tank cars that are carrying class 3 flammable liquids in a continuous block. So that means, say a train has 50 cars, right? You know, the things that they tow are called cars, just in case you didn't know. Say a train has 50 cars in a continuous block, say in the middle 20 of those are class 3 flammable materials. That would be called a high hazard flammable train. The other alternative for a high hazard flammable train would be if there was 35 or more class 3 flammable cars in a train, no matter how long it is. So it doesn't matter how many are next to each other or whatever. Now, it's important to note that even though everybody keeps saying that this wouldn't have happened if Trump didn't, or, you know, the Trump administration or the Department of Transportation under the Trump administration didn't remove this rule or this proposed rulemaking in 2018, that rulemaking would not even apply to the East Palestine train. Like, it just wouldn't. It wasn't carrying over 20 class 3 flammable liquids in a continuous block, nor was it carrying 35 throughout the entire train. So it wouldn't even apply to this, but yet, obviously, bad man orange man bad, so they have to just try to blame him for everything. What's interesting about this whole thing is if you pay attention to what Pete Buttigieg said, because he knows exactly what transpired and why they had to go the route they did, right? He knows, because it says, like the braking rule withdrawn by the Trump administration in 2018 because of a law passed by Congress in 2015. The law that was passed in Congress in 2015 was called the FAST Act. That was signed into law by Obama. Now, what the FAST Act was supposed to do was to modernize and streamline the process of getting funding directly to transportation-related things, whether it's transit, trains, freight, anything like that. Now, what's interesting about that is one of the stipulations of the FAST Act, signed into law by Obama, mind you, was that they had to do, you know, deep analysis and basically a risk-benefit analysis as required by the FAST Act to push any further rulemaking from the Department of Transportation or any of their entities to put that proposed rulemaking and make an effective rule. So in September 24th of 2018, when the Department of Transportation's Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration reversed course and said that they are no longer going to remove, or they're no longer going to have a requirement that certain high hazard flammable trains operate using electronically controlled pneumatic braking systems, which is the ECP, which everybody is saying would have prevented this from happening in East Palestine, Ohio. Although, again, just like I mentioned a minute ago, the train that derailed in East Palestine, Ohio would not even been covered. They would not have been required, even if this rule became like, or even if it wasn't a proposed rule and the Trump administration's, the Department of Transportation under the Trump administration didn't reverse course. Even if this rule went into effect, it wouldn't have impacted this train because this train wasn't a high hazard flammable unit train. Now you could argue that it should have been, and maybe that's why, so many people are upset, but it wouldn't have applied to this train anyway, even if that rule was in place. But the reason why under the Trump administration, this rule was thrown out is simple. According to the Federal Highway, or according to the Department of Transportation's official press release on Monday, September 24th, the reason why they did it is the Fixing America's Surface Transportation Act required further analysis of the ECP brake requirements, including physical testing, to improve general knowledge and understanding of how much more effective ECP brakes are in comparison to other braking systems. It also required the Department of Transportation to determine whether the ECP brake requirements are justified based on the expected costs and benefits. The updated RIA, which is required by the FAST Act, signed into law by Biden or Obama, the updated RIA incorporated new findings from ECP brake testing conducted by the Federal Railroad Administration, which were reviewed by the National Academy of Sciences. The updated RIA also incorporated recommendations from U.S. Government Accountability Office and updated costs and benefits of ECP brake provision based on current economic conditions. Listen, the updated RIA, which was required because of the FAST Act, which was signed into law by Obama, found that the expected cost of ECP brakes are significantly higher than the expected benefits, and therefore the FAST Act required the Department of Transportation to repeal the ECP brake requirement. Though that is the truth. So everyone wants to blame Donald Trump for everything, and I know it's like the thing that everybody wants to do. It's all Donald Trump's fault all the time, right? In this case, a law, and you got to give him credit. Pete Buttigieg actually said it without saying it. I mean, he could have, like, if he wanted to be really forthright, he could have said, we're constrained by law in some areas of rail regulation, like the braking rule withdrawn by the Trump administration in 2018 because of the FAST Act law that was passed by Congress in 2015 and signed into law by Obama, but we are using the powers to keep people safe. He didn't do that because that would require, some sort of, integrity, and obviously Pete Buttigieg doesn't have any. So I think it's really important, that people understand that, right? Because everyone is saying, Trump repealed the train safety brakes, which one, and most importantly, wouldn't even apply to this train, even if it went into effect. It wouldn't have applied to this train at all. Secondly, the reason why they were forced to reverse course and get rid of this electronic braking system requirement was because of a bill that was signed into law by Obama. Nobody can argue that. Those are facts. Now, you're not going to hear this. They're not going to talk about this on mainstream media. They're not, well, maybe Fox News, but probably not, because that would require a little bit of research, and they don't do research at Fox News. So the only thing I could say is that share this video because it's very important. Now, a lot of people are also saying that Trump is in the pockets of, or he was in the pockets of the railroads and all that stuff, right? I would like to remind everyone, if you go to opensecrets.org, and look at how much money political contributions, or how many political contributions were received by presidential candidates in the 2020 race from Norfolk Southern, guess what? President Biden received over three times the amount of political contributions from Norfolk Southern than Donald Trump did. Over 50,000 versus Trump's 18,000. That is the truth. Everyone can look it up. It's public record. Now, you could say that the federal highway or all these rail unions and everybody, they are not rail unions, but the rail companies, lobbied and spent $400 million lobbying the Trump administration over 4 years. And that's incorrect. It's over the past 2 decades that they've spent $400 million. But that's common in everything. Look at the baby food shortage. Look at the company that owns that company. Remember, there was a whole baby food shortage, and we couldn't understand why the federal government really wasn't being like super aggressive on going after it. It's because the company that owned the company that was having the issues manufacturing baby formula, they're owned by a much bigger company that is a huge government lobbyist company and a huge government contractor. We're talking billions of dollars in government contracts. So, of course, the government isn't going to go hard on the companies where they're getting all this money for lobbying. They're getting all these political contributions from these people. So I wish, maybe someday people are going to be like, hey, you know what? We're going to try to act with a little tiny bit of integrity and actually report the truth. But it seems that most of the time people don't do that. So we'll have to wait and see. Later on today, Pete Buttigieg is apparently going to be in East Palestine, Ohio. We'll see what they're doing. One of the proposed rules by the FWA, which is a department under the Department of Transportation, one of the proposed rules is that they want to have required crews on these trains of 2 people. Now, that's what the unions want. And that's not what the train companies want, but they want, a required crew of at least 2 people, which is kind of startling if you think about it. A big train that's like 2 miles long only has 1 crew member on board, which is, pretty nutty, right? If you think about it. I never do that. Not until today. The last thing I want to remind everybody about is one of the things that everybody seems to be forgetting is that just remember 2 months ago, there was going to be this rail strike that was going to shut down everybody. It was going to impact Christmas. It was going to ruin everyone's Christmas. Remember that? Do you know why the union workers were striking? They were striking because they wanted more pay. They wanted overtime pay, and they cited safety as one of the main derivatives for that. They were overworked and underpaid is what they said over and over. I would like to remind you, it wasn't Republicans. Well, yes, it was. It wasn't just Republicans that told all those union workers to go pack sand to get back to work and made it illegal for them to actually strike for safety. That was the Biden administration. And in fact, the Biden administration, through Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, said that they were the ones who negotiated the deal, forcing the unions out of their union negotiations, forcing the unions, forbidding them to strike, and forcing them to go back and work under the same deteriorating safety conditions that they were fighting against. And now I would like to remind everyone that while Joe Biden says he's a union guy, he's got a track record of screwing over unions, from his Keystone Pipeline, canceling, which affected 35,000 union workers, to the screwing over all the railway union workers, to all the oil and gas union workers that are impacted by his stupid, insane policies and what they're doing there. He's not a union guy. And any union that is actually voting for him, I don't know. I mean, see, that's why I'm not a big fan of unions, because I can't think there's a huge amount of intelligence that goes into the leadership of those unions if you keep backing these politicians who truly say they're all union, we're union guys, and then they go back and stab you in the back every single time, and then they're like, we're union though, and then you back them again and you campaign for them and they get your votes, and yet they continuously and utterly F you over all the time. I do want to remind all of you guys that if you go over to Pure Truth Coffee, it's actually the first pinned comment on this video. It's also in the description. If you go to Pure Truth Coffee under the bundles tab and click the coffee bug out bag, that thing's amazing. We're doing a pre-order for it. We're shipping them on April 1st. This bag includes a tactical backpack, right? Patches, hats, stickers, a limited edition can of Wake Up America coffee, water filtration system, 2 camping mugs, a camping coffee percolator, a 250-piece tactical survival set, and so much more in there. Plus, one person who purchases that bundle because we only have about 80 of the bundles left. But one person who purchases one of those bundles will win this iMac that I'm actually making this video on right now, because I hate Macintoshes. And I figured it's better than selling. One of you guys could use a good computer. So get in there, get your order now. You could use Shop Pay when you check out. And as a reminder, if you buy a bag of coffee, it's a direct way to support this video. If you agree with what I said during this video, go buy a bag of coffee. Simple as that, and it truly helps me. But my recommendation, you get the coffee bag. We'll be shipping those suckers out. Actually, I'm going to be shipping some of them out sooner than August, or giggity. So you like that? Look, boom, I put on a sweatshirt without even you guys realizing. That video was like red. I don't know why it's doing that. Some of the videos, maybe it was because it was still early, so it was still dark out. Like, I think I made that video this morning at like 6 o'clock in the morning when I first got here in the office. Because, of course, I was doing all the research while I was drinking the frickin' hazelnut coffee this morning, trying to wake up so I could drive to the office. But the White House press conference is still going on, so we'll put that on. But that video is on YouTube, and I would prefer if every single one of you leaves this YouTube video real quick, and I'll put the link in the chat, to do two things. Just go share that video. Okay, just go share it. I would love to see that video has been shared like 100 times on Twitter. Every single time you see someone saying that it's Donald Trump, post that video. Every time you see someone say Donald Trump is responsible for, rolling back all these train regulations, post that video, because actually it's not. Obama was responsible for it. Them's there is the truth. Anyway, here's the press conference. The trial resumes in approximately 20 minutes. So we'll go back to the trial as soon as that kicks on, but here's the press conference. The sound would be nice.
Humane way. And that's what
Not
we're
really,
doing
but
here.
whatever.
And let's not forget, if you look at the parolee program that we put forth, remember the president announced on January 5th some of the proposals that on how he was going to.
Also, real quick, want to give a shout out to Jessica. She ordered a camping bag. A round of applause for you. It's your 4th order from our store. I really appreciate that. This is a flopping fish clap right there. But I appreciate you. Jessica, I actually bought the American Eagle Sport Gray t-shirt as well. Shout out to you, Jessica.
When it comes to Title 42, it's going to lift on May 11th. So we believe that we had to take steps to deal with this. We can't leave it on the NGOs. We can't just leave it on the communities. We also have to take steps to deal with this issue. Okay, good.
Just 2 questions. First of all, the president frequently visits the sites of many natural and man-made disasters, and this situation in East Palestine has clearly required a multi-agency response from the federal and the state level. So I guess I'm just struggling to understand why the president wouldn't go to East Palestine. Does it simply not meet the bar for a presidential visit?
Look, I want to be very clear here. There's no reason to struggle, I don't think, on this question. I think when you look at how the federal agencies have responded from day one and took this very seriously and reacted within hours of the derailment and was on the ground. This is the Environmental Protection Agency, as I was saying. They are the ones that deal with these types of chemical spills. They are the ones that are the leaders on this. And it didn't stop with the environmental. You're right there, buddy?
It's my family, but everyone's okay.
Okay. What was that?
It's a little family tune.
Oh, it's pretty good tune there. Oh, all right. Peter Alexander getting down with his phone. Okay. So, and it didn't stop. What I want to say is that it didn't stop with the Environmental Protection Agency. Again, FEMA, CDC.
That's all different from a presidential visit.
No, look, I want to be very clear here. I don't have anything to share on a presidential visit, not at this time, or anything to announce. But it does matter that the president put forth a multi-agency kind of reaction to this, taking it seriously.
Showing up, right?
Look, showing up is having the Environmental Protection Administrator on the ground. Showing up is having the DOT Secretary on the ground to talk about what is the next process, holding to account the company that caused the spill. That's what you're seeing from Secretary Buttigieg today. Showing action is also seeing that HHS, CDC, FEMA, all of these guys are on the ground at the direction of this president. So that is taking this very seriously. When the president was in Poland, he took calls and called and reached out and got updates from his leadership in those agencies, and he continued to make sure that he was talking to to the governors of Pennsylvania and Ohio, Governor DeWine and Shapiro. That matters. That's what leadership looks like, and leadership matters as well. And that's what you're seeing instead of political stunts that we're seeing. People have been talking about regulation and deregulation. One of the things, we've been hearing from the other side, we've been hearing from the GOP about how now they're interested, all of a sudden they are interested in the safety of East Palestine, when they have for years have been in lockstep with the retail lobby, in lockstep, making sure that they think that the safety, they were stopping or repealing the common sense safety laws that would, help in this situation. I understand that we're waiting to see the investigation. Maybe it would have helped or not helped, but it doesn't matter. What matters is there is real, true ways to create safety as it relates to rail, and they've been against that for years against that in the lockstep with rail lobbyists. And so there is a false comparison here, and we're just going to have to call that out.
And then just on the new asylum rules, I know that you just laid out the differences that you see in the Trump administration rules and the new ones that you guys have announced. But a lot of migrant advocate groups don't see it that way. They see this as mirroring the Trump era rules. So what do you say to these migrant advocate groups and these communities who now feel very much betrayed by this president?
Look, here's the thing. We don't see anybody else providing any other solutions when it comes to Congress. We don't. We've provided solution after solution. The president, again, on day one, provided a comprehensive immigration reform proposal. Put it out there on the first day. Republicans have rejected it. And so we are trying to put forward a way to move forward with an immigration policy that secures our border, that is safe, and that is humane. And what are they providing? Nothing. And so one of the things that we can say, and we see this in the data, that we have increased pathways to legal pathways. We expanded that, and we see that it's working. Again, no one else is providing any other options. So what we're doing, the Department of Homeland Security, the president is using the tools that we have in order to deal with this issue. I'm going to take one in the back. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, thanks, Karine. So one quick clarification I wanted to ask you about. So on the sanctions, do those third-party countries attempting to evade our sanctions that you talked about at the top, does that include Chinese companies?
I'm just not going to get ahead of any announcement that's going to happen tomorrow.
The president has been traveling the world pledging to help other countries solve their energy issues. The latest one was with Poland pledging to build power plants or help them build power plants. How come there's no pivot in energy policy here at home to help the inflation that we're seeing here?
Have you read the Inflation Reduction Act?
Still waiting.
The Inflation Reduction, the Inflation Reduction Act does just that. Inflation Reduction Act actually helps lower energy costs, and gives Americans a little breathing room, which is part of the president's economic policy. If you think about what he has said for the past 2 years, which is making sure that we have an economy that works for everyone, build it from the bottom up, middle out. And the Inflation Reduction Act is so important because it deals with energy policy, lowering the cost, because it deals with health care, things that is incredibly important to Americans across the country, especially our seniors, making sure that we're capping at $2,000 for medical drug costs. That is important. So yes, the president has been talking about this and dealing with it in a real way. And we're seeing that his economic policy is working. The Inflation Reduction Act, not only that it does it lower costs when it comes to healthcare and energy, but it's also going to lower the deficit by $200 billion, something else that the president cares about when it comes to making sure that we are not adding to our deficit. And that shows how fiscally responsible this president is. I got to keep going. Go ahead, April.
She said April. I'm sorry.
No worries. Sorry, Michael.
2 questions, Kareem, real fast. Going back to East Palestine, you say that the federal government is going to hold Norfolk Southern accountable. But what is the long-term commitment from the federal government as it relates to the residents there when it comes to the water, when it comes to the soil, and when it comes to the air?
We're going to be there to assist the East Palestine community for as long as it takes. That's what the president said. We're going to be there to assist for as long as it takes, and that's what you will see from this president. And it's not the first time. Anytime there is some sort of devastating event, you've heard the president say that over and over, and he has actually kept to his word over the last 2 years. And so that's what you're going to see.
And when you look at what the chemical was, the toxin can be evidence itself years later. Will the federal government be there that long as it takes, as you say, just watching?
Well, as you know, there's an investigation going on at this moment, so we're going to let that investigation continue. But, you know, we're going to assist for as long as it takes. We're going to make sure that the company cleans up, pays for the cleanup, pays for the work that the EPA is doing currently right now. That's what you heard from Administrator Regan. And we're going to, you know, we're going to be consistent and stick to that. And you heard from the NTSB today with their initial finding to tell us what happened, but we still don't know the why.
And last question. There seems to be more activity from a lot of groups who are very upset with what Ron DeSantis is doing when it comes to cutting off the AP courses on African American history. With that said, I'm sure this White House has talked about it, but is the president talking to the Education Secretary Cardona about what steps can be done to rally other states to make sure that education is that teaching facts?
So as you know, when it comes to education and making sure our children are getting what they need in the classroom, the education that they so deserve, that is something that's important to the president. He always talks about how the First Lady is an educator, and clearly it's something personal to him and to the First Lady. I do not have any specific conversation to read out about what's currently happening happening in Florida. And I know you've heard me talk about it. You've heard others from the administration speak to what we're seeing currently on the ground. But I don't have any specific conversation that is specific to policies or anything that's being done. But clearly, making sure that our children get the education that they so deserve is certainly important to this president. I'm going to take another. Okay. I know. Okay. I'm going to take one. Go ahead, Alex, in the back. Oh,
hey,
no,
right.
Alex. I'm sorry. I was calling Alex.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Kareem, we're seeing violence escalate in the Middle East, and I think we all know the president's stated position on Israeli security and Palestinian statehood. But what can this administration do right now to keep that from spiraling out of control?
So let me just speak to the most recent violence that we have seen in Israel. I know my colleagues at the State Department spoke to this yesterday, and I just wanted to reiterate because I think it's important for us to reiterate from here at the podium. We're tracking the Israeli raid in Nablus very closely and mourn the loss of civilian lives. We hope for the speedy recovery of those injured. While we recognize the very real security concerns facing Israel and the West Bank and Gaza, we are extremely concerned by the ongoing violence. We urge Israel and Palestinian Authority to protect against further loss of civilian life. Yesterday's events further underscore the urgent need for both sides to take steps that de-escalate tensions, prevent further loss of civilian life, and work together to improve the security situation in the West Bank. And that's what we think we need to be doing together. One thing I do want to just read out a little bit here. The National Security Council Coordinator for the Middle East and North Africa, Brett McGurk, is currently in in the Middle East, North Africa region with an interagency delegation for a series of diplomatic engagements. His trip will include stops in Egypt, Jordan, Oman, UAE, and we don't have anything further to preview on this engagement at this time. But this is something clearly that we take very seriously. You know, Secretary Blinken was in the region recently, and so again, we're going to continue to call out the concerns that we're seeing, and I'll just leave it there for now. All right, guys, thank you so much.
Catholic bishop murdered in California. Does the president have a response on the Catholic bishop murdered in California?
Well, isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Sorry, I was just doing some math on my end, trying to understand something. I'm guessing that I'm not understanding something correctly. Whatever, it's fine. So we're waiting for the Alex Murdaugh trial to come back. He is currently taking the stand in his own defense. He is accused of killing his child. So we're going to have to wait and see what's going to transpire from that. But it's pretty nutty stuff. Pretty nutty stuff. What the fuck, bro? Pretty crazy stuff. Anyway, again, big shout out to Jessica. Jessica bought one of the boxes, one of the bug out bags. Oh, you used a military discount. I was trying to figure out how you got that price like that. I forgot you could use the military discount on the bug out bags as well. So if you're a prior military, that's a huge discount because I believe, what is military? Our military discounts what, 15 or 20%? I don't remember. But that's what she did. Because I was trying to figure out why your total came out less than what the cost of the bag was. It took me that long, but I figured it out. It's because you used a military discount. Shout out to you. And thank you for your service. Or not, you could be a first responder, nurse, or anything. If you guys did see that, and that's site-wide. It's 15%. That's site-wide. If you go to our store, look, I'll show you real quick. If you go to our store, during your checkout process, like if you say you add this to your cart, let's say add something to your cart, bada bing. When you view your cart, you're going to see right there, you'll do a one-time authorization to GovX. They verify your credentials, and then they give you a discount code, which then you'll put in, during the checkout process, that code, and it saves you 15%. And that's on everything site-wide. That's everything site-wide. So if you're military, nurse, spouse of military, or dependents of military, a healthcare worker, public education teacher, and I know a lot of you guys are like, why are you doing teachers? My wife is a teacher. They are public servants, okay? The stuff they have to deal with these kids is crazy. We always talk about how bad kids are nowadays, like how, parents are not doing a good job raising the kids. Now imagine the people that have to be in the school dealing with those kids all the time. I think that's one thing that we all overlook. My wife doesn't let me forget that every single day when she comes home and she's extremely exhausted. So what I would say is that you do that. Timothy said, any news at the fire at Oak Ridge, Tennessee? Are you talking about the uranium fire that was a nothing burger of a story? Where there was nothing leaked out, nothing was, leaked, nothing, they got the fire under control in a very short amount of time. Yeah, that one? Yeah, it was a nothing burger. Nothing burger. It's a hamburger of nothing burger. And you know what you could also do? You could use your military discount, your 15% off discount, then use Shop Pay and break that into 4 manageable payments. There's no reason for all of you guys, especially the ones that have served, not to go and get this coffee coffee bug out bag. Because this coffee bug out bag is sick. Sick. Someone said they need to bring back whooping in some of these schools. Bullshit. If someone raised their hand to my kid, death. Death. But yeah. Yeah, there you go. And a lot of people, like, for example, I posted something today on my Twitter. What was it? The train that hit that semi in upstate New York today. And some people were like, that doesn't look suspicious at all, said no one ever. And I'm like, right? It's not like it happens nearly daily across the United States. Like, so crazy. Oh my gosh. And someone else wrote, what the actual F is happening? Because everybody wants the right-leaning conspiracy trolls on social media right now are kind of pushing this as some sort of like the train derailment, the other train derailments down in Houston and Alabama or North Carolina, wherever the other one was, and that these ones were heavily publicized, and the industrial fires, they're like, what are they doing? We're under attack. No, these are things that happen all the time. That's why I had a hazmat technical certification when I was a firefighter. It's not something all firefighters do, and I wish I never did it because I got stuck doing all this stupid shit, like every single semi-truck accident on Interstate 81. Bullcrap. Because of hazmat, because of diesel fuel. Bullshit. A regular firefighter could have did that. They didn't need to tone me for that crap on my off day. Anyway, yeah, there's a lot of conspiracy theories going around about everything. You know what I mean? And it's sad. It's sad. People want to be doomers, left, right, middle, and human nature loves doom. I don't. I hate it. I mean, I know, like, I turned on my scanner because I had an alert that said shooting. And there were like 2,000 people listening to scanner traffic in North Carolina today. And so I turned it on and I couldn't hear anything. But then they toned like an entire freaking county for a structure fire, which then once I listened to the call a bit more, I realized why there could be people trapped in that structure fire. I shut it off after a while because I got tired of listening to it. But one of those tones was my old tone. So I was like, whoa! It was creepy because, different districts will use the same tones. But yeah, it's crazy stuff. Somebody said, don't forget the company that blew in Bedford, Ohio. Surely that was part of the plot to kill all of Ohio. I don't know what you're talking about. The only thing that you can't really explain is why some high-powered environmental consultants that were working for Norfolk Southern jumped on a plane yesterday out of the Clinton airport in, I think, Arkansas, and crashed, and they all died. And that's real. That, like, if you want to be a little conspiracy theorist, you could probably run conspiracies on that one, because plane crashes do not happen quite as often. And so for a plane crash to happen, carrying 5 environmental consultants taking off from an airport named after the Clintons in Arkansas, the day that Donald Trump goes to East Palestine, Ohio, and all of the environmental activists or in the environmental consultants all died, that's a little weird. I don't know any other way to say that. I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist. That is all weird. Someone said, but they weren't coming for the railroad. They were coming for a metal factory. Yeah, that metal factory that caught fire too, right? Crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. Crazy webs we weave. We're weaving crazy webs. I guess this is going to be my live stream for the day. I'm just going to stay live. We'll cover this trial. I'm not going to do another one. Now, I am working on a members-only call-in show that we'll host weekly. However, I need to get more local subscribers because I can only go live for a half an hour on that platform as of right now because we don't have enough subscribers. I think we have 42 paying subscribers on that platform. You need to have 50 so you get an hour to do the call-in shows. So if you guys want, go. It's $10 a month. It also supports April and all her writing and all that. So go over to our locals. April will put that in the chat. Go be a member for $10 a month. I think we need 10 more members, and then we can do an hour-long broadcast. And I'll do exclusive member-only content on there once we get up to that level. I need us to get to that level. So get into a whole nother level. All right. Looks like the trial's coming back in. The judge looks angry. He's hungry. He just had a turkey sandwich that his wife made, and he was not digging it. The bread was stale. He had stale rye bread. He's pissed. He's like, I don't like mayonnaise on my sandwich. That's a kryptonite. Ever see what was that black superhero movie? It was like a comedy movie. I think it was called like Black Superhero or something like that. And mayonnaise was a kryptonite. And you guys remember that one? You probably don't. But that was funny because that's how they like defeated the guy, because of mayonnaise. And then they finally tried the mayonnaise and they're like, holy shit, this is good. I hate mayonnaise unless it's in tuna fish. Just in case you guys cared about that. I'm sure you did. Dane Love said, but all of this is too much for me. My husband is an engineer for Norfolk Southern, and I make steel. I'm over the conspiracy theories. Yeah, I agree. I got a buddy that was on the fire department, and now he is also an engineer, not with Norfolk Southern, with another company. And he loves that job. He makes decent money, too. I remember when he first did that, and he got done with all his training, and then he went out and bought, like, an Audi A8, like an expensive-ass car. And I'm like, you're not making that much money as a train. I always call it conductor. He's conducted. But as a reminder, guys, if you use the GovX plugin on our store, puretruthcoffee.com, you get 15% off. Thank you for your service.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
You might proceed, he's saying. All right, I'm muting myself.
Mr. Murdaugh, I want to go to June the 7th, 2021, in your meeting with Jean Seckinger.
Okay.
Do you remember meeting Ms. Seckinger?
I do.
And what was the meeting about?
Jeannie came up to me and asked me, previously Annette Griswold had come to me and asked me about the fee check in the Ferris case. And Jeannie was coming to me and saying that she was following up on that. If she didn't, she wouldn't be doing her job, and asked me some questions.
Well, let me ask you.
Which I understood.
Briefly, the Ferris fee, what originally happened to it? The PMPED portion of the Ferris fee.
I mean, originally?
Yes, sir. Did it come to you directly?
Yes.
Should have come to you directly.
No.
Did when Ms. Seckinger asked you about where the fee was, what did you tell her?
I can't remember exactly what I told her. The conversation got interrupted very quickly, but I told Jeannie that the funds were in Chris Wilson's account and nothing to worry about. I didn't know where the mix-up came from.
What was your level of concern about Ms. Seckinger's inquiry to you on June the 7th?
There was some level of concern because she's asking me about money that I took that I wasn't supposed to have. So certainly I had some level of concern, but it wasn't a very big concern. As you heard testimony earlier, at some point Annette Griswold had sent Chris Wilson an email, something to the effect of, Alec thinks he has more expenses or something like that, seeking financial documents from Chris Wilson. When Chris Wilson I wasn't copied on that, but when Chris Wilson got that, Chris Wilson called me up and he's like, what is this all about?
Pardon?
I said objection to rules 801 and 802, Your Honor.
Response?
Your Honor, I'm not asking for what Chris Wilson said, and I'll move on. I accept the objection. Were you concerned about Chris Wilson opening his trust account records to your law firm.
No, I was not concerned about that at all.
And why were you not concerned?
I knew that one of the people that Chris Wilson, as you heard, Chris Wilson and I were very close. We talked every day. I did work with him all the time. And I mean, he was one of the people closest to me in the whole world. I knew everything about him. And I knew he was going through, one of his partners, and he and his partner had split up. A partner and an associate had moved to a firm in Charleston. The partner was going through a divorce. And the wife of the partner was trying to get Chris Wilson's trust documents in that case to find out the money her husband got. It didn't have anything to do with Chris and I or anything. It totally had to do with that. But I knew that Chris Wilson was not going to send any financial documents to my law firm, at least at that time, and at least not anytime soon. So while I'm sure it registered with me that I got to deal with this, at that particular time, it wasn't anything that was a big deal.
Was there an immediate urgency to the situation on June the 7th?
No.
And I believe there's Ms. Seconder testified about your conversation with her. You learned that your dad was going back in the hospital.
That's correct. There was a text. I can't remember if that text came from my brother Randy or my brother John, but they were the ones that were taking my dad back to the hospital that day. And whichever one was with him, I believe it was John was with him at the hospital, but I know Randy was with him at some treatments. It's in those documents. But bottom line is, we got a text saying, we knew my dad was really sick. He had cancer and he couldn't breathe. And there was a big issue about whether his inability to breathe was coming from an obstruction caused by the cancer, which was the worst case scenario, and that's what it ended up being ultimately, and that's what he died from. But this particular text was saying, okay, we're putting him back in the hospital. The doctor thinks it's pneumonia, and which was, you know, I mean, pneumonia is never a good thing, but when compared to cancer, at that time, pneumonia, that was a good thing to learn that.
So on the 7th, where the information you had, were you believe at that time that the prognosis was pretty positive for your father?
Well, it was better than the alternative. I'm not going to say it was good, but it was better than the alternative and what we had previously thought it was. It didn't stay good very long, but it definitely was better.
Do you know whether or not you told Ms. Seconder that that your dad's condition was terminal on the 7th? Do you remember whether you said that or not?
No, I wouldn't have said that at that time. And what Jeannie, as soon as the thing comes through that my dad's going in the hospital, Jeannie and I, as you heard, I mean, she stopped the meeting. We stopped it. It lasted a couple minutes. Now, my dad's going in the hospital, and the very next day, we learned that he's terminal. And I'm just sure that a year or the amount of time that's gone by, Jeannie assumed she was terminal. He was terminal.
Speculation, Your Honor.
Objections overruled.
Mr. Murdaugh, on June the 7th, did you believe that your financial house of cards was about to crumble?
On June the 7th?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely not.
Had you had, and I think there's documented evidence, state introduced, had you had reached out to Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank about extending a line of credit on the Moselle property?
Yeah, I had reached out to him. I can't remember the date of that text, but it was fairly recently. I had reached out to Russell.
And on June 7th, did you have equity in the Moselle property or you and Maggie had equity in that Moselle property?
Sure. And I mean, Moselle was fully in Maggie's name.
Okay.
But yes, there was equity in Moselle. In looking at the documents that had been used, there was $1,800,000 owed. There was an appraisal for $3.3 million without timber value. And so on 1,700 acres, I don't know what the timber value was, but if you just said $1,000 an acre, that'd be another $1,000,000-something in value over and above the appraisal. I doubt the timber value was that high. I'm just using that as an example. But if it was 500, it'd be another $800,000. So, there was several $1,000,000 in equity in that Moselle property.
All right. And did you have equity in the Edisto Beach House?
Yes.
And around June 7th, how much equity did you have in the Edisto Beach House?
If I remember the records correctly, there was about $250,000 owed on that house, and whatever the value was at the time, I think there's a contract for just under $1 million, so $700 and something thousand.
Did Maggie's death make it more difficult to obtain financing immediately after the murder, around June 7th, 8th?
Maggie's, yes.
How so?
Because the entire Moselle property was 100% in Maggie's name. The Edisto property was 50% in Maggie's name. So I was only a half owner. So with Maggie, all I had to do was get her to sign the documents, which she always did. I mean, she didn't question finances. So, she signed the papers. When Maggie wasn't here, there was estate issues. I couldn't go and sign the papers like I would normally go and get a loan. So I couldn't.
Okay. Was there a hearing scheduled in the boating lawsuit where you were a defendant set for that week?
Yes.
Do you remember what day it was scheduled for?
Well, I've heard the testimony, and I'm sure I knew at the time it's June the 10th, Thursday, June the 10th.
Right. What was your level of concern about that hearing coming up on June the 10th?
About that hearing?
Yes, sir.
My level of concern about that hearing was about the venue motion that was coming up, which
Now, what do you mean by venue?
a venue motion is where a civil lawsuit is pending. And so there's laws and rules that govern where you can bring a case. There's laws and rules that govern how certain parties, a defendant or a plaintiff, can go about trying to move it from one place to another. So in this case, the plaintiffs, the Beach family, had filed suit in Hampton County. Parker's was trying to move venue to Beaufort County. And I wanted the case to stay in Hampton County. And really, that was my only thought about. I wasn't doing the legal work on those. I was a party in that case. I wasn't. Danny Henderson was primarily representing me personally. John Tiller and Amy Bauer were representing me personally. And Dawes Cook was representing me personally. And those are the guys that were doing the legal work. So, I wasn't actually doing that work, but what I was concerned about was the venue motion. I had already done what I had to do for the financial motion. And Danny Henderson was on me about getting him a financial statement because...
Let's stop. So there was a motion to compel and seek a lot of financial records from you, was that correct?
Absolutely.
And were you concerned that your house, financial house, was going to be opened up for the world as a result of that hearing?
No. I've been a plaintiff's lawyer like Mr. Tinsley that sat here. We do the same exact thing. In my law firm, the guys in my law firm are some of the best lawyers that I've ever known. And they're definitely some of the best lawyers in the state, handling some of the biggest cases that have ever gone on in this state. In my 27 years of practicing, plaintiffs always are trying to look and get financial documents of corporate defendants, of, those type things. In my 27 years, I've never been able to get a judge to order anything more than a net worth statement prior to getting into a phase at trial. So early on in the case, I am not aware of, I personally have never, despite trying repeatedly, have never been able to get a judge to order the kind of information that Mark Tinsley was saying he was seeking.
Were you working on a document for that upcoming hearing?
Yes.
And what was that?
A financial statement. A financial statement lists your assets and your liabilities.
And had you reached out to Jeannie Seconder later the day on the 7th to get your current balance of your retirement account?
I don't remember doing that, but that'd certainly be something that I did, and because I know I'd have to have that for that financial statement. And the document that I prepared was what Mark Ball talked about that he found later in my office. And it was it was handwritten, ready to be typed up by, because of the charges against Paul, I kept everything very close in the civil case. It was Danny in his office. It was doing it, and I had that document prepared, handwritten in the neatest handwriting that I could make, because a secretary other than mine, or paralegal other than mine, was going to be the person who was going to put that financial information into the final document. And that's the document that Mark Ball talked about that he found on my desk whenever it was that he found it. Okay. So that was what was going to be, if necessary, what was going to be used Thursday.
Now, the jury's heard about testimony of you stealing client funds. Did you do that?
I did.
Did you steal or divert that Ferris fee away from the law firm?
I did.
How did you get in such a financial predicament that led you to steal money that wasn't yours?
I'm not quite sure how I let myself get where I got, but it came from, I battled that addiction for so many years. I was spending so much money on pills. I got in a spot I couldn't.
Now, what type of addiction are you referring to?
My addiction is to opiate painkillers.
And when
specifically oxycodone, OxyContin.
And when did you first become dependent or addicted to opioids?
Oxycodone or opiates in general?
Opiates in general.
I'm not quite sure of the exact date, but I can give you a time frame. I hurt my knee really bad playing football in college, and I had a knee surgery. And the medical science at the time was such that the surgery didn't work, bottom line. So it it just didn't last. So within a couple of years of that, I started having a lot of knee troubles. And ultimately, I had to have a couple of surgeries, but the last surgery I had was, I think, around 2002 or 4. And I think it was around 4, so I would have started taking hydrocodone a couple of years before that. And I took hydrocodone, got addicted to that very quickly. I continued taking that for a long time. I'd force myself off of it, wean myself off of it. I'd go back to it. I battled that for a long time. And after a while, I was taking so much of that, I moved on to oxycodone. And, you know, I'm guessing that was around 2000, that transition was around 2008, 9, something like that. And of course, you know, it just escalates and escalates and escalates. And
Did you receive treatment or go to detox on occasion?
I did.
How many times?
That I went to detox or that I detoxed?
Well, let's start with going to a detox facility.
I've been to a detox facility 3 times.
When was the first time?
December of 2017.
Okay. And before December 2017, had you tried to detox at home?
I tried to detox everywhere I could. Maggie would help me. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you went in to a, was it inpatient facility?
The detoxes, the formal detoxes that I went to?
In December 2017.
Yes, it was inpatient. And all 3 formal detoxes that I've done have been at the same facility called Sunrise Detox in Atlanta, Georgia.
And
very good facility.
Apparently not.
Audio tape of a telephone conference with SLED agents. Was that where you were during that meeting with Mr. Harpootli and I?
That's correct.
The first time you went to the detox in Atlanta, how long of a stay is that? Did you stay?
7 days is the opiate detox program.
And is there a difference between detox and rehab?
Yes.
What's the difference?
Detox is it's the act of getting the drugs out of your system, getting to the point where, okay, there is no longer a physical dependency, all right? And that's a big difference than the rest of the dependency, but the physical dependency is supposed to be gone after 7 days. So in other words, I mean, there's so many things. Opiate withdrawal is, I mean, it's hard. But supposedly at the end of 7 days, you don't have those physical symptoms like, I don't want to be too graphic, but you're sick, you throw up, you have terrible diarrhea, you sweat like you're running a marathon, you can't hold your legs still, you can't lay down. Now, like what I'm talking about, the legs moving, that goes away after about 24 hours. So, after about 24 hours, you can lay down again and maybe sleep some, but you sweat, you throw up, you just have, there's so many issues, but after 7 days, those are supposed to be over. That's what detox is, the detoxification of your body.
And what's rehab?
Rehab is the period that you go to learn how to stay off. You're supposedly off after detox. Rehab is where you get help staying off.
And before September 2021, had you ever gone to that second stage of rehab?
No.
So in December 2017, how long did it take you to relapse once you got home from detox?
Not long at all. I mean, you're still going through, and though this physical dependency is gone, you still have, I mean, you're still so sick. I mean, you just.
Is that something you've been battling for quite some time?
As long as I can remember.
How long have you been drug-free, opioid-free?
535 days. And I'm very proud of that.
I want to ask you questions about Labor Day weekend 2021.
Okay.
You remember being confronted by your law firm?
Sure I do.
And what were you confronted about?
Stealing money.
And did you admit your misconduct to your law partners?
Well, to one of my law partners and my brother and my law partner, Danny and Randy. Yeah, I mean, admit it now.
And they learned about a fake forge account. Did you admit to the fake forge account?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell them about your opioid struggles, opioid addiction?
I told them about my addiction, yes, sir.
To your knowledge, were any of your law partners aware of your addiction?
Not just to my knowledge, I'm certain that they were not aware of my addiction.
How would you characterize your opioid use or addiction? Severe, moderate?
Then or now?
No, in 2020, 2021?
I mean, I don't know how I would have characterized it then. After going to rehab and learning more of the things I've learned, really talking to addicts about experiences. I mean, I will tell you that my addiction was extremely bad.
How were you able to function? Or were you able to function?
Yes, I was able to function.
You were able to practice law?
Yes.
And were you successful practicing law while you were addicted to opioids?
On some level, yes, sir, I was successful. I mean,
After you were confronted on Labor Day weekend 2021, did you resign, or were you forced to resign from the law firm?
Absolutely.
And then on Saturday, September the 4th, do you remember what happened that day?
Saturday, September 4th, yes, sir, I remember.
And what happened?
Start when I woke up.
Well, let's start after you met with Chris Wilson. Did you meet with Chris Wilson?
I met with Chris Wilson at my mom's and dad's house in Alameda.
And did you lay it out for Chris Wilson, your opioid addiction and your misconduct?
I definitely laid out my addiction. I definitely gave him some details about monies that I had taken. I didn't give him, we didn't go into all the details about all of it, but I certainly was very candid with him about the things that involved him.
Had you already just contacted the detox facility before you met with Chris Wilson on the 4th?
I believe that we had already, at that point, I believe that we had already spoken to the guy that I knew from Sunrise and made arrangements for me to go there on Monday.
Okay. And
I know we had arrangements for me to go there on Monday, and I'm sure we had to have had it by then because I went to the hospital shortly after that. So yes.
And did you reach out to Blanca to get your insurance information?
I did.
And for what purpose?
Because I was going to use my insurance at detox and rehab to help pay for it.
And what was your immediate plans after? I mean, for the day after you met with Chris Wilson, did you have plans to do anything? Have any other meetings on that Saturday?
I wanted to go and meet with Corey Fleming, who was another lawyer who was affected by the things I did.
Okay. And did you?
And a good friend.
Did you go meet with Corey Fleming?
No.
What'd you do instead?
I'd given my, when I gave my pills to my brother Randy and Danny, I think I gave them to Randy, but I took a lot of pills because I knew I wasn't going to be taking any more. So Randy had my pills. I had to get some from him the night before, but I only got a small amount. I could tell, you know, I wasn't taking anything near like what I had been taking, so I knew it was coming. And I called someone to bring me more pills. And I believe before I met with Chris Wilson.
And did you meet this? Did the person you called bring you more pills?
You know, I don't know if he brought me more pills or not, because by the time I met with him, after meeting with Chris and after, you know, the starting of the withdrawals, I changed my plans.
And what was the change in plans?
Not to get pills from him anymore, and instead, I asked him to shoot me.
Did you ask him to shoot you as a sympathy ploy, or did you want
as a sympathy ploy?
Yes, sir. Why did you ask him to shoot you? What was the end goal that you wanted to accomplish?
I meant for him to shoot me so I'd be gone.
And who was this? Who did you ask to do this?
Eddie Smith.
And did he in fact shoot you?
He did.
And where was that located? Not your gunshot, but where were you shot? In Hampton or Colleton County? Where were you? It's
Hampton County. It's right on the border of Salkehatchie Road. It runs right along the Salkehatchie River.
And why did you want to be gone?
I mean, I knew all this was coming to a head. I knew how humiliating it was going to be for my son. I mean, I'd been through so much. At the time, in the bad place that I was, it seemed like the better thing to do. I don't think that way now, thankfully, but
right.
I did at the time.
Did you have life insurance on you?
Oh, yeah, I had a lot of life insurance.
And who was the beneficiary?
Maggie was the beneficiary.
How much life insurance did you have?
I had $12 million. I had a $4 million policy and an $8 million policy, for a total of 12.
Did you ever have any life insurance on Maggie?
No, never.
Did you ever have any life insurance on Paul?
No.
Alex, will you tell this jury about Maggie and your relationship with her?
Y'all saw a picture. She was just as beautiful inside as she was outside. And I mean, she was so adventurous. I mean, you couldn't tell her something was good or bad. I mean, she wanted to find out for herself. She wanted to do it, see it, experience it on her own and form her own opinion. She was devoted. Those two boys, Buster, Paul, me, I mean, she made sure we didn't want for anything, ever. Fun, playful. I mean, she had a laugh that, you know, you didn't even have to know what was funny. If you heard her laugh, you would laugh. You know, she had this little playful look where she'd smile at you and bite her lip. I can't do it, but I mean, when she just do it, it just melt you. You know, she was such a lady, such a feminine person, a girl, but then she had two boys, and I mean, she didn't grow up in the swamp and in the country, riding four-wheelers and hunting and fishing, and I mean, she changed everything. She became a boy's mom. I mean, her life became ball and riding four-wheelers and, I mean, doing those things. Now, don't get me wrong, she was still 100% girl, and you heard Marion say, I mean, she loved to do those things with her nieces, but I mean, she threw herself into her boys' life. I mean, you know, she never took not working for granted. I mean, she might not have worked, but I promise you, she worked. And she worked to make sure me and Paul and Buster had everything. You know, she wanted a big family, and pregnancy just didn't suit her. Her pregnancies were so hard. I would leave her in the mornings and she'd be sick. I'd come home and check on her and she'd be sick. I'd come back at the end of the day and she'd be sick. I mean, she was so sick all the time with both those boys. And when we had Paw, Maggie got in trouble and Paw got in trouble. And this pregnancy didn't suit her, so we decided that, you know, we would just have the two boys. And, you know, I just think how hard it was on her, just made her love those boys so much more. And she did. But she was the kind of person, Maggie, you know, she could put on the most elegant ball gown and go to the governor's mansion and hang out with, you know, the most affluent people, whatever. Or she could come down to, you know, she could go to a food bank in Hampton or Walterboro and fit in everybody at both places would say when she left, and that Maggie, she's a good one. She's just a special person.
Alan,
Very special person.
would you ever do anything to harm Maggie?
I would never hurt Maggie. Ever.
Will you tell the jury about Paul, please, and your relationship with him?
And Paul, I mean, Paul was just the brightest. He was the brightest. He's the most inquisitive young man. He wanted to be a part of everything. If you were working, I can remember as a little boy, you'd be working on something. It didn't matter what it was. His little head was going to come in there, his nose in there to see what you were doing. He was a man's man. He was a 100% country boy. He was tough. I mean, he could hunt anything. He could catch any fish. He could run any piece of equipment. He could use any tool. I mean, he could do anything. At 22 years old, he could do so many things. I mean, he took care of so many, and he was so tough. But on the other hand, he had a side to him that was just so sweet. I mean, he wouldn't come home where he wouldn't go check on his grandparents. He wouldn't go near Somerville where he wouldn't go out of his way, check on his grandparents. You know, to be such a tough person, he would get all of his buddies and get on a boat and go watch a sunset. How many 22-year-old people you know do stuff like that? I mean, he was such a special boy. He cared about people. He was fiercely loyal. He was so misrepresented in the media. I mean, never an accurate story told about what he was. And I would challenge you right now, I would challenge everybody in this room to go find somebody that knew Pawpaw, who really knew him, that did not have an ulterior motive, that would say something negative about him. And I challenge everybody who can hear me now to do that. I mean, Paul was that kind of person. If you knew him, he would help you. And he would be glad to help you. You know, I thought Mark Ball made a good point when he said, you know, Paul might not have quite found his place yet. Paul was ADHD, and so he would jump around from thing to thing a lot. But there's absolutely no question in my mind whatsoever that Paul would have found whatever that thing was that he was going to do. And whatever that ended up being, he was going to be one of the best at it that you've ever known. And I'll tell you one more thing. And I didn't even know this when Paul was alive. But, excuse me. When they were doing his eulogy, I gave the names of some of his friends, and he had a real cute friend that they were just friends, but a cute little girl that Maggie adored. I didn't know her very well, but Maggie did. Maggie adored her, but they talked to her, and Paul, we learned this from her, Julianne. And at 22 years old, I learned, Pawpaw would tell his friends, be present, appreciate where you are, the things you have, and the people around you. I think a lot of that came from it hurt Paul so bad when Mallory died. But 22-year-olds, do you know that think that way? Be present. Appreciate things around you. At 22 years old. He's the most special boy.
Do you love Paul?
Did I love him? Like no other. He and Buster.
Do you love Maggie?
Oh, more than anything. I love Maggie from the first time we went out.
Did you kill Maggie?
No, I did not kill Maggie. I did not kill Paul. I would never hurt Maggie, and I would never hurt Paul. Ever. Under any circumstances.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the state may have.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Gentlemen, we'll take a we'll take a 10-minute recess. Please do not discuss the case. Do not discuss your testimony during the recess. 10 minutes.
It. That's the Steve that you guys know. As soon as I heard the Slack message from April, I knew exactly what it was. I didn't even have to read her message. I knew exactly what it was going to say. But anyway, what I was saying before I so rudely muted myself is I have a challenge for you guys. Who's ready for a challenge? Press 1 if you want a challenge, or 2 if you'd rather just stew in your self-loathing. Let's see. Who wants a challenge? Challenge accepted, maybe? Some of you guys want challenge. Three. Dave said 3. I got a challenge. All right? You want a challenge? We have just over 200 people watching across all social media channels, and that's what I made a joke about. I said I haven't had this low of streaming numbers in a long time, and then I was like, it's kind of funny because everyone wants me to cover the trials, but when I cover the trials, we have the lowest numbers we ever have, which makes our engagement suffer and all that good stuff, which is why we don't cover the trials anymore, even though we'll have 400 or 500 people that watch consecutively. Here's the challenge. You want a challenge? This is a challenge. I am going to make, no. Actually, yes. Watch. You want to see this challenge? It's going to be good. I am doing 20% off, and I never do 20% off. All bags of coffee on our classics. Oh, wait. Minimum. No minimum. Why is it saying I have to choose a minimum order? Oh, fine, whatever. Minimum purchase amount. There. Bam. So I'm doing this is my challenge to you guys, because I just ordered a shite ton of coffee. So I have a crap ton. Actually, I didn't just order it. It's getting delivered tomorrow. So I have a crap ton of coffee. Here's my challenge for you. Buy a bag or 2 or 3 or 5 or 700 bags of coffee from our store right now. Automatically, for the next 10 minutes, I'm doing 20% off each bag of coffee. 20% off. But I'm deleting this damn code right away because we never do 20% sales. 20% off. Just on bags of coffee. I'll share the link here just for you because you don't have a lot of time. But this is a hell of a deal. And I have all coffee flavors in stock, including the fiery but peaceful. So if you haven't tried that, you may want to. 20% off. You don't need a code or anything. Just add the coffee to your cart and then check out. And it's automatically 20% off. How about that? Let's see. Because I ordered too much coffee and now I'm kind of panicking because I need to sell it. And to be honest, I spent $1,000 today. And now I need to make that $1,000 back. You know, whatever. It was for a good cause. So we got April VIP tickets to the romantic night for 2 in a 4-star hotel with a $60 food and drink voucher where they can romantically cuddle by a campfire or something at the hotel. It's a romantic package. But I did that because she's awesome. So, but I need to make that money back. So this is a great deal. I never do this deal. My wife, when I told her I wanted to do it, for one, she actually put Jelly Roll on because I called her right as I was leaving the office and I told her what I was going to do. And she's like, okay. And then she's like, what, the Jelly Roll concert? She's like, I'll listen to Jelly Roll on the radio while I'm making dinner. And I'm like, okay, dear. And I got home and she's like, yeah, I could only listen to 2 of them because she doesn't like Jelly Roll or that kind of music at all. She's like, I could see how you would like it. I'm like, yeah. And but then she was like, how come you're not doing romantic getaways for us in 4-star hotels and stuff? I'm like, because April busts her ass. I'm like, you don't bust your ass as she's making dinner and doing dishes like that, like at the same time. Yeah, you know, that's our relationship. But yeah, I need to make back that coffee. So I need to make back that money. So right now, 20% off during this break. 20% off all bags of coffee under the Classics tab. The link is in the chat. It's 10 minutes. And we never, ever, ever do 20% off sales. That's huge. We never do 20% off sales. Oddball, I'm a woman, said, did I miss the rest of the trial for a day? No. The defense, I believe the defense just ended their examination of Alex Murdaugh, and now the prosecution is going to rip into him. I believe that's what's going to happen next. So now is the time. And that discount code, you don't need a discount code. You just check out. It's automatically going to be 20% off. However, that's only good on that coffee link that I sent to you, the new 10 roasts that we have. So we have Awake Not Woke, Harlem's Finest, Flying High, French Vanilla, Pardon My French, Frank 01, which is really good actually, Fiery But Peaceful. Damn, bruh. Yeah. Jason just, did I say Awake Not Woke? Yeah, that's probably the first one I said. Italian Roast. And then there's other ones. I don't remember what the other ones are. But, yeah. Do we have more than one cold brew? To be honest, all of our coffee can be used as cold brew, John Kennedy. And if you are doing cold brew, I recommend Awake Not Woke. And this is what you do if you want cold brew. This makes my life a lot harder. Actually, I'll do that later. John, what you can do is you place an order and then just send me an email, like right now, and say, hey, I want coarse ground. Because I grind all the coffee to order. So for example, all the coffee orders that come in today, I will grind all of those coffee orders tomorrow and then ship them. So we have it all in whole bean. You know what I mean? So if you say, Steve, I want Awake Not Woke in cold brew, which is the only one I've tried so far in cold brew, I would say okay, and then I will do a coarse grind, and then you could do it in cold brew. And that's the only one I've tried, and it's amazing. But I'll be honest, I'm so stuck on cold brew. Matter of fact, I'm gonna make some cold brew tonight. So how about them apples? And what you do for the cold brew like thing that I have, you use 110 grams, which is roughly a third of a 12-ounce bag, so it's roughly 4 ounces. Yeah, 4 ounces. And then you put it in there and you let it seep, I think is what the terminology is, for 4 hours. 4 hours, 20 for 18 hours, 12 to 18 hours. But it's very good. Very good. Someone said, I think they should do a relationship podcast and it would be insanely greatly popular. No, it would not. Because we would have so many people that are like, why are you with the other person? People would be saying that to me about her, and more people would be saying it to her about me. Because she and I are completely opposites. My wife and I, we are completely opposite. But that's why we work. You know, that's why we work. But yeah, if you guys want to do it, and also, and that example, so I'll leave this going just for a little bit longer than 10 minutes, probably like 20 minutes, because I see a lot of you guys are trying to do it real quick. I'll give you a little bit, like 20 minutes. And if you want it in coarse grind, or even if you want it in espresso grind, I can do all the different grinds. So I will put coarse grind. You know what I want? I'm going to make separate products. So when this break is over, I will add Awake Not Woke as a cold brew. I will add, which other one should I do as cold brew? Awake Not Woke, yes. But which other one should I do? Anyway, right now we're running a 20% off sale for our coffee. All you got to do is go to the link right here in your chat right now, add the coffee to your cart. Sales automatic. It's automatically going to take 20% off. French vanilla, I could do French vanilla. But if you have any roast that you want right now in cold brew, like for example, say you're placing an order right now and you know you're going to order 4 or 5 different bags and you want to try cold brew in some of those, send me an email and say, Steve, before you grind up the beans, do this, this, and this one in coarse grind, and I'll do that for you tomorrow. And I'll just mark it on it that it's coarse grind for cold brew. So someone said, yeah, if you did the French vanilla, you'll save me. We're also working on potentially releasing a cold brew concentrate, which is fucking stupid because I'll be honest, it's literally cold brew. Yeah. That they just use less water and let it seep longer. That's all it is. I don't know why. And then they call it cold brew concentrate and they sell it for like $30 a little tiny ass bottle. Sheesh. Sheesh. Isn't that, what do they do when they do it? Is it this? Sheesh. I don't know. My kids were doing that for a long time. Or sheesh. I don't know. But whatever. But I could do the French vanilla. I could do coarse grind in any of our roasts. Any of our roasts. So if you want coarse grind, and if you order your coffee today, especially if you order anything but the Wake Up America, because I have everything else in whole bean available, but I'm completely out of Wake Up America and I'm completely out of Awake Not Woke until about 12 o'clock tomorrow. But if you order today, you're going to get your order shipped tomorrow. But it will ship tomorrow, but it may not be dropped off at the post office until Saturday morning. Does that make sense? Hopefully it makes sense. How many of you guys, I know too, because April gave me a really good idea, right? I know we have another viewer that has a motorcycle shop somewhere. Whoever that viewer is, you should message me back. You want a TV so I could track you down, and then you put the TV up in your motorcycle shop. The hearing's coming back, so I'm gonna be switching back to this in a minute. But I will leave this discount up till 4 o'clock. 20% all coffee until 4 o'clock. Just add it to your cart and check out, and you are good. All right? Till 4 o'clock.
You may bring the jury.
And I never do 20% discounts. Ever. Ever. If one of you guys really wants to make me like sing maybe a song like The old songs. Remember, maybe I'll make a song like, you know.
No. Oh yeah. Alex Murdaugh, he's going to jail. Yeah, Alex Murdaugh, he's going to jail. Oh, Alex Murdaugh, he's going to jail. Alex Murdaugh, he killed his family. All right.
Yeah. But yeah, buy one of those too. Buy one of those. Links in the chat. There's no discount on that unless you are a military or first responder. Also, what you could do, if you're like super like smart, what you could do is I was just vaping, is you could order all the coffee right now, add all the coffee to your cart, and then order this. You're still going to get 20% off your coffee order.
Thank you.
And then you shop pay to break up the payments.
Please
Damn,
court.
you save big money, homie.
Mr. Murdaugh, let's start with a few things I think we can agree on.
All right, sir.
You agree that the most important part of your testimony here today is explaining your lie for a year and a half that you were never down at those kennels at 8:44. Would you agree with that?
I think all of my testimony is important, Mr. Waters.
Would you agree that that's an important part of your testimony?
Sure.
All right. And would you also agree that the first time that law enforcement officers that you've talked to and the prosecution and here in open court ever heard you say that you lied about being in the kennels was today in this court?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. All this time later, this is the first time you've ever said that.
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that for years you were stealing money from clients.
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
And that you were stealing from your law firm.
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
And that had been going on since at least 2010.
I'm not sure of the exact date, but it's been going on a long time. I'll agree with
All right,
that.
what's your best guess of the date?
I'm not sure. I
You don't know?
I don't take a dispute with 2010. I just don't know that for sure.
All right. Sure about a lot of things, but you don't know that. Is that correct?
I'm fine with that date, Mr. Waters. I don't have any reason to dispute it. I'm just not certain of it.
All right. Let's just keep on things that we may be able to agree about. And let's talk first about your family's legacy here in the legal profession, okay?
Talk about anything you want to.
Good. Tell me about your great-grandfather. Was he the solicitor for the very circuit that we're in?
Yes, sir.
And what was his name?
Randolph Murdaugh, Sr.
All right. What did he go by? Do you know?
Randolph?
Randolph? And did you ever get to know him, or did he pass before?
Oh, no, sir. He got killed in 1940.
And how long was he solicitor?
20 years.
20 years?
Yes, sir.
And then your grandfather, who was that?
Randolph Murdaugh, Jr.
All right. And did he go by, what did he go by?
Buster. That's who Buster is named after.
And was he solicitor?
Yes, sir. He was the solicitor for 46 years. From 1940, he took over when my great-granddaddy got killed, and he served until 1986. He was the longest-serving prosecutor in the country.
And you knew him obviously well. He was your grandfather, correct?
Oh, I knew him extremely well and loved him dearly.
Idolized him, did you not?
Yes. You know.
So he was the chief prosecutor for all that time as well, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then your father, Mr. Randolph, he became solicitor not long after that. Is that correct?
When my grandfather retired because you weren't allowed to be solicitor after age 72, my dad took over, filled his unexpired term, and then he ran.
And he became the chief prosecutor for this area right here as well?
Yes, sir.
And how long was he solicitor?
From 1986 until 2006.
Till 2006?
Yes, sir.
I actually worked a case with them about a guy who killed a trooper.
He's a fine, fine, fine man.
Yes, he
And
was.
An excellent lawyer.
Yes, he was. And he was an excellent lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
That's a big part of your
That
family
was a
legacy and your
big
heritage.
coffee
It's so
order, John.
ingrained
Thank you, bud.
around here is that history of being the chief of the legal community. Is that correct? Would you agree with that?
That my family's been a central part of the legal community. Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And not only just a central part of the legal community, but the chief prosecutor for this area since 1910, I think, up until 2006?
1920
1920?
to 2006. 1910 is when my great-grandfather started the law firm.
The law firm.
Yes, sir.
All right, so 1920 to 2006, correct?
That's correct.
An unbroken chain of being the chief prosecutor here, correct?
That's correct.
And then you went to law school as well, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And when did you graduate from law school?
1994.
1994. And did you ever become a full-time solicitor?
No, sir.
And you went into private practice, I think, with Mawson Coon, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then you
1994.
went to the former law firm that no longer exists because of your activities, correct?
I started in 1994.
Answer my question, if you would, please, first.
What was your question?
My question was that you started first with Mawson Coon. Go ahead and answer that one.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you went to the law firm that doesn't exist anymore, that started in 19, but it doesn't exist anymore because of your activities, correct?
That's correct.
And as part of that, of your practice, you were a trial lawyer, correct?
That's correct.
Successful trial lawyer.
I don't know about your adjective, but I was, I guess so. Yes, sir.
Did you make millions of dollars in legal fees?
Yes, sir.
But you won't tell this jury that's successful.
Well, if that's the criteria, yes, sir, I was successful.
Well, you won cases, correct?
I did win cases.
Settled cases?
Sure, I settled cases.
Okay. Heard your former law partners say that you were a successful lawyer?
I did hear some of them say that.
I think you even became president of the Trial Lawyers Association, is that right?
That's correct.
And when was that?
I'm not sure of the exact year, but it would have been in the 2015 range, 2014, 15, 16, somewhere in there.
And in that role, you were kind of the president of the Association of People Who Do Trial Plaintiffs Work, right?
Yes, sir.
Who do jury trials, correct?
Well,
That's part of it, right?
Yes, sir. That's part of it.
It's part of it. Sitting down, looking jurors in the eyes, and giving a closing argument. Is that right?
Yes.
And what kind of cases did you normally do? Just generally, what subject matter?
I did all kinds of cases. I did cases that, I handled some very big cases. I had a lot of cases where, somebody, their cable company was billing them $20 more than they should have been. And I handled everything from that to the big cases and everything in between.
All right, so the big cases, tell me about those. Those were typically plaintiff's work, all plaintiff's work, correct, for your big cases?
Yes.
Okay. And plaintiff's work is where, or there would be, say, for example, automobile or truck accidents, correct? Or that some of it?
Every big case I ever had was automobile. No, sir. Not all of them were automobile wrecks.
Were many of them?
Sure.
All right. And if they, let's say, your plaintiff collided with like a UPS truck or a tractor trailer or something like that. You've had cases like that, correct?
I have.
And they led to very big recoveries, is that correct?
The UPS case that I handled?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. And as a part of that, developing those types of cases, you were involved in investigating the facts of the case, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you were involved in gathering, let's say, telemetry data from automobiles, correct?
Telemetry data, like you presented in this courtroom this week?
Yeah. You never did that?
I've never had a case specifically where the type data that y'all have presented in this case that I've used, but I've had data from automobiles. I've had
from essentially their computers.
OnStar data. I've had data from the black box, you know, but specifically telemetry data, I don't believe that I've ever had one of those.
But OnStar and black box data, correct?
More so the black box event recorder. I mean, many times in a wreck, the event recorder will go back and tell you things leading up to the wreck.
Sure.
So, and I've been in numerous cases where those were involved.
And you've had cases where cell phone evidence was relevant to your case?
Sure.
People's call logs were relevant to your case?
I have had those.
Cell tower location was relevant to your case?
Yes.
Computer evidence was relevant to your case?
I'm sure I have, yes.
And when did you start with the law firm?
August or September of 1998.
And you've been doing essentially that kind of work, more or less, up until September of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
To the point where you rose to be the president of the Trial Lawyers Association.
I was the president of Trial Lawyers Association in around 2015, as we discussed.
So can we agree now on successful?
I mean, by those criteria, I was successful, certainly. I mean, we've talked about a lot of my flaws here today, too. Do I feel like I was successful? No, sir. Not sitting here today, I don't. But if you want to use that term and on those criteria, I don't have any problem with you saying at that time it looked like I was successful.
Do you think people viewed you as a successful lawyer?
I'm sure there were a lot of people that did.
Do you think people viewed your family as very prominent?
I believe that there were a lot of people that did, yes, sir.
And did you think that a lot of people viewed you and your family as very prominent in the legal community here?
I never thought of myself as prominent.
I asked you if you thought if people viewed you that way. Let me ask you
At the time, did I think people viewed me that way?
Yeah, prior to everything happening.
No, I don't think that I thought people viewed me as prominent. No, sir. I mean, like a big shot? No, sir, I don't think that.
What about your family?
That my family thought we were big shots? No, sir, I definitely don't think that.
Your family is prominent in this community.
Prominent?
Yeah.
As in?
It's not a hard question.
Well, I'm just not sure, you know. I think my family was very well thought of. Mm-hmm. I think my family was respected. I think my family helped a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. I'm not challenging you on any of that. I'm just getting you to agree what seems to be a basic fact. Would you agree with that?
With what? That my family helped a lot of people and was well thought of?
Very prominent.
If that's what you mean by that, yes, sir.
And that your family had a very long association with law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And you had a long association with law enforcement.
Yes.
Yes.
By association, I assume you're talking about friendships. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But not only just friendships, but also professional as well, correct?
As a
professional
prosecutor?
Associations with law enforcement.
As a prosecutor or as a civil attorney?
Okay, let's talk about civil. Did you have associations with them in civil cases?
Sure. I mean, as we discussed, a lot of cases that I handled were wreck cases, or might be a train wreck or a tractor trailer, but there were a lot of highway patrolmen involved. There were a lot of local law enforcement involved. So yeah, we dealt with a lot of law enforcement in the civil practice.
All right. And then you also mentioned that you were a prosecutor as well, correct?
I was a volunteer assistant solicitor.
Did you or your family or your law firm ever have events or parties or social affairs in which the law enforcement community in this area was invited?
I mean, sure, the law firm itself didn't really sponsor things like that. Right. But there would be occasions where one of us in the law firm, and certainly we all had a lot of friends in law enforcement, and they were always invited.
Okay. And it's a simple point. You had a lot of friends in law enforcement, your family and you had a long association with the law enforcement community in this circuit. Is that correct?
Association being friendships and working relationships, absolutely.
Okay. All right, well, let's talk about being a prosecutor. When did you become an assistant solicitor?
I believe that I became an assistant solicitor when I moved from Beaufort to Hampton. Right. So that would have been September, sometime around September 1998. Might have been a little bit after that, but sometime.
Did you get a badge when you became an assistant solicitor?
At some point I did, yes, sir.
And who gave you that badge?
My father.
Mr. Randolph?
Yes, sir.
And over the years, did you prosecute criminal cases, much as what's going on here today?
Yes, sir, at times I did.
And?
I believe that I prosecuted from 1998 to 2001, I believe that
2001? Keep going, I'm sorry.
2021, I'm sorry. Until 2021, from 1998 to 2021, I believe I was involved in 5 jury, I believe there were 5 trials.
5 trials?
Is the best that I can remember. And all with my dad. That was really the purpose of me being assistant solicitor, was get to spend time with him, do things with him.
Sure. And you, 5 jury trials over all that time, but you had a badge that entire time, is that correct?
I had a badge for a big part of that time, yes, sir.
You actually had 2 badges, right?
I had 1 badge, but when my granddad became an assistant solicitor for my dad, when my dad became the solicitor, he had an assistant solicitor's badge.
Right.
When he passed away, I had his badge, and that was one of, at some point in time you were asking somebody about 2 badges, and that was the other badge.
I got you. You said you did 5 criminal jury trials as a prosecutor, correct?
Assisted in those, or was doing them, yes, sir. I believe I was actually the lead lawyer in one of them. I helped my dad in the other 4.
Still a part of preparing the case?
Yes, sir.
Still part of gathering the evidence and putting it together for trial?
In a criminal case, we didn't do much of the gathering of the evidence. We took what law enforcement had gathered, but
putting it together for the criminal trial, correct?
Yes, sir.
Presenting evidence in court?
Yes, sir.
Giving jury argument?
I did the closing argument in one of them, yes, sir.
Did you ever have any cases that you prosecuted that went short of a jury trial, either pled out or were dismissed for some reason?
You know, I'm sure that at some point between 1998 and 2021 that I took some plea, but as we sit here today, I can't specifically remember that, and I don't ever remember working a case up for trial that didn't go to trial. But I'm sure at some point in time, I was involved in some level on a guilty plea, or guilty pleas.
And you'd agree with me that the civil system and the criminal system have a lot of differences, correct?
A lot of differences and a lot of similarities.
And a lot of similarities, and that's where I was going next. And fundamentally, it's about analyzing the evidence, preparing for trial, presenting that case, and making your argument to the jury, correct?
That's a big part of it.
Okay. And would you agree with me that as cases go on, or as you are preparing for trial, that you analyze the evidence that's been gathered by law enforcement and present the evidence that supports your case, correct? That's just part of it.
presenting evidence that you deem favorable for your position?
Yeah, that you analyze the evidence and then you put in the evidence that supports your case. It's an ongoing process. Would you agree with that?
That's part of what you do.
And same thing in the civil case, right? As you go along, you may have evidence, but you ultimately analyze that evidence, and some evidence makes the cut and some of it does not. Is that fair to say?
As far as what you're trying to, I think
It's a
we
simple
agree on
question.
that.
We would agree on that.
I think so. I'm not exactly sure what your question is, but I think I understand it.
I'm just asking you that as a lawyer, as you've been since 1994, is that right?
That's correct.
It's a simple question. You analyze the evidence that's been gathered, whether civil or criminal, and then present that in court. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right.
that's part of
And
what you
that is
do.
an ongoing process as you prepare for a case. Is that correct?
An ongoing process as you prepare for, in criminal courts or civil courts?
Either one.
Well, I mean, but there's a distinction because in civil court, you have the deadlines, and so you aren't allowed to gather evidence during a trial or a week before a trial or, you know, for instance, if this was a civil trial and we found that OnStar data during the third or fourth week of trial, you wouldn't be able to use it because you're past deadlines. But in a criminal case, you are able to use it.
But you would agree that none of that was the fault of anyone on this side of the table, that GM initially responded they had nothing and then responded all of a sudden that they did.
I don't have an opinion, and that's certainly not anything I'm intending to convey.
You talked to this jury a lot about that, but you know nothing about that particular part of it. Is that what you're telling us? You talked to the jury a lot about the GM data, but you're telling me that you're unaware that GM initially responded to law enforcement's timely request and said they didn't have that, but then in the course of the trial, all of a sudden came up and said, you know what, we found something, and that's the reason why it arrived late. You're saying you don't know anything about that after talking to this jury about that?
I don't know a single thing about that. I know that y'all represented that to the court, and I don't have any reason to doubt it.
Good.
But I don't.
And you would agree that that's generally consistent with the telemetry data that the FBI did, correct? The OnStar data.
The OnStar, I think the OnStar data and the telemetry data are totally different.
All right, you don't think they're generally consistent with one another? Is that what you're telling this jury?
No, I'm not telling the jury anything about that. I'm just saying, do I think they're consistent? I think the OnStar data gives you one set of information, and the telemetry data gives you another set of information.
Okay. But you don't think they're consistent? I mean, you talked about it to this jury. I think we're struggling on what seems to be a fairly simple point. Don't you agree?
Mr. Waters, I'm just trying to answer your question.
All right.
And so I'm not trying to be difficult. My understanding of what you're referring to as the telemetry data is when a car goes into park and drive and that sort of thing. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
And the GPS information is telling you where a vehicle is on a certain path.
Correct.
And what direction it's going. So I think that they're two different types of information.
The question was, were they consistent with one another?
I guess so. I don't think they contradict each other.
All right, thank you. All right. You were the breadwinner for your family, correct? For your immediate family.
Yes.
And that included, obviously, for Maggie, correct?
I'm sorry?
That included for Maggie, correct?
Absolutely.
And in large measure for Buster and Paul as well. Would you agree with that?
That I was the breadwinner?
The primary
in large measure?
breadwinner, yes.
No, I was their source of. I was the source of income for Maggie, Buster, and Paul.
Okay.
I mean, I guess as they got older, I mean, there's some point where Buster had a job, but I mean, I would still consider myself the provider for them at that time.
Okay. Again, I'm not There's no trick here. I'm just trying to ask a simple question.
Mr. Waters, I don't think that was a trick.
Okay.
So,
All right. So you were the primary breadwinner. We can agree on that.
yes,
correct?
sir.
Go ahead. Give me 1 second.
Hey, should I do a limited sale, like a 25% off sale on all t-shirts for like the next 30 minutes? Press 1 if I should, 2 if you don't care.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 570 and see if you recognize this particular item. You can go ahead and take it out of the batch, the bag.
All right, sir.
You know what that is?
Yes, sir.
That's 571.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then I'm going to show you what was in the bag in 570. Can you tell me what that is?
I can.
All right. What is that?
Which one?
570. What is that?
All right. 571 is what I would consider to be my badge.
All right. And then what is this one right here, which is 570?
Okay, 570 would be the one I told you about, was my grandfather's badge after he retired, when he became an assistant for my dad.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 571 and 570 in the evidence.
They are admitted.
All right. Where did you keep 570, the one that was your grandfather's?
It didn't have a single place that it was kept.
You know where it was recovered by law enforcement?
No, sir.
Would you dispute if it was recovered out of the Mercedes you were driving on September 4th, the day of the side of the road incident?
No, I believe that.
Now, the Elmo, please. Now the screen, please. And 571, where did you keep this one?
Usually in my car.
Where in your car?
It could be all of it. It could be on the dash, like you were talking to Mark Ball about. It could be in the center console. It could be in the cup holder. It could be on the seat. Usually in the front seat, but in my car is where I tried to keep it.
All right. And when you had it in your dash, would you have it face up or face down?
I didn't have any particular manner in which I stored it anywhere.
There was no rhyme or reason to it, is what you're telling the jury? How you had it in the dash?
There may be occasions where I had it in the dash for some particular reason, but there were a lot of times where it probably was in the dash for no particular reason other than that's where I put it. Just like I might put it on the seat or in the cup holder.
You said there were particular reasons why you might put it in the dash. What would those reasons be?
Man, it could be any number of things. If I'm going somewhere where I want somebody to see it, then I would put it in the dash. If there's another reason for somebody to see it, like for instance, if I get pulled over, I might have it in the cup holder so an officer could see it when he walked up.
Why would you do that? Why would you have it in the cup holder? You're not saying you were on official business, are you?
No, I'm not saying I'm on official business.
Why would you want it in a cup holder if you got pulled over?
Because I've found that law enforcement oftentimes is friendlier when you're in law enforcement.
When you're law enforcement. So you considered yourself law enforcement?
No, sir. I can't say that I considered myself law enforcement.
Well, you carried a badge on you as an assistant solicitor for 2 decades, roughly?
From around 98, so yes, sir, for 2 decades.
And you would ride with it.
Yeah, real quick. I went even bigger. 25% off for the next 48 minutes on all t-shirts and all hoodies automatically. Ha ha!
Yourself law enforcement.
I personally didn't consider myself to be law enforcement, no, sir.
All right. So you were just using having this badge to your advantage and taking license with it. Is that correct?
I guess in some circumstances that is accurate.
Is he from North Carolina?
See if you could use it to get away with something, correct? Get better treatment if you got pulled over.
Get better treatment if I got pulled over? I mean, that's probably a fair statement.
Okay.
Yeah, if somebody in law enforcement saw that, yeah, I'd say that's true.
Did you have to take an oath when you got that badge?
No, sir.
You didn't?
Not that I remember. I certainly don't recall taking one, like, so going somewhere and raising my hand.
Raising your hand and saying, I promise to do my duty fairly and with integrity. You never had to do that?
Mr. Waters, if I did, I sure don't recall it. I mean, it was a very informal process when I became a volunteer assistant solicitor for my dad. And then when I continued with Duffy, I mean, at some point, you know, if I took any oath at all that I can remember, it would be on some paper that I may have had to sign, but I don't specifically remember doing that.
All right. Well, let's talk about it. Let's go back to 571. And on the inside of it, what are those right there? Are those an ID card with your picture on it?
Yes, sir, that is.
All right. And at the top, on that top, leave it in there if you would, please. Can you not see it?
I can, but I was just going to see what's on the back.
Okay.
All right, sir.
All right. And it's got your picture on it, got your name on it?
Yes, sir, that does have my picture and my name.
All right. Good. Put that one back for me, please.
All right. So you want to look at this top one?
Look at the top one.
Okay.
What office does it say that you are on that top one right there? Up there at the top.
State of South Carolina Solicitor, the Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit. It says that I, as Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit, I do hereby certify that, and it has,
Your name.
right? And it has all that
Nice
data.
choice, Pat. Nice
What
choice.
position does it say that you're appointed to?
As the, okay, it says that as Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit, I do certify that Richard A. Murdaugh was on July 1st, 2013, appointed as the Deputy Solicitor of Allendale, Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, and Jasper counties in and is authorized to enforce the laws in the 14th Judicial Circuit of South Carolina.
All right, awesome. Can I hold it back?
And it's, yes, sir, signed by Duffy Stone.
Signed by Duffy Stone. So Deputy Solicitor, is that correct?
I was never a deputy solicitor, Mr. Waters. That's what that says, but I've never been a deputy solicitor. Unless deputy solicitor is, I was a volunteer assistant solicitor. And as far as I know, Sean Thornton has been the only deputy solicitor that Duffy Stone had.
And it's a simple point. It says Deputy Solicitor, but Deputy Solicitor is a higher rank than Assistant Solicitor, correct? To your understanding?
That's what I think.
Yeah.
And that was Sean Thornton. I've never been deputy solicitor, even though that does say that.
All right.
I agree with, and that was signed by Duffy Stone, not by me.
I understand. This is what was given to you.
That's what was given to me.
I went through this whole long thing at the beginning about whether or not you had an association with the law enforcement community, but this was given to you not by your father, but by a successor, correct?
Well, no, sir. I believe we got to this because you were asking me if I took an oath, and I don't remember taking an oath, and then you started asking me about these things.
Okay. And you agree that this card says Deputy Solicitor, right?
I agree that card says deputy solicitor.
All right. Would you agree with me that it says on the back that it is reposing special trust and confidence in your ability, care, prudence, and integrity? Is that what it says on the back of this?
I mean, if you're, no, sir. I mean, I trust, if you're reading that off the back of that, I assume that it does.
All right.
You were reading off of the one that Duffy Stone gave me, correct?
Yeah, and then the one at the top, where did that one come from? You want me to bring it back to you?
No, sir, I think I can see it. That
It's
would
not
be.
focused very well.
That's okay. I mean, I know what it is. I looked at it when you handed it to me. So the card on the bottom is what I got from Duffy Stone. The one on the top, and the one on the top should give you a better. There we go. All right. So the one on the top was what came from my dad when he was solicitor. The one on the bottom is what came from Duffy Stone when he was solicitor. And Duffy Stone took over after my dad retired in 2006. Duffy Stone filled my dad's the rest of his unexpired 4-year term, much like my dad filled my granddad. So, and then Duffy became the solicitor.
Did you ever have lights in your vehicle?
In the particular vehicle?
No, in any vehicle.
Yes, sir, I did.
Was that a government vehicle?
No, sir, it was not.
When did you have lights, like blue lights and stuff?
Yes, sir, I had some blue lights.
When did you have blue lights? And let me remember, you did 5 cases over 20 years, and you had blue lights in your vehicle, but it was your private vehicle, correct?
Well, it was the vehicle that I drove. It was a law firm owned vehicle.
The law firm's own vehicle. So how'd you get blue lights in there?
I had them installed.
And who installed them?
I believe that Eddie Gibson installed them.
And who was that?
He's the guy who apparently does blue light work for most of the sheriff's departments in the 14th Circuit and a lot of the police departments.
And when did you have that installed? Do you recall? Was it one vehicle or more than one vehicle? Let's start with that.
I believe I had blue lights in one vehicle.
And when did you have that installed, do you think?
I'm not sure. It would have been.
5 years, 10 years?
No, here I can give you a time frame.
Okay.
The vehicle that I was in that got taken in on June the 7th, I got that vehicle sometime around late December or January, so I'd had it for 6 months. I would have had the previous vehicle for 5 years. That's how long we kept vehicles in the law firm. So I would have had it for 5 years. And sometime during that 5-year period, I had lights installed.
Did you ask the sheriff at the time if you could do that?
I did.
Who was that?
I believe it was T.C. Smalls. And I believe in Colleton it was Andy Strickland.
In Colleton it was Andy Strickland?
And I believe in Allendale it was Tom Carter.
Were you friends with Andy Strickland?
Yeah, I was friends with Andy Strickland.
And you said, hey, I'm going to get some blue lights installed in my vehicle, and he said, that's cool. Or words to that effect.
I mean, that doesn't sound like the words that he would have used or I would have used, but I certainly asked him, and he certainly said it was okay.
It was okay. All right.
Along with Sheriff Smalls and I believe Sheriff Carter. I'm not positive about Sheriff Carter, but I believe
Hell
so.
yeah, Patrick. Let's go. As a reminder, we're running a 25% off flash sale on all t-shirts and hoodies in our store until 5 o'clock. Part of me wants to decide, should I just do this for 24 hours? I have no idea.
I believe this is my Suburban. Yeah, this is my Suburban.
Patrick went to town, yo.
That y'all have.
Okay. Does that look like where your badge was on the day of the incident?
I have no idea.
You don't recall putting it there?
No, but I don't take issue with the fact that it's. I don't take issue with the fact that it's there. If that's if that's how they say it was, found it, and that's a picture.
Your Honor, Dr. States 507 in evidence.
Submitted.
You testified some about the boat case, and we'll talk more about that later.
Boat case being, I'm sorry.
The boat wreck case. Can we agree that that's what we're talking about when we say the boat case? February in 2019?
Well, there's two things. You referring to the civil case when you say the boat case.
Okay.
But when I think about the boat case, I think about the charges that y'all brought against Paw Paw.
Okay.
So, but there, also the civil case.
All right. Paw Paw? That was your new name for Paul?
I mean, I called him Paw Paw. Maggie called him Paw Paw. Bus calls him Paw Paw.
Sure.
Roro calls him Paw Paw. I mean, that's
Roro?
not.
Who was Roro?
That's Rogan Gibson.
Okay. And this jury, of course, has heard multiple recorded statements of you during the course of this. Did you ever refer to Paul as Paw Paw during that?
I don't know
Do you recall?
how I referred to I can say Paul if you prefer that.
No, you can call him whatever you want. I'm just asking you if you ever called him that during the course of that entire investigation. Or is that also the first time today, at least publicly?
Is today the first time I've called my son Paul Paw Paw? No, sir, that is not correct.
Have you ever called him that on all the recorded statements that this jury has heard?
I don't know.
You ever called Rogan Roro?
I
In
called
all
him
the
Roro
recorded statements?
all the time.
In the recorded statements, did you ever call him that?
I don't know. I mean, I called him Rogan also, so I don't know. But I'm happy to call him Rogan, and I'm happy to call Paul Paul.
All right, well, let's talk about, and I'll be specific with the boat wreck criminal case and the boat wreck civil case, okay? Is
Yes,
that
sir.
fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we've talked a little bit about your badge. Did you have your badge with you on the night of the boat wreck?
On the night of the boat wreck, did I have it with me?
Yeah.
When?
Did you go to the hospital that night?
I did go to the hospital that night.
Did you have it with you then?
I don't know, but I don't believe so. But I really
You
don't
don't
know.
believe so?
But
When you went to the hospital on the night of the boat wreck, were you acting in any official capacity?
the night of when I went to the hospital, was I acting in an official capacity?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay.
Should I extend this flash sale till tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern time? Press 1 if yes, 2 if you don't care.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 569. And do you recognize the person on the right in that image?
No, sir.
You don't recognize that?
I don't recognize him.
No, I'm asking about that.
Oh, me?
Is that you?
Yeah, it looks like me.
All right. What's hanging out of your pocket in plain view?
Looks like a badge.
You didn't recall that until I just showed you that picture?
No, sir, I did not.
Your Honor, it offers States 569 in the evidence. Okay.
Admit it.
That's you in the white shirt, is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And this is the badge hanging out of your pocket? You remember which, is that correct?
Looks to be, yes, sir.
Which badge is that? Which one of the two, do you remember?
Nah, you can't tell from here.
Okay. And why'd you have it hanging out of your pocket like that?
I don't remember having that. No, I don't know.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember that, no, sir.
Did you generally walk around with your badge hanging out of your pocket?
Generally speaking, no, sir, I did not.
Or only when you wanted some advantage from it?
Did
Did you want some advantage from wearing it like that?
Did I hang it out in my pocket when I wanted an advantage?
Yes.
I may have.
Okay.
I certainly may have.
All right. What advantage did you want?
When?
Then?
I don't even recall this, Mr. Waters, but if I was wanting some advantage, as you say it, I guess, and I don't remember this, but I guess I would want, as I said, a badge has a warming effect with other law enforcement. And so if I was seeking any advantage, as you say, then I guess that would be what it was.
Do you ever want to be the solicitor?
Yeah, there was a time period where I did.
Did you ever want to be the solicitor?
Yeah,
the elected solicitor?
there was a time period when I absolutely did.
When was that?
Prior to my dad retiring.
Prior to 2006?
Yes, sir.
How long did you explore that?
I mean, I wanted to be a solicitor for a long time, but at the time when my dad retired, I was already struggling with pills, and I knew I couldn't do it.
In 2006?
Yes, sir.
And we'll talk more about the pills in a bit, but you say you were already struggling with pills in 2006, correct?
That's correct.
But over that next 15 years, you still were able to maintain a lucrative law practice. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And you've already testified that all your law partners had no idea of this pill problem that you had all that time, correct?
I'm testifying that I believe, in fact, I'm certain that none of my partners knew I had an addiction.
That night of the boat wreck, you say you don't remember putting your badge out, correct?
No, I don't remember. I don't even remember having my badge.
Do you remember going around talking to the kids, the other kids that were on the boat?
Yeah, I talked to some of them.
You remember going to do that?
Yes.
And was your badge hanging out when you did that as well?
I wouldn't think so, Mr. Waters, but like I say, I don't think so.
All right. So it just comes naturally to put your badge out on something like this that you don't even remember why you did that.
No, I don't even remember having my badge, and I specifically know that I didn't use the badge. Did I mean to do this? I'm not saying that I didn't, but I don't know if I was putting it in my pocket and the flap, you notice that flap is not Velcro down. I don't know. I don't have a specific memory of that. And I never went around, acting like I was on official business.
So you're saying it might be an accident that your badge was hanging out there?
I'm saying that I have no memory of that whatsoever.
All right, well, you never used these badges as like a wallet, right?
No, I did.
You did?
I did.
So you're saying you had your credit cards and all your stuff in there?
No, sir. No, sir. I'm not saying that, and I'm not saying that on that night. You just asked me if I ever used it as a wallet, and there were times when I used it as a wallet.
Were you using it as a wallet that night?
I don't remember, but I don't think so. I didn't use it as a wallet very often, and I didn't use it as a wallet for very long when I did use it as a wallet.
So let's see if we can get back to what we agree on. So you would agree that you had to make a conscious decision to grab that badge and when you went into the hospital, correct? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, at some point I had to make a conscious decision to pick it up.
But you're saying you don't know if you hung it out like that on purpose while you're talking to that law enforcement officer, or if it's just an accident that it's hanging out of your pocket in full view of everyone.
Well, I am saying that because that is not how I would normally carry a badge. And even if I wanted to give somebody an impression, to me, that's got kind of an obnoxious look to it. That's just not something that, that's not something I would typically do. But I may have done it that night. I have no memory of that.
Okay. All right, so you're saying that just could be an accident that it's hanging out like that?
I'm saying it could be, or I could have put it there like that.
All right.
I don't remember.
Did you generally just walk around with it in your pocket? Or would you only carry it when you wanted to use it for something?
No, I wouldn't generally carry it around in my pocket just any time.
Okay. All right. All right, so we got the badge that may be accidentally hanging out of your pocket. You won't concede that you did that purposefully.
I mean, Mr. Waters, if you want me to say I did that on purpose, I don't have a problem with that. I'm saying I don't remember that. All right? So can I tell you that I did that on purpose? No, sir, I can't. Can I say that this happened by accident? No, sir, I can't. What I can say is I don't remember it, and that's not how I would normally, that's just not how I would normally, you know, that's just not, that's not something I did. That's not a normal thing. So I don't know.
Okay, all right. That's fine. You won't concede to this jury that there was any intention or purpose to you doing that at the hospital on the night of the boat wreck.
I'm saying I don't remember using that badge.
Fair enough.
And I specifically remember, you know, I'm sorry, go ahead. You can ask
You specifically remember what?
That I, like when I went into the room with the kids, did I pull my badge out? And I know that I did not do that.
No, because it was on your pocket like that, correct?
It's on my pocket like that right then.
Mm-hmm. Did you use that to get into areas that shouldn't be accessed by non-official personnel?
No, absolutely not. I mean, there was nowhere that I went that that was not truly public domain. I mean, basically, the places that I went to were, when I got there, I went to Paw Paw. When I left Paw Paw, I went to Morgan Dowdy, who was like a daughter to Maggie and I, had dated Paul for a long time. And I went to Morgan. Morgan had an injury to her hand that was bad, and she was very upset about Mallory. And they were working on her, so I left her room. I went back to Paw Paw. At some point in time, I know that I went to Connor's room, and I believe those are the only rooms I went to. But again, I can't tell you that with certainty.
While you were wearing that badge like that, did you tell any of the kids who were in the boat wreck not to cooperate with law enforcement?
I never told anybody not to cooperate with law enforcement. Whether I had a badge hanging out my pants, didn't have a badge, or any point in time did I tell anybody don't cooperate with law enforcement.
Did you become aware in March or April or May of 2021, shortly before June, that an investigation into the investigation of that night had begun, as well as your conduct?
Yes, I did learn of that.
Sure.
I don't know the status of that investigation, being that I've been charged with so many things and haven't been charged with that. I'm assuming that there may not be charges.
Whether or not you were aware that that had begun in the spring of 2021.
Yes, sir. I was aware. Well, at some point in time, I became aware of it. Was that the spring? Was it, February, March, April? I know it was after. I know it was after that night, and it was before June 7th.
Right. Before June 7th.
I'm pretty sure that I already knew that.
Did
on June the 7th.
You mentioned Andy Strickland. Do you know what happened to him?
Do I know what happened to him when?
How he lost his job? As sheriff?
I believe that when he was charged, I don't know if he resigned or he was suspended.
Okay. Do you remember if that was a few months prior to you becoming aware of an investigation into the investigation of this boat case, including you?
Do I know what now?
Andy Strickland was charged and lost his job. Was that a few months prior to you becoming aware of the investigation into this incident that's on the screen?
A few months prior? I don't really know this for a fact, but I believe, as I'm sitting here today, I believe that Andy was charged back in the fall. And like I said, we learned about when, I've testified about when I understood there was an investigation into whether or not I was acting in a public manner or whatever it was y'all were investigating, public corruption or that. So if it was a couple of months, if it was a month or two when Andy Strickland got charged, then if you showed me that, I'd be surprised, because I think he was charged before that.
All right. But this was a friend of yours, correct? The guy who you asked if you could put lights in your car in a private vehicle.
Well, I mean, Andy, yeah, I considered Andy a friend. I considered TC a friend, and I considered Tom Carter a friend, all of whom I asked if I could put lights in the vehicle.
All right. And
so, yes, sir. I mean, I considered Andy a friend.
would you at least agree with me that in at least the fall of 2020, your friend Andy Strickland was indicted and lost his job for a financial and corruption investigation?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Response.
Your Honor, I think there's a link between his knowledge of that and what he's admitted, that there was an investigation going on in the months prior to the murders.
Anything further?
I mean, the question is something about Andy Strickland being indicted? I just don't see the relevance, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
All right. We can at least agree that you were aware prior to the murders that there was this investigation, correct? The one on the screen. The one related to the boat, the investigation into the boat case.
Was I aware that y'all had started an investigation into what I did in the hospital prior to the June 7th?
Yes.
I believe that to be correct.
All right.
And if it wasn't before that, it was shortly after it.
You testified that you've had a pill addiction for approximately 20 years, correct?
I think that's about right.
And so when did you start stealing money from clients? How long did it take before you started doing that?
I'm not sure when the first time I did that is.
You don't know?
No, sir. Not
You haven't
as we
gone back and thought about that?
Well, sure, I've thought about it, but to be able to sit here, I mean, you got to understand, I've been in rehab and I've been in jail, and I don't have access. You know, all my telephone calls were put on the media, so I haven't had a lot of phone access. I haven't had a lot of access. So as we sit here today, I cannot tell you the exact time. I don't deny that I did it, but I can't tell you the exact time that I first did it.
And you told this jury that's the cause of your financial problems?
Did I say that
Your opiate addiction was the cause of your financial problems?
It was certainly a cause, yes, sir.
A cause. Not the only cause, though, correct?
No, I wouldn't think it was the only cause, but yeah, it was certainly a cause.
You recall testimony in this courtroom about how you had some land deals go bad around the time of the recession in 2008, 2009?
Sure.
And you recall testimony from your law partners in this courtroom that you had some big cases that they thought cured those issues, correct?
I heard them say that, yes, sir.
Only 18 minutes left for the sale. Link in your chat. Angie just took advantage of the sale. Flash sale. All t-shirts and hoodies are 50%, or no, yeah, right. 25% off automatically in your cart.
Dispute that, Mr. Waters. I'm not trying to frustrate you.
Was what they thought true?
That I was past my financial difficulties? Is that the question?
Yes, that's the question.
Was it true that I was past my financial difficulties? I mean, they were certainly better after that, but, I mean, no, I don't think I was past them, no, sir.
All right. What was the first big case after the recession that you had?
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you what the first big case was.
You remember
what date?
All right, well, let's go with the Pinckney case. Do you remember when that was?
I remember generally speaking when it was, yes, sir.
What year was that? 2011? Would you dispute that?
2011, when it ended?
When you got recoveries in that case.
I mean, if you're looking at something that tells me that, I have no reason to dispute that. But I can't remember off the top of my head, but that's certainly in the time frame.
It's fine, Mr. Murdaugh. We'll go through it. Let's do it.
Mr. Waters, like I said, I take you at that. I just don't know off the top of my head.
All right.
I don't have a reason to dispute that.
The prosecutor's coming off as awfully dickish. 15 more minutes for our flash sale. 25% off all t-shirts and all hoodies in our store. Links in the chat. Don't miss out.
All right, I'm gonna show
You
you
can
what's
buy
been
one of
admitted
each
into
one
evidence.
if you
It
want.
States 331.
Let's go with
332, 333, and 334. Do you recognize those documents? Just generally, do you recognize them?
I do.
All right, and just generally, what are those? Those are disbursement sheets. Can I have them back, please?
Yes, sir. Just give me 1 sec.
Yeah, take your time.
Just trying to see which ones. I mean, there's some things about it that I'm
Hell
curious
yeah,
about. but
Teresa.
Yeah, we'll
you
talk
ask
about that.
questions.
We'll talk about that. All right. Let's talk about, let's start with Natasha Thomas. Do you remember her?
I do.
How old was she when she became your client?
I'm not sure. She was young.
She was a teenager?
I'm not sure, but I know she was young.
She was underage, correct?
Yes, she was underage. I do believe that.
All right.
In fact, I know that.
And can you tell me what the, she was injured in this wreck with, in an automobile wreck, correct?
Yes.
And the company Michelin, that was one of the defendants for an alleged tire issue, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And do you remember how much Natasha Thomas got in that particular case? And I can show it to you on 334. Do you remember how much she got?
As a gross settlement, I believe it shows
Yeah.
$2 million.
$2 million. All right. And how much were your or PMPD's fees that would be attributed to you in that out of that $2 million?
$800,000.
$800,000.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir. All right. And so that would be $800,000 in fees that would get attributed to you. That has nothing to do with the money that you subsequently stole from that teenager. Correct?
The $800,000 is different from money that I stole?
Yes.
That's correct.
All right. So you got $800,000 attributed to you with the firm, but that was not enough. You also stole money from that teenager. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. When you did that, did you sit down with her, much as you sat down with this jury, and explain to her what was going on while you were stealing her money?
That would be the normal process, but I certainly don't remember specifically doing that.
That would be the normal process, correct?
That would be. It may be a little different with a teenager, but certainly, I mean.
You would sit down with them across the table and go through these documents, correct?
If that would not be abnormal, yes, sir.
All right. And then you would explain to them what was going on and how they were getting everything they were entitled to, correct?
If I was the one doing it, yes, sir.
And you would look them in the eye while you did that, correct?
It wouldn't be unusual for me to look them in the eye.
While you were doing some fast talking to a teenager, correct?
I certainly was not telling her the truth. I don't know if I was talking fast or slow, but I wasn't telling the truth.
All right. Well, you ultimately convinced her that there was nothing amiss here, right? While you were stealing her money, correct?
I don't know if I convinced her that nothing was amiss or I misled her, but I admit candidly in all of these cases, Mr. Waters, that I took money that was not mine and I shouldn't have done it. I hate the fact that I did it. I'm embarrassed by it. I'm embarrassed for my son. I'm embarrassed for my family. And I don't dispute that I did it. I
understand that. But you understand that we have to ask about these things because we've heard about it in a very academic paperwork manner, but every single one of these, you had to sit down and look somebody in the eye and convince them that you were on their side when you were not, correct? That's what you did in every single one of these.
I mean, every time...
Answer my question, yes or no, and then you can explain. I'll let you explain all day long.
Well, I mean, no, sir, that may or may not be true.
Okay.
And Mr. Waters, just to try to get through this quicker, I admit...
I know you want to get through it quicker, but we're not. So answer the question, please.
What I admit is that I misled them, I did wrong, and that I stole their money. Now, this is something, what's the date on that one?
Jessica!
Bring it back to you.
Well, you can tell me. I trust you to tell me accurately.
Well, yeah, it's kind of funny. It doesn't have the date on it, but I'll let you take a look at it.
All right, I'm just looking at the date of a check. So that's December 20, so that goes 2011. So that gives us a ballpark. So that's 12 years ago. For me to sit here and tell you specifically that I remember sitting down and talking with Natasha Thomas, I can't tell you that. But what I can tell you, and I can tell you that I didn't do right by Natasha Thomas. I took money from Natasha Thomas that didn't belong to me, and I was wrong for doing that.
Okay.
And I admit that.
I know, Mr. Murdaugh, that you would like for it just to be as simple as that, just to say, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I stole money, and have that be the end of it. But in every single one of these cases...
To the comment, Your Honor.
You just testified that you would like to just admit that... And make this quick, correct? Isn't that what you said? Isn't that what you implied?
No, sir, Mr. Waters. You have charged me with murdering my wife and my son, and I have sat here for all these weeks listening to all this financial stuff that I did wrong, that I'm embarrassed by. I'm happy to talk to you about as much of that as you want to talk about. I'm required to talk about it as much as you want to talk about it. But the fact is I cannot specifically remember sitting down, the details that you're asking me for, I can't tell you. But what I can tell you is that in all these financial situations, I stole money that was not my money. I misled people that I shouldn't have misled, and I did wrong. I can tell you that. And I may be able to tell you specifically, in some instances, what I did or didn't do.
All right, well, good. Well, we'll do that. But the point that I'm asking you is it's not just as simple as some paperwork. You had to sit down and deal with these people and convince them that you were telling them the truth in order to steal this money, correct?
That may not be true, because in some situations, I may not have had to do that. They may have just trusted me to do it.
Okay.
So that's my point, is I misled them. There's no question about that. But did I sit down in each particular instance? And
about the
like you're breaking it down step by step? I can't say that.
Right.
I can say I did wrong, I stole money that wasn't mine, and I shouldn't have done it.
All right.
And it was terrible what I did.
All right, well, let's look at stage 330.
8 minutes left.
This is
8 minutes
Arthur Badger
left.
EPS case, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You remember what the total recovery was in that particular case? There were multiple plaintiffs. Let me ask you that first. There were multiple plaintiffs in that case, correct?
8 minutes left, guys. 8 minutes. You can get this hoodie for 25% off. T-shirts, 25% off. Get over to the store.
$1 million, and I believe you, but I thought it was a little bit more than that.
All right. And if ultimately, if you have multiple plaintiffs, how do you decide as the plaintiff's lawyer, or how does it work out that amounts of that total recovery get allocated to individual plaintiffs?
I mean, different cases are different ways.
Is it true that often the defense attorneys, the civil defense attorneys, will ask the plaintiff's attorneys how you want that allocated?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes. Is that what happened in this case? In the Badger case?
I can't remember exactly how we came to that.
Who was the deep pocket in the Badger case? Do you remember? The defendant that had the money that you ultimately recovered from, the vast majority. Do you remember?
Well, it was UPS, and I believe it was, I can't remember if it was corporate or if there was insurance, but it was certainly UPS was the major defendant.
Okay.
But I believe Arthur Badger was a defendant. I can't remember. I know UPS was.
Did you sit down with him and explain this paperwork that you were using to steal his money?
I believe I did sit down with Arthur Badger.
And managed to convince him that nothing was amiss while at the same time stealing money?
I believe I did.
And did you allocate millions of dollars to Arthur Badger personally while only telling him that his recovery was going to be around $300,000?
I believe that I did, yes, sir.
And on this exhibit, 330 sat down and looked him in the eye with all this stuff on here and fast talked him past these figures so that he believed you and left thinking that you had done him right.
I would have, I believe that I sat down with Arthur Badger, and I know that I misled Arthur Badger, and I'm sure at some point during that conversation that I looked him in the eye.
Going back to Stage 333, you remember Hakeem Pinckney? Do you remember him?
I do.
What happened to him?
He was injured in the same wreck that Natasha Thomas was injured in.
Was he badly injured?
He was.
How badly injured was he?
Yes, I mean, he was terribly injured. He became a, I can't remember what level, but he was a quadriplegic.
You remember what the total recovery amount was for him?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
All right, well, let me show you Stage 333 and see what the total, if you recall, what the total recovery was in that case.
It looks like
25% off T-shirts and hoodies.
$45,000.
And that was for Hakeem, correct?
That's correct.
And how much of that was the attorney's fees that would have gone to PMPED that would have been attributable to you?
$4,098,000.
$4 million in legal fees that you would have gotten from this settlement, is that correct?
$4,098,000. Yes, sir.
And in the end, that wasn't enough for you, correct? Was that enough for you?
Was that enough for me in that case?
Yeah.
I mean,
Was over $4 million in legal fees that you received that would have been attributable to you through the law firm at the end of the year, whatever it worked out to be, but you would have been credited with over $4 million in fees for that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was that enough for you?
Was that enough for me?
Mm-hmm. Or did you take more?
Oh, no,
from...
I took monies from Hakeem Pinckney that did not belong to me, that I should not have taken.
Been rendered a paraplegic.
No, sir, he was a quadriplegic, unfortunately.
Thank you for correcting me.
Yes, sir.
You ultimately take money from his mother, Pamela, as well.
I believe that I did.
You remember how much money you took from Hakeem?
No, sir, not off the top of my head. I do not.
If I told you it was over $370,000, would you agree with that?
If that's what the records show, I don't dispute that.
Do you remember how much you took from the teenager Natasha Thomas in addition to your legal fees?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
If I told you it was over $350,000, would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
Do you remember how much you took from Arthur Badger?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
It was over $1.3 million. Would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
Around the time that this was going on, did you have some land deals that were going bad? That had gone bad?
Which
2008, 2009, 2010, 2011?
I think those had happened a little bit before that, but I had some land deals that you know certainly had problems.
And that had something to do with the money you were taking as well, did it not?
I think the whole picture had things to do with me doing stuff I shouldn't have done. I mean, I would agree that, I mean, that certainly would have played some role in it.
Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
A wealthy lifestyle?
Mm-hmm.
Probably. I mean, we were living whatever lifestyle, probably.
Would you characterize your lifestyle as wealthy?
You know, that's not how I would characterize it, but
You wouldn't
I'm not
characterize
gonna-
it as wealthy?
I'm not going to take issue with it.
Okay. Around this time, were you making more than $1 million a year?
Around what time?
2011.
Yes.
2012.
Yes.
And you were still stealing money as well, correct?
Yes.
Can we at least agree that that's a lot of money?
Over $1
Never
million?
mind, it's fine. Okay.
I think
Yeah,
there's
John.
no question that's a lot of money.
Wake up,
Okay,
America.
good. We can agree on that. That's a lot of money, correct? I feel like we're struggling here. Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
Objection to the statement, Your Honor.
Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
I just don't know what you mean by wealthy.
Is this a hard question, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, it's hard for me to know exactly what you want, you know, and it depends. I was spending money that wasn't mine, that I shouldn't have. I think that
Thanks, Johnny, you bomb.
we lived
The bomb.
a lifestyle. I don't have an issue if you want to call it wealthy.
All right. Would you concede with me that not all of this money was going to pills at this point in time?
No.
All this stolen money?
No, I doubt that it was.
Okay. And it was being used to support your wealthy lifestyle?
Well, I haven't looked at all these documents to know exactly what was being spent where, but here's what I do know. I know that I was making a bunch of money, and I should have had more money than I did. And I know that I was spending a bunch of money on pills, and I know that, you know, I don't remember in 2011 if I just can't remember those land deals, but, you know, if I spent money on other things, I don't dispute that either. I just haven't looked at the records.
Okay. But you would at least concede that the money you were stealing was going to support your ever-expanding wealthy lifestyle. Would you concede that?
Did all of the money I stole?
Any of it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Any of it? Yeah, I would certainly agree that there was money that didn't go to buy just pills.
All right. And you would concede that even though you were generating millions of dollars in fees, that was not enough for you? Would you concede that?
If by concede that, you mean was I also stealing money that I shouldn't have? Yes, sir, I agree with that. I've said that repeatedly.
Who were the Plowlers?
They were two young girls from Colombia.
They were underage when they became your clients?
Yes, sir.
Did they suffer a loss in their family as a result of an accident?
They did.
What loss did they suffer? Who died?
Their mother did.
And did you get a sizable recovery in the case, in that particular case, related to that?
Yes, sir.
You remember how much that recovery was?
I don't.
Got any idea?
I know it was a significant settlement, and I know it was a very good settlement, but...
Millions of dollars?
Oh, yeah, it was millions of dollars. But whether it was, $2 million, I know it was significant. I don't know if it was 8 figures, but I know it was a significant settlement.
All right. And was there a conservatorship for them because they were underage?
There was a conservatorship for them, but I don't think the fact that they were underage is why there was a conservatorship.
You don't think it was because, at least in part, they were underage when the settlement was received?
No, that's not what I remember. But for purposes of your thing, Mr. Waters, I agree there was a conservator appointed.
Well, what is your memory of why the conservator was appointed?
My memory is that the father in this case, who was the beneficiary or a big beneficiary in this, and who was the PR of the mother's case, was an undesirable witness. And there was testimony that it was testimony that he had hit his wife. And it was clear we felt like we didn't want him to be the face of the lawsuit. So we appointed a conservator.
Who was that?
For that purpose is why I believe we appointed a conservator.
Okay. And who was that?
That was Russell Lafitte.
At Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, sir.
And after that, did you get Russell Lafitte to start loaning you money from the Plower Girls account that he was conservator for?
He loaned me money from the Plower account. I don't know if I got him to do that.
Oh, you didn't talk to him about it? Y'all didn't talk about that at all?
No, we did talk about it. I mean,
there's emails to that effect. Are you disputing that to this jury?
Mr. Waters, I'm not disputing. I'm just telling you that Russell Lafitte gave me a loan from the Plowers. Your question was, did I get him to do that? And I don't necessarily believe that to be accurate.
Well, who came up with the idea?
I don't know that it was come up with an idea. There was, I think that Russell felt like that it was a sound investment for those girls to charge me a higher interest rate when they weren't getting but so much interest somewhere else. So.
What was that interest rate that y'all thought was such a good idea for these girls? Do you recall what it was?
I can't remember.
The reality is that you needed the money, and this was a convenient source to keep your massive cash flow going as early as 2011, 2012. Isn't that correct?
Well, this was a loan, yes, sir. But exactly why it came from them versus the bank, I can't tell you the details without looking at all that. I can't tell you that off the top of my head.
And despite all you were earning, you would even send Russell emails saying, hey, transfer over $75,000 from the Plower account into my account, correct? You remember emails to that effect that you would have to him?
Do I remember an email to that effect? No, I don't remember that.
Would you dispute that there were emails to that effect?
Not if you say there were, Mr. Waters. I don't dispute that. I don't dispute any of this, that I took money that didn't belong to me, that I misled people.
I know that you want the answer to be that simple. That's not what I'm at. We agree on that. We've agreed on that.
Well, no, sir. I don't necessarily want the answer to be simple. I just want everybody to understand I do not dispute that I stole money that was not my money, that I misled people to do that I misled people that trusted me to do that, and that what I did was terrible. Sure. I don't dispute that. It's just the way you're asking these questions, and, there's some things in there that I do take issue with.
Okay. Which part of what I just asked you about the Pliers do you take issue with? You take issue that y'all didn't conspire to do that, you and Russell? You
Yes.
take issue with that? You take issue with that? Okay.
I can tell you that Russell Lafitte never conspired with me to do anything. Whatever was done by me.
Okay. So you told the Plowler girls that you were borrowing money from their account?
No, I don't know. I don't know that I told
Tell
them
Russell
that.
to tell them?
I don't recall. I don't believe so, but I can't sit here and tell you what I told him however many years ago.
Did you tell Russell he could borrow money from that account too?
I don't remember having any discussion with him about him borrowing money.
Was the supposed interest rate you were paying far lower than anything you could have gotten anywhere else?
I don't even know what
You don't
interest
even
rate
know?
I was paying.
Okay. One
But
thing's
I-
clear, you never told this to the Plowler girls, did you?
I would have thought the interest rate that I was paying was a little bit more than what a bank loan would have been, but I don't know that. I don't know that to be, I don't know what the interest rate was, so I don't know that for sure.
When you stole the Badger money, how much did you steal from Arthur Badger that we talked about before in the UPS case?
I don't remember the exact amount.
Over $1.3 million, would you dispute that?
I don't dispute that.
And that was in addition to the $1.2 million in attorney's fees for his case alone that would have been attributed to you through the firm?
What I stole from Arthur Badger
Let me ask you this.
inappropriately was in addition to any fees that I legitimately earned. I shouldn't have stole the money from Arthur Badger. I misled him, and I was wrong.
Did you speak with Russell Lafitte once you stole this money from Arthur Badger about structuring that $1.3 million that you stole in a manner so it appeared to be payments to the Plyler account? You understand the question?
No, sir. Say that again.
Did you have any conversations with Russell Lafitte about structuring this $1.3 million into multiple payments and then applying it to the Plyler account?
I've heard the testimony, and I've seen some of
I'm
those
asking
records.
if you did. Did you have any conversations with Russell about that?
I had to.
Okay.
I had to have.
All right. You even asked him to recut the check, correct? To have Jeannie recut the check.
I've seen, I believe, an email or a text to that effect.
So you don't dispute that?
No, I don't dispute that. What I dispute is if you're insinuating in any way, this was stuff that I did.
Okay.
I mean, this stuff that I did these things wrong. Russell Lafitte didn't do anything.
I'm not here to
And-
talk
and
about
what-
that. I'm just talking about
but-
what went on.
And I know, but you keep talking about what I did with Russell Lafitte, and what I want to let you know is that I did this.
I know.
And I'm the one that took people's money that I shouldn't have taken, and that Russell Lafitte was not involved in helping me do that.
I just asked you a simple
Knowingly.
question.
If he did it without knowing it.
All right, so you sent him an email and then asked him to recut the check and have the check made out to various amounts short of that, and then applied those over time to give the illusion of payments to the Plyler account. Is that correct?
Mr. Waters.
Is that correct?
I don't know, but I'll tell you this.
Okay, you don't know.
I don't dispute what's in those emails as far as, or texts, as far as what I told Russell, and as far as what I did to again, take money that didn't belong to me, that wasn't mine, and that I was wrong for taking. It's just the specifics of that you want me to give you details on, and I can't do that. I do not dispute what's in those texts or emails.
And did you steal that Badger money because you had to pay back the Plyler girls' money before they turned 18 and reached the age of majority? And Russell would then have to be held to account for that money that he had loaned to himself and to you.
First off, I don't know anything about any money that Russell loaned to himself. I only know about what he loaned to me. And I don't believe that me stealing Arthur Badger's money and taking that money that did not belong to me, that I wrongly took, had anything to do, I don't remember it having a relationship with having to pay back a loan or there being some time pressure to pay back a loan that he gave me on the Plyler conservatorship.
You don't remember that?
No, and I'm not saying that that didn't happen. I'm saying that I don't remember. That's not the way I remember it, and I don't remember it.
Did you ultimately borrow $1 million roughly from the Plyler girls without their knowledge? Does that sound right? About $1 million in total?
If you tell me that's the number, I mean, that surprises me, but I don't dispute what's in the records, but I didn't believe I had a loan for, are you saying $1 million? I didn't believe that I had a loan.
Total.
Mr. Waters, if that's what the records say, I don't dispute it, but that's not what I thought. I didn't think I had a $1 million loan from them. But if that's what the records say, I don't dispute that. But I can tell you this, if I had a $1 million loan from them, I don't remember that, and I may be confusing it with what a loan from the bank. But again, if that's what's in the records, I don't dispute it.
All right. So you have no memory whatsoever, and so for all you know, it's just a coincidence that the Plylers were about to turn 18 when you stole this Badger money and you applied a significant amount of it to pay that off before they turned 18. You don't have any memory of that?
No, I can tell you that that was never an issue or motivation for me. Again, taking Arthur Badger's money that I shouldn't have taken, that didn't belong to me, and that I was wrong for. I don't remember a loan from the Plyler conservatorship as being motivation for that.
So for all you can remember, it's just a coincidence.
Why I stole Arthur Badger's money, just being a coincidence?
No, why you applied it to the Plyler loans right before they turned 18.
No, I'm not saying is a coincidence or not a coincidence. What I'm saying is I don't remember that.
Okay.
And so I don't remember that being the motivation. If it was, I didn't know I had $1 million loan from the Plyler conservatorship, at least as I sit here today. But, you know, I would have known I had a loan from somewhere. And if I took Arthur Badger's money and applied it to that, I mean, again, I stole money that didn't belong to me. I misled Arthur Badger to take that money.
Hey, listen, because I was just thinking about something, and we've been listening to the same thing, so you're not going to miss anything by me interjecting. If he hasn't been charged, or if charges are pending for all of these financial malfeasance, but it's a separate charge, or it's not connected to this case, how are they repeatedly going over this? Because couldn't his defense have pled the fifth, or said that he's not going to answer questions about that, citing a pending case, and then none of this would be admissible? And here's the other thing. Do they even have a murder weapon? Because I remember reading somewhere that the guns that he had did not match the calibers of the wounds. So if they're doing this is what, well, see, my way of thinking is changing here. He's a scumbag. But if that's why there's this whole, weeks-long presentation of all of his financial crimes, and like Liz, they've been doing Cross now for several hours, okay, since after lunch, since 1:40, since they came back. Several hours, and they haven't even got to the murder yet. Because they're just trying to set up that he's a bad guy, and he lied to all these people, and therefore he's lying to the jury, even though they have no murder weapon. And to be honest, they don't really have a motive.
You met with him on a number of occasions?
Yes, I met with him on a number of occasions.
Met with his parents on a number of occasions?
About Dion?
About the case, while the case was going on.
I don't know if I met with his parents about
There's a
Dion's
Netflix
case, but I know I
documentary.
met
I'll
with
watch
Dion,
that
and I
tonight.
may have met with his parents if they say that. I mean, his
you
dad's one of
became-
the most honorable fellows that I know. If he says I met with him, I certainly believe that.
But you said you became close with them, correct? Close
Became-
with the parents?
I consider Dion's, yes, I think the world of his dad and his mom and Dion.
What was the recovery that was obtained in Dion's case? I'll show it to you.
Let's see, it looks like recovery, $2 million. Actually,
Just a shameless plug too. I extended our 50-minute sale to 120 minutes. No, what? 70 minutes? 80 minutes? Something like that. An hour and a half. Essentially, you have until 5:30. You get 25% off all t-shirts, 25% off all hoodies, and it's going to automatically shut off at 5:30. Get your orders in. You have 11 minutes. You can literally order every one of our t-shirts. You could start your own little Pure Truth Coffee location. By the way, if you want to do that, hit me up, bro.
less than $2 million.
Seriously. If you got a
And I know
location,
that
like you
I
got a shop
misstated
already,
it as $2 million.
seriously,
You
franchise
falsified the paperwork, correct?
It appears that
I pressed
put
the I
inaccurate
muted
information
myself
on the paperwork.
instead
Yes,
of
sir.
switching the camera.
You put inaccurate information. You falsified it, right?
If you like that word, yes, sir.
All right. And that's that right there where you put that $500,000 on there, correct? Oh, I'm sorry. Can I have the envelope, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Waters, what was the question?
Let's get the Elmo up and then I'll show you. Right there, that's the $500,000 that you falsified this document with, is that correct? Where it says structured annuity directly to Michael Gunn?
Yeah, that looks like one place that yes.
Why did you do that?
Why did I?
Yeah, why'd you put
Why
that
did I-
500,000? What was your purpose in doing that?
It appears that I was stealing his money, $500,000.
Were you not inflating your fees with that one?
I mean,
You don't remember?
I know that I inflated the fees like I just talked about, but I believe go back to that top of that thing, I believe what I must have done with the structured annuity is I had that $500,000 check, and I must have had that made to, forge, as you've heard, to steal that money from Dion Martin.
All right, down at the bottom.
That I shouldn't have.
Is that your signature down there?
It is.
Is that Dion Martin's signature on the other side?
You
dispute that?
Nah, I don't dispute that.
So you would have sat down with Dion Martin, gone over this document with him and convinced him that there was nothing amiss here?
You know, again, I don't know if I went over the document with him or not, but I certainly misled Dion Martin. I certainly lied to Dion Martin. I certainly took money from Dion Martin that did not belong to me, and I shouldn't have done it.
You don't specifically remember talking to Dion. There was nothing in you that causes you to remember talking with Dion, sitting there with this document in front of him, as you looked him in the eye, knowing that you were lying to him the whole time. You don't even remember that? Nothing in you that causes you to remember that?
To specifically remember, I'm not sure that I did sit down with Dion Martin. But I certainly, Mr. Waters, I misled Dion Martin. I lied to Dion Martin. I took Dion Martin's money when I shouldn't have.
Well, let me ask you this. Of all the people on here, all these exhibits, do you have any independent recollection of a time where you sat down and looked that person in the eye and you were lying to them and convincing them that everything was okay while you stole their money? Do you remember it, even one of them?
I'm sure I do.
Okay, well, tell us about one.
I mean, you have to show me, you have to give me.
I'm asking you if you remember one time where you're sitting there in your heart, looking somebody in the eye, knowing you're stealing from them, and you remember it.
I remember stealing from people, I remember lying to people, and I remember misleading people. For me to tell you that I sat down with each one of these people,
I'm asking you to tell me about just one conversation, one time where you recall looking somebody in the eye and convincing them with your lies that nothing was amiss. One conversation.
there were plenty of conversations where I looked people in the eye and I lied to them. There were plenty of times where I took money that I shouldn't have taken. There were plenty of times where I stole money. For me to sit and tell you a specific time that I sat down with a specific document and what exactly was said, if you ask me questions, but I can't remember sitting down with Dion on a...
They certainly remember it, don't they, Mr. Murdaugh?
I don't know if they do or not, but I would assume so.
But you can't tell us one time where it just sticks out of your memory where you're like, I'm pulling a fast one right now.
Oh, no.
Or anything, whatever reaction you had. You
Oh,
can't
no.
remember a single one?
No, sir, that's not correct. I can remember a lot of times where I lied to my clients, I misled my clients, and I stole money from my clients in conversations. But for me to sit and tell you that I had a conversation about this particular document, I don't dispute it.
I know you don't dispute it, Mr. Murdaugh. You've said that 100 times, haven't you? But you can't recall for this jury one of these people looking them in the eye while you lied to them. You can't recall a single one. I've asked you this 3 times now.
Oh, I promise you.
Ask and answer.
Your Honor, asked and answered 3 times.
Well, here. Here you go, Mr. Waters.
I mean, the point's made, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
I don't know if your point's made or not, but
Okay.
here's
You don't know that either, do you?
Here's what I will say again. I remember lying to clients of mine. I did it on more than one occasion. I took their money when I shouldn't have taken it. I'm sure that I looked them in the eye. I'm sure that I misled them. But I can't tell you exactly when those occurred 12 years ago, is the only point. I don't dispute that they occurred. I don't dispute that everything about what I did was wrong. But I can't sit and tell you the specific details that you're wanting me to give you.
We could just write that answer down on a sheet of paper and you could hold it up each time you want to say that, couldn't we, Mr. Murdaugh?
Objection is overruled.
If that's what you want to do, Mr. Waters, but I'm trying to answer your question.
All right.
How'd they overrule that?
These were real people you were dealing with, right?
Absolutely. They were,
I know you want to give that answer, but these were real people, aren't they?
Nah, they're very real people. And you know what one of the saddest parts of this whole thing is, you know, they're people that I still care about, and I did them this way. You know, that's what I was meaning in that text that you made an issue about to Annette Griswold. And it was a lot talking about my partners, but it was a lot talking about these people. I mean, I know the people that I did wrong and that I hurt and that I stole from. I mean, they're people that I think a lot of. And
they didn't know.
Hang on. I want to say one more thing. And there's no question that the actions that I did, the things that I did wrong, hurt a lot of the people that I care about the most. And I did a lot of damage. And I wreaked a lot of havoc. That I'm.
A lot of damage and wreaked a lot of havoc. I hear you.
There's no question about it.
Let me show you what's been marked as States 315. See if you recognize it.
I do.
Which case is this?
This is Elise Mallory.
And what happened in this case?
I stole her money.
What happened though, with the underlying case? Can you tell the jury that? Do you remember that?
I believe it was Miss Taylor, Miss Mallory's. I believe it was her daughter. It might have been her granddaughter, but I believe it was her daughter. Was in a wreck.
Did she die?
And she got killed.
And Miss Mallory came to you for help?
She did.
Do you remember that one
I
at
do.
all?
I remember.
Okay, we remember one now.
Oh, no, Mr. Waters, I remember all of these people.
Okay.
It's not that I don't remember them. You're just asking me details about conversations.
Okay, great.
I can promise you, I remember all of these people that I did wrong.
All right, and you stole all of the money, didn't you? In this case?
I stole all of the money, most of the money that I've been accused of stealing, I stole.
No, I mean, you stole every single dime of the recovery. She didn't get one dime. Isn't that right?
I have to look at the records, but if
You
that's...
credited yourself with legal fees, and then you stole all the rest of the money, correct?
I don't dispute that.
All right.
If you
Tell
let
me
me see
about,
that.
first of all, tell me about Miss Mallory. So she lost her daughter, correct? Is that correct?
That is correct.
And she came to you for
Was a
help, is
daughter
that
or
correct?
granddaughter, but
All right.
one.
All right. And she came to you for help, correct?
Yes, sir, I agree with you on that.
Very, very sweet lady, correct?
Very sweet lady.
All right. Tell me about your conversation when you looked her in the eye and lied to her while you were stealing every dime of the money.
This is a perfect example, Mr. Waters. I stole her money. I did her wrong, but I don't even believe that Elise Mallory was there when I stole that money. If you look at that disbursement sheet, I don't even believe I ever showed that to her.
Okay. You don't remember having any conversations with her when you lied with her about this case while you were stealing all her money?
I don't think I did in this case. I don't think I had any meetings with her. I think I stole her money, and I don't believe that I had a meeting with her.
See, again, you can't tell us one conversation you had with any of these people when you looked them in the eye and convinced them that you were doing them right, that you were telling the truth.
That's not true, Mr. Waters. I remember a lot of those conversations. I remember a lot of them.
Okay. All right, you just testified you remember a lot of them. I've been asking you now for the past 10 minutes to tell me about one of them where it's stuck in your heart,
There are a lot of
stuck in your brain.
There are a lot of conversations I had where I misled my clients and I stole their money, where they trusted me. And I remember them.
Okay. So
But you keep-
again, can you tell me one? Tell me how it went down, what you said, how you convinced them, how you looked them in the eye, how you made them believe, how you used your skills as a trial lawyer to convince them. Can you just tell me about one of those? What was going through your head when you did it?
Your Honor, objection under Rule 403. We've been going over and over and over this.
Objection is overruled.
All right. What's your question, Mr. Waters?
This is insane. This judge is biased. I've only
Can
been
you tell
watching
me
this
about
trial today,
one
and
of
I
the
can say with
conversations you had
100%
with
certainty
all of
this
these
judge is
people?
corrupt as
Just
shit.
one.
I can
where
tell you-
what was
excuse
going
me.
through your head and how it went down when you sat there and looked them in the eye and convinced them that you were doing them right while you were lying to them and stealing their money.
Yes, sir. I had a lot of conversations with a lot of my clients that I cared about. And so I will tell you that I had conversations with them where I misled them and I lied to them and I took their money. And that was a number of times.
Okay.
But you're asking me,
Just one specific one, Mr. Murdaugh?
every single one of these clients I would have had conversations with at some point.
fine, it's fine.
But this particular, like Mr. Waters, that disbursement sheet, I didn't have, there was never a sit down with Miss Mallory about the dispersing the money.
You don't recall talking to her about the status of her case and telling her lies and convincing her that you were on her side. You don't remember that?
No, I definitely remember that, but that's not what you
Tell me
asked
about
me. I had numerous conversations with Miss Mallory, about this case. But the fact is you were asking me about me sitting down with this disbursement sheet, looking her in the eye and convincing her. And I'm telling you that didn't happen in this case. Now, I had a lot of conversations with her where I misled her, Mr. Waters, where I lied to her,
Tell me about one. Tell me how it went down.
Where
We're going to recess for the day and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Everyone remain seated while the jury leaves.
It's insane that this judge is allowing the badgering to go on.
We'll see you all 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Insane. Insane. Are they coming back? 9:30 tomorrow morning. Should I cover this tomorrow as well? I don't know. I'm kind of into this now. I was even thinking that maybe what I'll do
We adjourn for the day.
for the next 30 days.
Your
when
Honor,
this
we
trial-
have two experts we brought in. Basically, one of them last night, and another one came in today from out of state. They're not complicated. One's a pathologist. His testimony perhaps take 30 to 45 minutes on direct. I don't believe there's going to be much cross. The other one is a crime scene analyst who's testifying not about the whole crime scene, but specifically based on the pathologist's testimony about what happened in the feed room. Total, they should not take more than 2.5 hours. I wonder, since this apparently is going to go on for a while, if we might put them up tomorrow, either first thing in the morning or the morning break. That's what Mr. Waters likes to do, and get them out of here. Because I believe his cross is probably going to go into Monday anyway at the rate we're going. It's just an accommodation. They're not controversial. They're not going to opine on who killed who, when, and how. Just the mechanics of what happened.
What says the state?
Your Honor, and I think the defense would have to concede, I've been very as accommodating as I can throughout this, but I do not want to interrupt my cross. They took a very long time today, and the state's entitled to the same consideration without interruption.
Can you project how many more hours you have?
Well, I'm actually didn't think it would take this long to get this far, but I think I've got some more financial to move through, and then we'll get to the other evidence. So
4 hours, 6 hours.
I'm so bad at that, Your Honor. 3, 4, something like that. And if that's out at the outside.
Right. So perhaps tomorrow afternoon we could
Your Honor,
get to 1 or 2.
Again, we could probably do this fairly quickly. If Your Honor, just leave that door open. I'm going to keep them here. But if I have to keep them here over the weekend, the financial impact of that is huge.
I understand the dilemma, but I'm not going to require the state to break up the cross-examination of this witness.
Well, and again, as I sit here and listen to this, I could have sworn this was a murder case. For 2 hours now, we haven't heard the word murder once. And not criticizing the strategy, obviously denigrating his character is what this is about, but really not relevant to the issue of whether he killed him.
Credibility is an issue as relates to all witnesses in every case. But we'll adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Yo, this judge, bro, yo, he's corrupt, homie. He's corrupt. I don't care who he is or who you is. This motherfucker's corrupt as shit, y'all. So what I was thinking, because I'm now interested in this case. Like, I didn't even care about it. But maybe what I should do every night, starting when this trial is over, go through the day, like fast forward and like commentate on it for everyone that hasn't been watching. And then from the beginning of the trial to the end. What do you guys think? I think that's a way. Someone said, how is the judge corrupt? If you didn't listen to the past 2 hours of testimony and the objections that were levied, valid objections that were levied against the prosecution's cross, I don't know how like this judge, literally the prosecutor said, I just asked you this 3 times. And they objected and said he even just said he's asked the same question, asked and answered 3 times. And then the judge is like, overruled. So I don't know. It's mildly entertaining, and a lot of you guys agree. So maybe that's what I'll do when the trial is over. We'll just spend, so like I'll spend 3 or 4 hours going over 8 hours of testimony and all that each night for the 20 nights or whatever, and so we can kind of get a faster version of this. That'll be kind of cool. So we'll do that. I appreciate everyone who's made purchases. Someone else just bought something. That's cool. I may even do this tomorrow because I'm gonna obviously be live covering this tomorrow at 9:30. And so I may have some other big discounts. Nanner, I saw you in there saying, can you do it at the end of next week? Yes. Because one, it's great for us to boost sales. So what I'll do tonight is I will add no less than a dozen new designs on for t-shirts and hoodies. So we'll have all sorts of fresh clothes as of tomorrow. Someone said if he's corrupted against a murderer, then well. I don't know. I mean, it leads just like the defense said. They're like, I could have swore this was a murder trial, and we haven't even been talking about a murder. And to be honest, they haven't talked about a murder at all, really. So it's just weird. The whole thing is weird, and I don't know why the judge would allow this anyway, because here's the thing. Isn't anything he says now, so say he's acquitted of this, they have him saying he's guilty of all these financial crimes after. Do you know what I mean? So wouldn't he have the legal right to not answer any questions because he's already being charged with all the financial crimes separately from this murder charge? That's the thing that I just don't understand. That's the thing I don't really get. So, I don't know. But I'm going to go home for the night. I will see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning, and we will cover this. And now I'm interested in this trial. I wasn't before, but now I'm interested in the trial. And then we'll do a recap of the trial, like a fast version of it, like a Cliff Notes version of it from the beginning once this trial is over. Starting every night with, one night will be day one night, day two, and just go right through it. Because now I'm interested, and I kind of regret not covering it. Or at least I've been watching it for a couple of days, but when you're working and watching, it doesn't work. But anyway, I appreciate all you guys for watching. I'm turning off the lights here. I'm going home. I'll see all y'all tomorrow.